to the games of the future. The Mobile Legends Bang Bang tournament features 16 teams of up to 6 competitors. The game is played in a 5 versus 5 format until 2 wins or 3 wins in the finals. Each team has one reserve player. Replacements can be made between the matches, and in the event of a player injury or other force majeure, a replacement can be made during the game. The tournament consists of 2 stages, group competitions and playoffs, and the matches themselves will be held in a best-of-3 format. Only 12 teams will advance to the second stage. The group stage is played in the GSL format, the playoffs in the Olympic format. Teams that finish the group stage without defeat go directly to the quarterfinals, and those that lose one match will compete in the last 16. Teams that lose both their group matches are eliminated from the tournament. Good luck and have fun.
The future. The future.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Phygital Games of the Future 2024, Day 2 of the group stage, where you're seeing 16 of the top teams all around the world from Mobile Legends Bang Bang fight it out for the biggest prize pool in history on the MLBB scene, $1 million. Today, we are joined by 2 amazing casters. My name is Steph Weezy, all the way out from North America, and I'm joined by a great caster on the international scene, all the way from the Philippines. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, we are joined by the one, the only, Burger Kim. How you doing?
Thanks for that wonderful intro, Steph. I mean, wow, we come from all around the world just to get into Games of the Future 2024, and can you imagine, like, day number 1 was already explosive, and I was just saying yesterday, I can't wait for day number 2, day number 3, even all the way up until, of course,
способные объединять народы, вселенные и сохранять баланс мироздания. С развитием технологий люди стали больше погружаться в виртуальные миры, забывая про мир физический, обрекая гармонию на угасание. Чтобы восстановить баланс, гармония переродилась жар птицы мира отправилась сквозь вселенные в поисках героев, способных вернуть утраченную энергию. Избрав 5 сильнейших представителей, Мира собрала их у Куба Советов, наделив их уникальной силой. Они стали хранителями гармонии, чья задача — охранять и поддерживать баланс. С Советом было принято решение провести турнир, победитель которого распространит гармонию по свету. Для этой цели Куб преобразовал частицу гармонии во Flame, древний артефакт для сбора энергии. Хранителями было выбрано место для проведения турнира – город с самым сильным соприкосновением энергии. Именно здесь миллионы зрителей и сильнейшие атлеты примут участие в величайших играх всех времен, чтобы определить достойнейших и восстановить баланс миров. Да начнутся игры!
How is it going, ladies and gentlemen? We are now back. Group A, round 2, day 2 of Games of the Future 2024. My name is Steph Weezy, all the way from North America. And we are also joined by another familiar face on the international level, Burger Kim. I extend you the question again. How you doing?
I'm great. I'm so excited for today and yesterday. I thought that I've seen already enough because we started out with explosive matches, and I can expect to say I'm going to be seeing the same thing here. And I just want to say that, look at that. We didn't even talk about our outfits today. We're actually matching right now. Yellow for you, yellow for me. And we're kind of matching with the text too in the live stream. So yeah, that's great. Great start for all of us. And for everyone who tuned into the live stream, thank you so much. We're going to be seeing, of course, some familiar faces today. It's going to be Lil Gun and the Burmese schools here that are going to be fighting for, I think this is an elimination match, if I'm not mistaken.
That's correct. This is the elimination match. That's right, guys. One team will not be moving forward today. Will it be Lil Gun out from Mongolia, or will it be the Burmese schools all the way out from Myanmar? Now, I had the pleasure of being able to cast Group A. I know Burger Kim was on a totally separate group. So I will kind of recap a couple of things that I seen, at least from both of these two amazing teams from their respective regions. We saw Burmese schools go up against Deuce Volts. Burmese schools, like we said, out from Myanmar. Deuce Volts out from Russia. And it was a 2-0 sweep. They were not able to really keep up with the rotations that Deuce Volts had to offer. And they were overall able to just kind of beat them in the early phase and take those games with ease. And then we got to see RQ Hoshi up against Lil Gun. RQ Hoshi, Viva RQ, especially to everybody out there supporting Indonesia, took them down. Lil Guns from Mongolia, another 2-0 sweep and just an overall flawless execution. But as we are looking at the schedule currently today, February 27th, we are in group stage. One team will be knocked down from each and every prospective group, A through D, and then we'll be moving on to the 1/8 finals. And then the day after that, the quarterfinals, then the semifinals, and then on March 2nd, that's right, the grand finals will take place with the two top teams in the world fighting it out for that $1 million cash prize.
Yeah, we can kind of see, of course, the group stage moving forward after yesterday's matches. This is what it's going to look like. And we are going to be having some elimination matches today, like what Steph mentioned. And of course, those teams that failed to do so, the first one that we're going to be opening up is going to be Little Guns and Burmese schools. Whoever will lose this match, they're actually going to be out of the game. But you know what? It's going to be exciting too, because we're starting to see the overall picture of who's going to be moving forward. And like I mentioned, Lil Gun and Burmese schools are going to kickstart off this group, and then followed by, of course, another one of the highly anticipated matches, Deus Vault and RRQ Hoshi. We have 4 total matches here today, all BO3s. You got Nightmare and Fireflux later on, with RCC versus Blacklist International for a final match of the day.
That's right. So definitely get your popcorn, get your drinks, because we were in for a show. As we are looking at a couple of the tournament picks and bans so far, pulled from day 1. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I'm actually not surprised about the most picked hero. I mean, everybody who has been adjusting to the new meta, I'm pretty sure you guys have seen a lot of the carries, a lot of the rubies in ranked games. I'm not even surprised if the ruby will even shoot all the way up to the most banned heroes. Like, gone are the days where Nolan was like a top banned hero, right? Like, I've actually seen some Nolans being picked up, being open. We've seen the Matilda as a high priority, which kind of says a lot about like the team composition being like a little bit more on the fighter junglers, a bit more on the tanky side. So yeah, it is still like that. We have like heavy CC also, so you can expect to see a lot of setter tanks like Tigreal and the I was gonna say Atlas. I actually would love to see an Atlas, Tigreal, and the Minotaur. That seems to be one of the rising picks as of the moment in the current meta.
Yeah, especially when that Diggy's banned out. Like you said, you're just starting to see a lot of these heavy Group CC tanks step into the scene. Now, yesterday was full of a lot of interesting matches. RQ Hoshi, we got to see Irad, a little bit of a newer roster, go up against Team Lil Gun. They did pull out an assassin, though. They had a Lancelot, so it wasn't the full tank fighter jungle that we're used to seeing, which is more prevalent meta currently. But they are keeping things interesting. We always talk about meta and try and compare it to all the prospective regions. Myself, especially with our tournament going on in North America, I'm always taking notes and saying, hey, what are they doing out in the international scene? And we actually get a chance to see it today with Team Lil Gun going up against Burmese Ghouls. Like you said, this is a best of 3. Only one team will be able to push forward and one will be knocked out of Game of Futures 2024.
Yeah, I want to talk a little bit about these teams too. Like the last we've seen them was actually in the M5 World Championship, and last I know is that Lil Gun actually had like a Filipino coach that's no longer with them. So now it is going to be an all Mongolian team that Lil Gun will be putting out today. Not unless there's going to be some switch happening here for the Games of the Future lineup. And then you got Burmese Schools here. We've seen them play yesterday, and they have a Filipino import there, which is Pilar. Not so sure if we'll see him there. Talking about the roster, let's take a look first at Lil Gun. It's going to be Bebex, Ethan, Aizen, Sora. Did I say that right? Sora, and then Forbid here for their lineup today.
Yeah, definitely some heavy hitters. Didn't have the easiest time yesterday, but hopefully they took some notes and sat in the locker room and figured things out. As today, it's make it or break it. Only one team will move forward from Team Lil Gun. We got to see them try and run a little bit of an Ube strat. They ran that Barats and Estes combination, but it just didn't really pick up in the early game to be able to get the defensive items needed and the heals on par for Estes to be able to support the team. You saw RQ Hoshi just overwhelm them in the early phase, and it did draw out to a pretty long game, though. It was about the 22-minute mark when it closed out. So I will say they know how to take the fight to the late game. But yeah, you just overall seen RQ Hoshi be able to close it out. And I mean, that's a top perspective region, right? That's Indonesia going up against Mongolia. Just not as developed, I would say, as the Indonesian scene yet, but definitely getting there and showing some promising gameplay. As we are looking at Team Lil Gun's most picks, most bans, and also most bans by opponent. A couple of target bans with the Guinevere and the Mathilda. Mathilda, funny enough, is the highest banned hero of Game of Futures so far.
Yeah, I mean, this is the shields that is being provided by the Matilda. This was a priority even in the Group B stage yesterday that we've seen AP Bren work out so well. But, apart from AP Bren, we got to talk a little bit about the roster here, too, of the Burmese Schools. I did highlight Dilar. Ooh, okay, so there are going to be 2 Filipino players there, Dilar and Saksa, that will be playing for Burmese Schools. You also got Stitch, Nico, and Blink here for their roster here today. Apart from that, their coach is also Filipino, Coach Dale, that will be aiding them here today. Let's take a look at their most pick, most ban for their side. Most pick is actually a Martis and a Baksha following that. Actually, this is no surprise. These are the comfort heroes of Saksa. Ever since he started playing in the wildcard, this was something very evident. Their most ban is actually the Diggy and the Novaria, which just provides so much vision and shields and utility overall for the entire team.
Which is interesting, too, because we saw them ban the Diggy up against Daewoo yesterday, and it just didn't really work out in their favor. They let them pick up the Minotaur in the game 1. It went to like a 22-minute game as well. But without having the Diggy on the table, they were not able to stop that Minoan's fury. There's a lot of massive knockups and sets that kind of pushed them back for them to be able to close out that game. And hopefully this time around, we can kind of see maybe a possible game plan. Maybe they don't ban the Diggy this time, or they get the Minotaur prio if they do. But nonetheless, like you said, they got a couple of imports over there from the Philippines, and then 3 Indonesians on the team. So definitely some heavy hitters. And like I said, today is make it or break it. Only one team's going to be able to move forward, and we got to have to see who it is. But currently, both of these teams are sitting fresh off of being swept by their opponents yesterday.
Yeah, being swept is definitely not a good feeling, and both of these teams definitely have that fire to kind of have and take this game, right? Or maybe we can actually see it stretch out to a best out of 3, like all 3 matches straight that we'll get to witness here for today. And honestly, I can't imagine what it's like to be in a place of Little Guns and Burmese schools. Imagine the pressure. This might actually just be your last game here for Games of the Future, right? And you might be out. So every single trick that you have up your sleeve, every single strategy that you want to put out, this is the best time to do so. I mean, I was talking to Private yesterday, and I was telling him, this is the best time to pick out some of those pocket picks that may not be meta, but might actually be your comfort. So we might maybe see something like that going on here for both Burmese and Lilgan. But, we can't say just yet until we see the draft coming in. Ruby will be a priority. I saw that happen actually in the Group B stage yesterday. So let's see if this will be the case here for Lilgan and Burmese schools.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to be kind of trying to keep my eye on that. I mean, we did get to see something interesting from Burmese schools, though. They did run a Martis in the XP lane yesterday. Just didn't really pop off like they were expecting it to. They had the Boxia inside of the jungle, and then they also had that Ruby on the roam. And then also on the second game, they were able to pull out the Minotaur roam. Nonetheless, like I said, though, these were late games. 16 minutes for one, 22 minutes for the other, for the side of Burmese schools. So I want to kind of see if they can find a way to turn this match in their favor in the early phase. A lot of the like RQ Hoshi and Deuce Volts for both of these teams that they went against, Lil Gun and Burmese schools, they were able to kind of dominate in the early phase, and that's where they really shine. So I would say definitely one of the major objectives for both of these teams is to find a way to take control of the game nice and early.
Yeah, I mean, if you have that early game composition, right, the most you want to do is when you have the time, when you have the advantage, you just keep on getting those resources. I think turtle fights are going to be a big thing. We've seen that yesterday already, and the new adjustments that were made was actually pretty big, especially for the jungler, right? Like, you can no longer tug the turtle or the lord over to the side of the map where your opponent can't even see it, can't steal it. It is actually one of the adjustments that makes it so much more exciting right now when it comes to the lord dance, the turtle dance. I think to a point that me and Private were like, okay, I think the Lord and the Turtle are confused on like who's gonna take it and not. Like, several resets have happened yesterday, and I can expect to see the same thing here, especially in a very crucial matchup like this.
Yeah, like we said, there's a lot of pressure on the table today, and both of these teams, I'm definitely sure we're doing a lot of practice last night trying to figure out where they went wrong, reviewing some gameplay. Like I said, I got to watch the entire Group A yesterday. We got to cast it all out, and there were some really good matches. Overall, ended up in sweeps, but I feel like that doesn't really paint the full picture. So today, we expect one of these teams to kind of move forward and to have some great execution. Which one is going to be? Time will tell. I mean, we've got Mongolia going up against Myanmar, so definitely everybody out there supporting your regions, drop your favorite team in the comments of today's stream. But like I said, this is Game of the Future 2024, and this is the first big tournament that we've had since the World Series. So everybody's kind of wondering, what is meta, right? Nobody's had any tournaments to kind of compare to since M5. So now we're kind of seeing meta form as this tournament progresses and we get closer and closer to the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, right? Like, you haven't seen any of these pocket tournaments. The last time we've seen all of these stellar teams play was actually in the M5 wildcard and in the M5 World Championship. So everybody, ever since the Christmas break, actually, we had quite a long break, 2 months in, and then we get to see what the new meta looks like. And here it is, like CCs all around, the bans on the Tigreal, bans on still the fighter junglers, which I think it's a pleasant change from what we've seen last time. It was mostly like the supports. But here for Little Gun and Burmese schools, I think for Burmese schools, the thing here is that this is the first time they're having an import for Myanmar. So having Dilar, having Saksa in, this is going to be a big game-changing factor if they do bring Burmese schools to the next round. But as for Little Gun, right, this is a developing region where you kind of want to tell the whole world that, yes, we can actually play really good Mobile Legends too, and they want to move forward. So it's all about like the storyline of these two, like who's going to move forward, who's going to raise the banner of their respective teams, their respective countries. And I think that's what this is all about, right, for Group A. And yeah, the story's just about to start. We're still in the group stages here right now before we move on to the playoffs and the actual semifinals later on.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. And, you know, if we're talking about both these teams, right, let's just take a little bit of a blast from the past, rewind a little bit, and look at what they've accomplished, right? You're looking at the Burmese schools. They did compete in the M Series. Same with Lil Gun as well. Burmese schools did go a little bit further than them, though. They placed in that 7/8th position. They got taken down by See You Soon. They were the champions in the Myanmar qualifiers, and they had a really good run. When it came to Lil Gun, though, as we are jumping into the draft, Lil Gun placed a little bit lower in that scale, 13th to the 16th place, not having the easiest time, and got knocked out in the group phase. So maybe they've done a lot of practice since then, and this will be a little bit of a slight more challenge for Little Gun, as Burmese School is just a little bit higher on that totem pole, at least from recent achievements overall in the MLBB scene. But as we are now jumping into the draft, a couple of bans are already happening right before our eyes. The R-Lot for Team Little Gun, the Joy, and then also the CC.
Yeah, I have my little notebook here. Handy dandy notebook. Oh yeah, I can actually see it. Yeah, I do have it here, and I have a lot of notes from yesterday. I usually like, I'm such a huge nerd, like taking down all these notes about like the bands and the picks. And we did see it earlier about all these teams like Lil Gun and Burmese Schools, what they like to prioritize, and it's almost immediately like fast bans coming out from both sides. The Ruby is still open here. Matilda's also out. So will Lil Gun maybe try and take away one of the most picked heroes of Burmese Schools, which is the Martis? Or will they like to start it up, of course, with the classic Ruby that is currently the most picked and the most banned so far in the Games of the Future? Oh, there you go.
Looks like they are
there you go.
going for the Ruby,
Yeah,
right on
it
the
is.
money, manifesting it into reality. That's going to provide them some great sustainability. I like the Ruby just because it's a flex pick, right? It can run in the XP lane. It can run in the roam position. But a quick counter response from Burmese Schools. They're going to go ahead and lock in something a little interesting, the Paquito. But they're going to pair that up with the Barats, which has been one of the more prominent junglers so far in the Game of Futures 2024. Able to sustain himself through a lot of damage. Now, Team Lil Gun had Barats up against RQ Hoshi, but Burmese Schools, this is going to be the first time of us actually seeing them locking the Barats this tournament. So I want to see how they kind of perform on it. I wonder if they're going to kind of pair it with the support. You are going to see that Mathilda out, but there is still a Rafaela on the table. We've seen it paired up with the Florian before. So maybe they run the support meta, or maybe they just trust his survivability.
They need someone to melt this Barats though, like in the late game. Like perhaps Lil Gun will go for a carry. I was thinking something along the lines of the Lilia that really gives a hard time. It has that mobility too. You can click that black shoes if you're almost down, right? Pretty much, it's a very mobile hero. You did talk about the supports that go really well with the Barats. The Matilda's already out, so the next best one. The last time I actually seen this was in MPL Philippines back in season 9 or 10. Like this was a very evident in the lineup, like the Barats, Rafaela, Barats, Matilda. It provides so much mobility that the Barats does not have. I mean, when you've played the Barats, it's really slow, right? It's really slow. Then when you pair it up with a Rafaela, it just gives that mobility to the entire team. So Burmese Schools again has that early game advantage that you mentioned, but Lil Gun immediately has the answers to that. They pick up the Dirot here and the Valentina, which actually is a priority pick actually for most of the teams here in Games of the Future.
Yeah, but I'm wondering, is it too early? Because there's not really anything for the Valentina to really profit on right here, I guess. I mean, you don't really want Rafaela's stun. I mean, maybe the Deton is welcome, but I don't really see that being that much of a secret weapon up against Burmese Schools. So maybe being a little bit premature on the Valentina pick. Now, we did mention the supports. The Rafaela did get slotted in to keep that Barats alive. So they are going to go a little bit more for that Ube strat type of play style. Now, Dyroth has been slotted in. It's going to have some great early game damage in the XP lane. It can possibly burst down the Barats and break that armor if you can get close enough to do it without getting grabbed up by that Detonus welcome. So they do have early game damage checked in. I do like one thing about the Valentina, though. It's very hard to invade when there's a Valentina going up against you, because they can use the Terrify and pretty much CC you when you're trying to go for those orange and purple buffs, especially before that first neutral objective. But so far, I'm not really seeing anything that the Valentina is going to profit on in terms of ultimate. And I wonder if Burmese Schools is going to kind of play into that and make sure they pick their last two heroes that will give the Valentina a little bit of a harder time with that selection.
Yeah, definitely the mid laner has to be either like the usual counter I go with is the Valir and the Lilia, just so that it kind of renders the ultimate of the Valentina uses. The last one is a Nolan here. I'm actually wondering why they banned this out. Maybe like Burmese Schools could kind of flex it, but I noticed it's one of the most banned hero of Lil Gun. But, having the Barats there, having the Paquito, you can kind of pretty much point out where these heroes are going to be going, right? But, again, you can't count things out. Like yesterday in the game of Homeboys and AP Bren, they had a Barretts, they had someone also on the Guinevere, right? So it was like it was a crazy overall composition, and then they picked the Hellcurt for the last pick. So it was really confusing. We didn't know which hero was gonna go to which lane, but I think Burmese School's Little Gun rather, they're kind of canceling out all of the possibilities that Burmese School can bring out because, like what I said, this is a do or die match for both sides, and this is the time to bring everything out. They lock in the Harriet here too for Burmese Schools to have that kind of late game advantage too for their side.
The Harith is really interesting too. I'm wondering if they're just going to go ahead and slot that in the gold lane. Then majority of the time when we see a Harith, that's where it goes. Now, so far, from what I've seen from Burmese Schools, they picked up the Barats. Now, maybe they did this to take away Lil Gun having the opportunity to use them because Lil Gun did play the Barats before up against RQ Hoshi. And then they also banned the Martis out, which was the other jungler that they ran in game 2. So now we're going to have to see Team Lil Gun run a jungler that we haven't seen so far in games of the future as they are getting ready for their last 2 picks. Now, the Herrick can definitely get up close and personal. It can give the Ruby a problem, the Dairoth. That's possibly why, because I see a strong frontline composition.
Wow.
And then another frontline on top of that is you're going to see the Yuzong slotted in alongside the Brody. So this is a heavy CC-oriented team. I mean, you have the Brody with the Corrosive Strike for the stun, the Ruby with so much CC, it's really hard to maintain. The Dairoth can rush in with the massive damage output, very strong frontline hero, especially in the early phase, and the Yuzong. But then that means that this is going to be a Dairoth in the jungle.
Yeah, not unless you want to do a Yuzong, right? Obviously, it's gonna be the Dairoth. It farms really fast, has insane burst damage, and can definitely go head to head with the Paquito and even the Barretts here. But what I'm really worried about here for Burmese Schools is that they have the Brody here. This was a lineup that I've seen in both AP Bren, even in the first game of S2G and Twisted Minds, is they have like this really solid like fighter front line, and then you get the marksman to free hit everyone. It is just gonna be difficult, not unless you have someone to take down the back lines. I like this answer from Burmese Schools. They pick out the Benedetta. The Burmese Schools just has this type of lineup that can really do the split push when push comes to shove. They also have that early game and then that late game package with that Harriet. So let's see how this will pan out, because the first game pretty much dictates the momentum of what the series is gonna be like, what this game is gonna be like.
Yeah, and the Benedetta is interesting. This is the first time we actually see Burmese Schools pulling this out in games of future as well. Now, they don't have a traditional marksman, right? They went in for the Harith instead. I'm definitely interested to see how that's going to work out for them. In the North American scene, we had a team pull out the Harith. It was actually one of our most famous teams, Team Gosu. And they actually lost with the Harith. So it has like a 0% win rate in our current NACT tournament going on, our qualifiers for MSC. But the question was asked to me, is it still meta? Does it still work in that gold lane? And we are definitely going to be finding that out as we are revving up inside of the virtual arena for the Game of Futures 2024. Seeing 2 amazing teams fight it out in Group Stage A. This is going to be the elimination match. Team Lil Gun all the way out from Mongolia up against Burmese Schools from Myanmar.
Oh, it's the general on the Benedetta. So the last pick was actually kind of like a surprise pick that you would like to give your team, right? And now Little Gun and Burmese Schools, we can expect to see a lot of these early game exchanges, a lot of these early game fights, because it looks like both sides are so stacked with these fighters that can really go on an all-out brawl.
Yeah, and already seeing both teams. Heavy rotation, though, so far from Lil Gun. You've seen that, like, trio core rotating around with massive damage. Zara is going to take down Nico. We were wondering how the Dairoth jungle was going to kind of play into this. And, I mean, we mentioned the early game damage he can provide, but that was just a full deletion over there, taking down Nico.
Sitch 2 in the middle. Wow, everybody's just sandwiching the side of Burmese Schools right now, making sure that all of their lanes are not farmed up. First turtle is going to be crucial, though. Saxas are going to be rotating towards this side, and definitely Delar is keeping Aizen in check here, making sure that he does not get to that level 4. That Black Dragon form is going to be really crucial. So at least Burmese Schools has that kind of advantage here. They're going to be rotating towards this XP. Aizen doesn't have that level 4 just yet. They might actually be setting up a play here.
And I would say Zara, Forbid, and Ethan are on a mission right now, right? 2 kills for Zara, 2 assists for Ethan and Forbid, just running and gunning it. before that first turtle spawned in. And it's going to give him a massive advantage on these team engagements, as you are going to see that turtle spawn in, and Ethan will go ahead and wrap around, pull the aggro. If Team Lilgun can take this turtle, it's going to increase their lead even more. Burmese Schools definitely wants to contest this.
Oh man, a lot of the quantum charges too. I've actually just taken notice of the emblems here being picked up by Lil Gun. That's it, all out brawls. Here it comes, Saksa gonna go with the Detona's welcome.
And Black Dragon drops down. Nico is gonna take down Ethan, gets a double with the heavy leg punch. Saksa will find Aizen. D-Lar will claim the turtle for the Burmese Schools. They got what they came for, and they got some more, as it is now 3-2 on the scoreboard, leading by 1.
Wow. You see how Burmese Schools kind of played that out so well, making sure that their XP lane stacked up. But here in the bottom side, though, Bebek's going to have that solo kill. And this is exactly why Lil Gun actually took that time to think about it, right? It was an early pickup on the Harriet, and Lil Gun's like, okay, we kind of need that marksman that can kind of keep up with that Harriet in the early game. Brody's that one marksman that can kind of defend itself in its lane. So with that solo kill, Burmese Schools just kind of have to assist Stitch here onto the bottom side, onto the gold lane here. But Dilar right now, a level ahead up against Aizen. 1,900 for him too. A whole lot more here than Aizen. So Burmese Schools, they have this XP lane kind of checked. But as for Lil Gun, they might have to pull in their resources and maybe try and take down this gold lane.
And you mentioned the quantum charges, right? So they're going to have a lot more mobility on this side gun, where Stitch went in for that impure rage. He was just trying to pull out some massive damage, but Bebex may fall right here. Does get away. Double on the defended for the two-man set. Stitch gets Bebex. Zara finds Blink to respond, but the fight is still on the way as Nico gets another, takes down Zara. Another CC from Ethan, though, trying to hold the team at bay. You are going to go ahead and see Saksa get a kill and take down Forbid. Now 6-4 for the Burmese Schools.
Well, this is good for Burmese Schools. Their jungler is farmed up. Earlier was Zora actually getting in all or picking up all of the kills there for Lil Gun, which could actually be a really big problem here for Burmese Schools once they go into the rotations. Delardo being very proactive here in his lane, just making sure that Burmese Schools has the vision right before they take in the turtle. He's being such a menace here to the side of Lil Gun.
Ooh, and D-Lar with the electro final blow, and Nico with the heavy leg punch is gonna find Aizen. Now 7-4 on the scoreboard and up by 1,000 gold for the side of the Burmese Schools.
Yeah, man, 7 kills for the side of Burmese Schools. I love how their XP lane is in check. Saksa as well with the Detona's welcome here. Turn's gonna be reset though.
It is gonna be reset, but still very low. Anybody's game. Looks like Saksa may be able to get it. He has the positioning and the retribution, and Team Lil Gun unable to close the distance. Burmese Schools able to get the second turtle.
Yeah, up to 2,000 gold right now for Burmese Schools. Doing so well by taking in these objectives, and you see how Dilar is proactive all around the map. You know, the last time I've seen this guy was already so long, and I'm so happy to see him like shining here for the Burmese Schools in this game. So let's see. It's a crucial one for them, and they're creating pressure all throughout. As you can see, there's already been a lane switch here for their side. Actually, Nico going towards the top side, making sure that is checked. And for Burmese Schools, this is good. The Saksa's farmed up. One more kill will actually give him that killing spree. But it's just 5 minutes in, right? And this is standard for the lineup here of Burmese Schools. You got a lot of these fighters. I love how Lil Gun is kind of trying to answer back here with those early game exchanges. But the thing is here that you kind of have to get your gold laners farm up once it reaches the mid to late game, so they can kind of dish out that damage once you finally get in the objectives here.
Speaking of damage, Nico having concrete in those gloves. D-Lar is going to take down Ethan in the mid lane. Saksa finds Zara. Now 9-4, and it keeps on climbing as Saksa takes down Forbid for a second kill. That is a double kill in the mid lane. Clean up on aisle 3, and down goes the tier 1 turret.
Wow. Burmese Schools is just on a rampage right now. They've been taking in kills after kills here for Saksa especially, who's already standing at a 4-0-3. Level 10, 2 levels ahead up against Zora. And even here onto the XP lane, the Phygital actually
Nico
making that lane work too. Like Burmese Schools are already invaded here, the jungle of Lil Gun. Map control is also towards their side. So the last turtle, even the Lord, can actually be picked up here by the Burmese Schools.
Yeah, they're started with a little bit of a snowball and it's turned into an avalanche as they are battling out. Like to find a blow. D-Lar trying to get away, but caught in his tracks, might not be able to escape. Zara with the side play will take him down. Detna's welcome is going to go in, connect onto Zara, but not able to stop him. drops the oil, trying to do anything he can. Nico finds the marksman, though, will shut down Bebex. 12-5 lead, and now up by 6,000 gold. Turtle spawned in, and Saksa pulling the aggro.
Yeah, the turtle last one. I think there's going to be no contest at all. You see how Burmese Schools got it contained there, even making sure that none of these players from Little Guns can actually come in. What I'm actually looking forward to is that I am offended pull here by Ethan, and then combine it here with the ultimate here of the Dyrot. Definitely going to be a very good combo. I've seen that several times yesterday. The pull in from the Ruby will be crucial here for Little Gun to actually make that game-changing play here up against Burmese Schools.
Is that Paquito or is that Manny Pacquiao out there? The way Nico is dealing that damage. 6-1-2 for the Burmese Schools so far, having such a crucial role in today's game. Highest kills in the game, mind you, on top of that. Able to take the first turret of the game, able to help in the mid lane as well, and deal massive damage. Team Little Gun now on the back end, trying to find a way to turn this back around. They were in the lead slightly in the beginning, but then in the blink of an eye, the Burmese Schools got on fire.
Yeah, they were keeping up with the Burmese Schools in the early game. 60 seconds before our first Lord is up. This could actually be one of the things that Burmese Schools is eyeing right now. They can create more pressure up against at least the second-tier turrets here of Little Gun. They're taking in all of the resources too, so Sora hasn't been able to take much, right? Like, Sock's already 2 levels in, has a whole lot more gold than him, and he's been getting that stacks up. As of the moment, right, that Barrett's has been so stacked up, getting in that full stacks. Once he gets into the clash, there's really nothing much the others can do. He can gap that Detona's welcome too, so that's really why Little Gun hasn't been able to make in the plays that they want yet.
Yeah, you are looking at those items on the board. Stitch up by 2,000 gold ahead of Bebex so far. He didn't have the easiest time in the early phase. Bebex was able to shut him down with that first kill, but now it's a different story with the rotations of the Burmese Schools, able to take all of the turtles so far, giving their team a massive XP boost, and then also claiming majority of the turrets. They're already down to their inhibitors on the top and bottom side, only holding on to the tier 2 in the mid lane, and the Lord is spawning in.
Yeah, they're going to be trading the bottom turret for the Lord, but this is the best that Little Gun can actually do, right? They know that if this contest will be really hard, knowing that Stitch is way ahead here of up against Bebex. 1 level ahead is a big thing for the gold lane. So they're just going to be taking in the tower, taking in the space. The Lar creating some space here, gets petrified, and is going to be taken down here by Little Gun.
Yeah, another kill. But this time going to the side of Team Little Gun. They were able to take that turret. Now down to the inhibitor for the Burmese Schools on the bot side. A decent trade, especially for that Lord going in there. But is it enough to keep them in this match? Oh my God, Nico! What is going on with this man today? I don't know if he did a little bit of a sparring session before this game started. But that damage output is insane.
A lot of warm-up. He definitely had a lot of warm-up from yesterday's games, right? Like, we've been keeping all that energy and wanting to put it all out here in today's games. And Burmese Schools are looking to take in game number 1 as of the moment, right? Sock's already charging in. At the same time, Burmese Schools, they're taking in as much turrets as they can. Taking in the space, map control, 10 minutes in. 33k gold lead for them, and Little Gun, it's a good thing though they actually took in some towers there. 2 towers on the bottom side to create the space, but this is not enough, right? They should at least maybe contest for the Lord. Shut down Saksa here is going to be one of the things that they need to consider here once it comes to the lead. Gold lead, rather.
And now seeing that Lord on the top side, down to their inhibitors for the side of Team Little Gun. Lord will fall. A little bit of I'm Infinite catching Stitch out of position. Zara will get the kill. Nico will claim the inhibitor on the bottom side. Black Dragon from Aizen. Wrap it around. May want to go into the backline, but no. Hits a quick 180 and disengages.
Yeah, nice I am offended from Eden. We were looking at like maybe 3 or 2 tug-ins with that I am offended from Eden, but you know, that was big too. Like Stitch getting caught there. He popped in that Salmon Force, but wasn't really able to get out. The Purify was already used, so he didn't really have that to cancel it out too. So this is a pick-off that Lil Guns at least tried to get in. And now looking at the items that they've picked up here, a couple of Necklace Durances, and we see the Sea Halberds being picked up here because of the durability that the Burmese Schools has. The shields and even the heals coming out from the Rafaela is proving to be such a menace here for Lil Guns to deal with.
As we are jumping into the mid game as well, you are looking at Burmese Schools up by 6,000 gold. Still looking at Stitch trailing 2,000 over Bebex. Actually, no, 1,000 now. So Bebex is slowly starting to catch up, and that's what Team Lil Gun is going to kind of want to bank on, right? Get Bebex online, get the core items he needs to burst down Saksa, possibly take down Stitch as well. But overall, Zara is really the one kind of keeping Lil Gun in this game. 5, 3, and 1 and counting, but he can't do it all, especially running Dairoth in that jungle position. He can't really frontline anymore, or Burmese Schools will definitely focus him down and take him out, which will be a free neutral objective when these lords spawn in. So he is going to have to play a little bit safer now. It's really going to be on Ethan, right? Ethan needs to rush in, get a good I'm Offended set, and then possibly get a counterplay on that against the side of Burmese Schools. But will they give them that opportunity?
Yeah, look at the zone in coming out from Nico there. He was able to zone out the Ethan before they try to come in and get that Lord. Ethan here has the flicker, can try to go in for that I am offended play. Lord is already at half HP here, but look at how Nico is keeping everyone at bay. And Lil Gun also has to consider that they have the minions coming in. Care from Dilar, who has been clearing out the lane. And all around the map, Burmese Schools just got it all covered. They take in the second Lord of the game, and this is the Luminous Lord for the Burmese Schools.
I'm convinced Nico was in that bush just putting concrete in his gloves to get a one punch. Looking like Saitama out there, the way he's knocking down Team Lil Gun.
I think he can be a one-punch man. I think he can be, right? The burst is already there. He picked up like the Hunter Strike and a couple of these physical penetration items that even like Ethan and Aizen will be forced to back away from the damage that the Phygital is actually dishing out. And now just that one tug from that I am offended. Forbid got that holding baptism, but it's not gonna be enough, right? You can stun, at least get a nice 3 stun. Lord is already here. Enhanced Lord for their side. The Lar goes in. Electo final blow to clear the waves just for Burmese Schools to actually try to take it in. But can they defend this one? They're doing this methodically by taking out all of the inhibitors here, which is really good. This leaves Lil Gun's base in, but that's the tug we're looking for.
Yeah, 2-man set with the I'm Offended. Big play. Blink finds Ethan. Stitch is going to take down Zara. Black Dragon from Aizen. Back to the base from some regen. Is going to get that escape.
Oh no, Nico.
Right in time. Nico will find Bebex. So furious dive in from Aizen. Has to shot Essence. Can't sustain himself. D-Lord.
It's only for
this assassination decapitates him. Base Crystal 50%. Forbid by himself. Electro final blow. Bully and Forbid back to the base, and down goes the Crystal. Is, ladies and gentlemen, Burmese Schools all the way from Myanmar able to shut down Team Lil Gun Game 1 in Group A, Stage 2 today for the Game of Futures 2024.
Yeah, man, the tug that we were looking for, it was there. A beautiful tug and a beautiful I am offended there by Ethan. But then when you have all of these heavy frontliners, all of these heals coming out from the Rafaela, the movement speed, and the Flash of Oasis, that just proves to be still very, very helpful, especially when it comes to these clashes, right? He was able to get everyone kind of out of the way. Stitch was able to pop in that salmon force, and pretty much they kind of bounced back from that situation and kind of retaliated and actually just got in that game as fast as that. Burmese Schools just proving to us that it's just game number 1, which means that they're going to be on a match point there by the time that we reach match number 2.
And that's going to put a lot of pressure on Team Lil Gun, knowing that if they lose this next game, they're out of Game of Futures 2024. We'll be saying bye-bye to Mongolia. So definitely going to have to bring their A game for the next match. I mean, it was looking promising in the beginning, right? Me and you both agreed that, hey, they were looking like they were going to be able to take control of the early game, but then out of nowhere, I don't know what happened. Like, we just see Nico just disappear, went in a bush real quick, started stuffing up his gloves and knocking everybody out. And this man was just unstoppable with the Phygital. Now, I'm going to ask you this question. Do they let him pick the Phygital again? Does he pick the Phygital again? Because it didn't look like they had an answer for it.
Yeah, I think the Phygital was kind of the answer here of Burmese Schools, right, towards Lil Gun. They picked up one of the most picked heroes here, the Ruby, and the immediate answer from the Barretts and the Phygital was good, right? Like, the Phygital is good for split pushing. It's also good for that burst damage, right? A kind of all-around hero here, which is pretty much why the Burmese Schools kind of got that space in the early game. They were able to make those minions move. And also, commending Dilar here for his electro final blows, the way he has been clearing out the waves to make sure that Burmese Schools kind of gets that advantage towards the lanes.
Yeah, we kind of talked about it before the match started, right? Who was going to be able to take control of the early game? And Burmese Schools, they were able to pretty much, they took every single neutral objective, actually. I don't think we saw a single turtle or Lord go to the side of Team Lil Gun.
Yeah.
Their rotations were well as well. You got to see the even on the one-on-one matchup, between Stitch on the bot side. He was able to take down, you know, the Harith. The Harith went down to the Brody in the 1v1 matchup. And mind you, they picked Harith first, and it just didn't really work out the way they expected.
Yeah, actually, there were some solo kills actually on the bottom side. I think it was the solo kill by Bebex onto the Harriet, right? But by the time like there was the assist coming out from the Rafaela, even Saxa here, and Dilar, who has been so proactive in rotating around the map. And if you've seen it, actually, the rotation of Burmese schools was actually so clean here. They've been you actually see it in the highlights just as we were talking about it. I do like the early game here of Lil Guns. They actually did so well in the first 2 minutes, and by the time it actually hit the turtle here, this is one of the things that actually changed here. Elective Final Blow coming in by Dilar was actually a very good way to zone out the members of Lil Gun. It also had that damage, so Saxa could actually push forward, click that retribution, and take in that turtle for their side. This was one of the kills, the tugs here by Ethan, that was really so good. But fortunately enough for their side, this was actually an even trade out for both ends, but it was still Burmese schools that came up on top, despite the fact that Ida was actually able to get in the setup. This is what you get when you have such a mobile setup with the Rafaela. You can kind of pretty much evade all of these clashes, all of these tug-ins coming in from the side of Lil Gun.
Yeah, and D-Lar just performing really well. Look at the Elective Final Blow. He was all over the map today, making the entire team chase him. And then we see that heavy engagement inside of the base. A final stand, Blink getting the kill. Stitch taking down Zara. Aizen with the quick escape back to the base. One of the great things that the Black Dragon kind of provides, but unfortunately they were not able to find the victory they were looking for. And we are going to be looking at Mr. MVP, Saxa.
Yeah, 407. I did mention that they really needed to shut down Saxa there because he is the one who had the most gold. And speaking of the gold, right, he had 736 per minute. So he was just farming up all around the map. And we can kind of say that this is very evident too because of the way that Nico and Dilar was actually rotating towards around the map, right? Like making sure that the lanes are cleared out, making sure that, you know, whatever Lil Gun will try to pull up against Saxa, like maybe try to bully him in the jungle, it won't happen. And Saxa was able to do that, getting in a very early like anti-cuirass and the Athena shield, which kind of made him really, really tanky in all of these clashes. All he needed to do was like jump in, get that Daytona's welcome, and no one can actually take him down there. If you think about it, the only one could actually burst him down was the Brody, right? Like once it had the items, but it's so tanky. Their mid laner was a Valentina, not really the mage that can burst down these tanky type of heroes.
You know, and it's funny. I honestly thought it would have been Nico. I thought Nico would have got this with the Paquito, but they do give it to Saxa. I mean, he did have some flawless execution. Like you said, he didn't fall that entire game. But Nico, man, that was just something else. I got to also give him credit because I feel like this is just not painting the full picture of what he provided for the team. But you are going to go ahead and see the stats on the board, though. 7, 1, and 3. He did take one death behind. So, yeah, it was just a little bit more flawless execution in the role of the jungle for Saxa that pulled off that MVP. A really great game so far for the Burmese schools. But now, BK, I got a question for you. Do you think Burmese schools can get the 2-0
yeah, that's a little
sweep?
Pause, right? I think, you know, with this kind of lineup, though, like, definitely the Burmese schools can make it, right? Like the aggression was scary. Little Gun can also like kind of take this next game too with the way that they played it in the first few minutes of the game. The thing that they really missed out here, or they kind of lacked here in this game, was the rotation that Nico and Dilar did. Like we can't count out what these two players have been doing in this entire game. They've been such a menace to Lil Gun. They've been kind of tracking in Aizen, Ethan, and even locating where Zora is. That's really the reason why like they couldn't really get in the farm in the jungle side of Lil Gun. And Saxa was just able to take in all the resources, right? All the turtle actually went to the side of Burmese schools, which made it really hard for the heroes here, Lil Gun, to scale up. Like Bebex here really needs the items to be able to farm up, to be able to dish out the damage. But Burmese schools just took that all away from Lil Gun. And yeah, just getting in all the turtles was key. And I did mention it earlier. It was good that Burmese schools kind of had this early game and just took in all of the farm, all of the resources, which was overall a very good game for them.
Yeah, and you know, the Valentina, we kind of saw it slide in the draft. Me and you were kind of talking even before the show started about the Valentina being one of the most picked heroes so far in Game of Futures. But was it the right decision with this draft, right? I mean, there was nothing really there for the Valentina to have a huge impact in this game. which could have been a reason why we started seeing them profit a lot more, just because the mage was not able to get online and provide that utility that they were kind of leaning on. So I wonder if they're jumping into game 2, if they kind of wait to pull out that Valentina until they're sure they can get something to profit with, because I just didn't see it there in that game. But nonetheless, like we said, this is a best of 3. For those who don't know, we're currently on the elimination stage for Group A, and one team will be getting knocked out of Game of Futures today. The first team getting knocked out of Game of Futures today as well. So we are looking at Burmese Schools currently leading 1-0. That means Lil Gun is on the back end, and they need to win this game if they want to stay inside of the tournament.
Yeah, if you look at the lineup of Burmese Schools 2 in game number 1, it wasn't your traditional lineup, right? Like, you got the Harriet on the goal. You also got, like, Nico on the Paquito, right? I think they were anticipating that Paquito is going to the XP lane. This is what I was saying yesterday, like in the game of Homeboys and AP Bren, you just can't count out anything right now. And the Nolan ban coming through for Lil Gun was kind of like a foreshadowing too that Burmese Schools might pick something uncontemporary. This lineup really worked. It was so mobile. It gave them so much space in the jungle to just get Saxa farmed up. And I think for Lil Gun, if Burmese Schools is going to try to go for this lineup, maybe they can try to counter it out by having some mobile heroes to themselves. Because if you notice, like, Aizen was so contained in his lane, and even the mid, right? Like the Valentina hero for Bid was kind of not sure where he's going to go. Top lane, bottom lane, or is he going to clear out the mid lane? Because there was just so many things happening all across the map.
You know, it was funny too, because in the beginning of that match, it looked like Lil Gun was about to take off. I mean, we saw Zara, Forbid, and Ethan rotating around with that trio core, and they got like 2 early kills, right? They had 2 assists, and then both kills actually went into the hands of their jungler. But then right after that, everything just kind of faltered. I think it was on that first turtle when we seen the Electofauna blow go in, and then Nico get that double kill off of that massive damage output and also claim a turtle. I think that was really the first power spike that led to that catastrophe in game number 1. So in game number 2, I mean, I would say still apply that pressure. I think Lil Gun had the right idea. I just think they had a really bad turtle play, and then it just kind of spiraled out of control. So maybe focusing a little bit and playing a little bit more safer on the neutral objectives and being a little bit more patient. And if there's a Benedetta, definitely don't group up and let 3 members get hit with the Electofauna blow. You have to watch out for that as well. I don't think they banned the Paquito, though. I mean, they are going to have a different order in the draft now. So maybe they'll be able to pull out something that we haven't seen yet. We've got to see a couple of new heroes slide out. That was the first Benedetta that we got to see so far from the side of Burmese Schools in the Game of Futures 2024. And we're just getting started. So I hope that we can see it go to a game 3. I don't like seeing 2-0 sweeps, but nonetheless, that was a really good game.
Yeah, for Burmese Schools and Lil Gun here, I think what Lil Gun actually lacked in the turtle fight was, if you think about it, the lineup of Burmese Schools was more on like, okay, they had a roamer who was more of a healer type, right? Providing the mobility. So they needed someone to set up, and the one that could actually set up was Dilar. And that was kind of like the thing that you kind of anticipate in these turtle fights, right? There was a lot of setups from the side of Lil Gun. You got the I Am Offended, you got the Black Dragon 4, and then you got the Valentina too to make the setup place. But Lil Gun was not able to do that. By the time like Burmese Schools got in the first turtle, they just didn't know what to do next, right? Did they have to clear the lane? Did they have to like go in for these team fights? Because there was just so much going on, right? The mobility itself for Burmese Schools in game number 1 was such a game changer. So now we're gonna be heading over to the second game of the day. It's already a 1-0 for the side of Burmese Schools in their favor. And let's see, they're on the blue side this time for Burmese Schools, so they can actually pick up some of these heroes that are a huge priority for a lot of the teams. The Ruby, not unless it's gonna be Lil Gun banning it out.
Yeah, they're definitely going to possibly ban it out. I mean, there's still a lot of meta on the table, though. Interesting enough, Guinevere is still available. Can definitely be picked up. We mentioned the Aurora being a secret weapon now with that Frigid Glacier stepping up into the zone and freezing everybody. And then that Pride of Ice for that passive, literally like a built-in Winter Truncheon. Maybe we see that walk. The Mathilda has been banned out, though. We did mention the Mathilda is the highest banned hero so far in Game of Futures 2024. We might not even ever get to see it in this entire tournament, the way it's looking. The Ruby is still on the table, though. Could definitely be a strong pickup for the side of Burmese Schools. Now, looks like they are going to ban the Joy. That was banned last game as well. So it's kind of a little bit more standard on what we're seeing from the last match, which means that we might see a little bit more of a similar composition from both sides as we are jumping into this match. I do think the Ruby would be an excellent pickup, though. Like we said, it could be flexed into the XP lane. It could be put in the roam position, and it still performs the same. Great sustainability and some amazing CC.
Yeah, the Guinevere too that you pointed out, right? That was banned away earlier in game number 1. The CC that I'd say it's really annoying to deal with in the lane. It's very tanky. It dishes a great amount of damage, and the fact that it can actually tank up to all these to all the damages that it can receive. It's actually one of the bans here that Lil Gun put in. They didn't ban away the Nolan, so I think they're just considering at this point that Saksa will just go in for either a Martis, one of his comfort picks rather, or maybe even go for like a Barrett's. That was there right on cue. Barrett's that he picked up in the first game. A little bit early, I would say here, but Lil Gun can actually counter it out, right? The Ruby is up for the taking here for Lil Gun.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about the Barats this early, but I guess they can still lock in a support.
Very early.
Yeah, very early, but they can still get the Rafaela. It is on the table. Lil Gun can't counter it, though. Like you mentioned, they can get a lot of burst damage. I mean, the Lilia is on the table. Carry is an excellent pickup. It's still there. The Ruby looks like they're going to go in for that. They don't want to let them lock in a Ruby and the Barats combination. And hey, I can't really knock them for that. Now, I think the Ruby's excellent pickup. Where do they go from here? There goes the Guinevere we were looking for. So now we have some great CC and some setup potential from Team Lil Gun, and a little bit of engage and disengage, especially from the Guinevere, being able to use that spatial migration to get in. And when things look a little tricky, hey, you can just spatial migration right back out. And the Violet Requiem for some great sets. Now, you know who else is... Oh, actually, no, Arlott is gone. I was going to say Arlott would have been great with their composition, but since he is off the table, it may be a little harder. There goes the Rafaela, though, similar to the last game. It will be picked up from Burmese Schools again, and it looks like they're just going to repeat their same strategy.
Yeah, the mobility that the Rafaela provides, this was a thing even way back. It's almost a similar lineup that we're seeing here for Burmese Schools, right? They know that they're going to pick up the Ruby here. They're willing to let that slide, and they kind of have the answers here to it. Again, it is not yet confirmed, okay? Earlier, it was the Paquito being rocked by Nico, but we might actually see Burmese Schools pick something surprising to the end, right? That little guy was like, okay, we thought the Paquito was going to go to XP, but nope. It's a prank. It's not going to go to the XP lane. It's actually going to be rocked there by Nico, not the Lar. But I think that's what makes it interesting here is that the Paquito is so flexible, right? It can be used by both sides, has a great amount of burst damage. And speaking of the burst damage, right, you kind of need someone to keep all of these heroes alive in those team fights that Burmese Schools has been starting off in game number 1 with the Faramis here, which is kind of a great answer to the Paquito's burst, and even maybe the Daytona's welcome here coming out from the Barretts. But you know, this might be a mid lane, so I'm not so sure again how this will burst down like the Barretts when it comes to like the team fights.
Now, do we see a Valentina here? I mean, it could use the Nether Realm from the Faramis against it, and then I would kind of technically give them double support. And then you also can use the ultimate from the Ruby, the I'm Offended, for some additional CC. You can grab the Violet Requiem if you really want to. I think this would be a more optimal Valentina game. The Lilia is also a good answer to the Faramis, especially being able to burst it down with the power of Glooms. Now, it's looking like a little bit of marksman prio for the side of Team Lil Gun and Burmese Schools on the bans. They are going to take out 2 of the most picked marksmen that we've been seeing so far in the meta. The Claude stacked up alongside the Carry. Last game, we got to see the Brody and the Harith, which are still 2 options on the table, and we may actually see that again. The Harith is still on the table. I wonder if Burmese Schools will take it. I mean, this is the exact same draft that they had in game number 1, and I don't know. Does Team Lil Gun have a game plan for Nico? Because you know where that Paquito's going.
Yeah, the Paquito, and even someone to burst down that barrier. It's like you need that marksman to take it down, right? At this point, the Faramis is kind of like, the magic damage for the team, and at the same time, the sustainability, but you need someone to take it out. And there you go. Speaking of taking out, that was definitely a problem for Lil Gun in game number 1. The Benedetta of Dilar was just way too good. It was all around the map. It was just creating space for Burmese Schools. It can split push, and it gets really annoying. So this means that they're really kind of gearing up for the fact that, okay, this Paquito might be a flex pick coming out from Burmese Schools.
So then where does Dilar go from here? Do we see him pick up like a Yu Zong? It definitely could be a possible answer. You know, there's still some things on the table that he can do. Now, Lil Gun is going to go in for the final bans. Everything is off the table now. and we only have 2 picks left from both sides. Looking at Burmese Schools, they're already running that Ube strat again. They still need a marksman. Do we see them pick up the Harith? I mean, it kind of worked out last game. Do we see them take the Brody away from Team Lil Gun, which is what they picked to kind of go up against the Harith? And we seen Bebex actually draw the kill up against Stitch on the 1v1 when it came down to it in the early phase. I mean, that's really some of the only options on the table. I mean, you still got a Bruno. It can definitely be picked up. Something that we haven't seen from these two teams, but we've seen with other teams competing, is the Natan. But there goes the Bruno right there. Is going to have some great burst damage, especially up against the Barats. So it looks like that is going to be their marksman. He has to play a little closer than a lot of marksmen, though, so he's going to need to be careful, especially if DR is in the same area as him, because the way he was hitting with those gloves, I don't know if Bruno can take those hits.
Yeah, especially he has to watch out for that, right? Either Nico or Dilar. This Paquito can definitely take down this this Bruno, especially in the early game, right? And we see that happen for Burmese Schools. They were so proactive in the early game. Now, for the final 2 picks here, it can kind of confirm that where this Paquito is going to go. Is it going to be, once again, an uncontemporary draft for the side of Burmese Schools or not? They need someone that has magic damage, because so far it's only the Rafaela. I like this Nathan coming out from the side of Burmese Schools. I do see this coming out from the different teams, but this is going to be the first time that I'm actually seeing it here in Games of the Future. And Burmese Schools going to be lacking it in with that Lapu Lapu. They need someone to set up apart from Nico here. I mean, at some point, right, there was also like a Lapu Lapu mid lane, if you can kind of think about it. But now they have to think about it, like who's going to go to the XP lane here. They pick up the Nolan here for the final pick of Little Gun. I'm thinking this is still a Guinevere on the I'm with the Lapu Lapu on the XP lane, right? Like maybe the Ruby goes to the XP and then the Guinevere goes to the roam position.
Yeah, that would be my guess with it as well. There's a lot of engage and disengage from both sides, some great frontline presence, and also some sustainability. Like I said, the Faramis is on the table, the Ruby's on the table for the side of Lil Gun, so they can definitely keep themselves alive for the long run. Is that the answer, though? I mean, we are looking at the Paquito picked up again. Is it going to go over to Nico? Will it be swapped over to Dilar? Time will tell. But they do have strong frontline presence on the side of Burmese Schools, right? The Lapu Lapu can engage. He's really an opener for a lot of these fights. You can use that Bravest Fighter, a little bit of that invulnerability to the CC, and the Raging Slash to deal some massive damage, as we are now jumping into the virtual arena for game number 2 in this amazing series elimination match. Team Lil Gun going up against Burmese Schools. Burmese Schools currently sitting at match point, trying to risk it all and get this victory with a clean sweep to move on forward into the playoffs, where we see Team Lil Gun even out the series.
Yeah, looking at Burmese Schools, again, they have this tanky front line, these fighters that can really clear out the lane so fast, and they see it like Nico clearing out the wave a little bit ahead against Forbid. And now you see kind of Burmese Schools rotating all around the map, giving the vision here to their side, making sure that they get all of these creeps here. Even before their jungler can take it in. And this Nolan, right, is that kind of hero that can snowball very early once you give it that space. But looking at Burmese Schools, they're just, poking up against Lil Gun here and making sure that these heroes just go back to their base before the first major objective, which is the turtle. I do like the fact that they put in this Ruby on the XP lane, that they can definitely keep up with the Lars Lapu Lapu.
You know, in game 1, we saw Team Lil Gun kind of run in and gun it and get 2 early kills before the first turtle. It looks like it's not going to be the same story this time around. They're not going to be running that Dairoth in the jungle anymore, but that Nolan. So the rotations will be slightly different. Now, Burmese Schools had a really good turtle rotation, and that's how they kind of came online in the game and took control. Team Lil Gun definitely needs to have a strong presence on these neutral objectives to be able to maintain a lead and even out this series. Burmese Schools is going to be focusing on trying to pressure them in the early phase. They know if we can get a slight advantage up against Team Lil Gun, they have a hard time finding a way to come back from it.
Yeah, no one has picked up the first blood yet. It's already 2 minutes in. A lot of these pressures have been centered towards this XP lane. The Lar making sure that he clears out the lane here before Aizen. But here comes Saksa, though, with the Detona's welcome.
Will connect, possibly get a kill. D-Lar shuts down Aizen with the alley-oop from Saksa on the bot side. And now we'll go to the turtle. Ethan already pulling the aggro with the Guinevere.
Yeah, I love the combination that Dilar and Saxa is doing here, right? The connection that they have, making sure that Saxa goes in at the right time. Dilar was just baiting everyone from Little Gun to come in and getting Saxa to get in that nice Detona's welcome and pick up the first blood. So this was the same thing as game number 1. If you keep on giving Saxa all these kills, he's just gonna get farmed up. But, you know, I did mention a little bit of the early game here coming out from Little Gun. It's gonna come in the form here of this Nolan that is pressuring out the gold lane here of Burmese Schools, which is pretty much what they did too in game number 1. So it's kind of like an even trade. They trade off that gold lane for that turtle, which is still pretty much still worth it right now, since the gold lane is the one that kind of carries the game in the mid to late game.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. Taking down Stitch is key. At least they got to trade from it, right? And not letting them get something one-sided. But they got to make sure they can get Stitch on point. Zara will get another, though. It's going to find Nico. Detna's welcomes from Saxa for the stun on the wall. Zara able to get out. But Ethan taking a little bit of blows. Nobody will fall in this engagement. But Lil Gun now having the lead 2-1 on the scoreboard.
Well, usually I see the Nathan using in like the Inspire there to be able to get that attack speed up, right? But as of the moment, you can see for 2,456. Actually, Stitch still has a little bit more gold up against Bebex. All care of the pokes coming out from him. Once he gets that entropy up, once he gets those items up, he actually get a very early Feather of Heaven there. So this is actually kind of good up against the Bruno, who's kind of building up to be tanky. But here over at the jungle side, Saxa though, nice tug in there by Sora.
Another room going out for the sustainability. Ethan getting the kill. Spatial migration onto Dilar. Saxa trying to get out of there. Nobody to help him. Nico joining the party. Hit with the chain. CC and Aizen won't find Saxa. Nico very low. Spatial migration in for the double. And Aizen, a 2-for-none trade on the over-aggressive play from Burmese Ghouls on the purple buff.
This is exactly what they need to do, right? Keep on pressuring Burmese Schools, keep on pressuring Saxa, right? To give the space for Zora, who's already standing at the 2-0-1, and there we have it. The Little Guns, let's see if they can go for the punish here.
Dilar trying to get a slam dunk on Zara, not able to hit it with the Brave Spider Rating Slash, and now a stun onto Ethan. Detna's welcome. Nico, heavy left punch will find him. We're talking about Nico's Paquito. Did just find his first kill of the game, but he's found 2 deaths so far. Not as hot as he was in the last game.
Yeah, this was all care of the Eden setups here. Getting in that spatial migration and that Violet Requiem onto him, right? He does not have the Purify, though. So that's something that he has to watch out for. Nico actually chose the Flicker, right? To get in that extra mobility and that extra play if you want to get in that knock-up punch and that Flicker play coming out. Nico, once again, trying to set up the play here. But he does not have the full charge just yet, so... Yep, he's going for Bebex instead. There you have it, 2 punches to seal the deal there. I think, you know, if he went for Zora there, it would have been a different story. The Nolan is so much more mobile, right? So he chose the right target, took out the gold hitter, which is pretty much good enough. 1 HP here for the turtle. Let's see if Saxa will be able to take it.
Yeah, 25% HP, anybody's turtle. Saxa will claim it for the Burmese Ghouls. Possible turnaround. Stitch is going to claim a turret on the top side, uncontested. But speaking of contesting, heavy presence from the Burmese Ghoul. Now going to shift focus over to the purple buff. A little bit of invasion onto Team Lil Gun. Looks like they won't be able to get it some good spacing over there from Zora. Still sitting 3-0-1, having a really good game. Team Lil Gun looking like they're taking control of the early phase.
Yeah, the 6 kills though, but they need to convert to either like more tower takes here, space all across the maps, and maybe even take in like the turtles that Burmese Schools has been taken so far in this current game. 6 minutes in, Laster's gonna be spawning in, but look at Nico's damage though, like forcing Ethan to back away, and this is something that Lil Gun kind of has to face check their bush first before, you know, Nico decides to make in this play. I actually want to see the items that he has picked up. He has also been clearing up the waves over at the top side, making sure that Burmese School still has that space. Gold lead, no one is leading just yet, all because of the fact that Lil Gun has been taking the kills, and Burmese Schools has kind of been equalizing that by taking in the turtles.
Yeah, right now it's still pretty much an even game. I mean, both sides were able to take a turret. Only a 400 gold lead for the side of Lil Gun, even though they're up by 3 kills. I mean, when we're comparing Zara over to Saxa, he is up in levels only by 1 though. So I would still say this is a very close game. But the later this goes, the beefier Barats will get. He does have Blink to be able to keep him alive. But Bebex, if he can get those core items, he may have the damage necessary to shut down Saxa. as long as his team has the anti-heal to be able to stop Blink from keeping him alive.
The thing here is that when you see the lineup here of Burmese schools, and if you don't know these players, like you wouldn't know, like you at this point you might actually think Nico's an XP later, right? With the way he's clearing out the waves there on the top side. A lot of these wave management, like Burmese schools, is just so good with their wave management. You can see that not only do they keep their lanes in check, but they're always in the prime position to take in the turtle. But here though, see, that's a problem for Dilar. He gets taken down here, but all the ultimates have already been invested. Here comes Saksa though. Trying to get in the kill. There comes the call out.
Blink is going to take down Forbit. Stitch finds Ethan. That is going to be a 1-for-2 trade. Nico takes down Aizen. Members are falling left and right, but Team Lil Gun still ahead on the scoreboard. Zara will find Nico. Is able to take him out. He's very low, though. He did take a couple of hits before taking him down. But you are looking at Burmese schools focusing on this Lord Forbit, trying to contest Bebix in position. Zora may be able to rush in with the Retribution, getting
Saksa
very
slow
low,
though.
Stitch dealing some damage. Yeah, you are seeing the entropy go out. Fracture in play. Saksa will get the Lord for the side of Burmese schools. D-Lar with the shutdown, though, is going to find Zara. And that is going to be still 7-9. Burmese schools claims the Lord.
Oh, Dilar leading the charge. You see the way he was able to zone out Sora there and making sure that he was the one taken down, but this is going to be a problem. Look at the damage coming out from Ethan, though.
I would say, I mean, that Lord is going to be huge for the Burmese schools, right? Everybody spawned in. This may open up the opportunity for them to clear some of these tier 1 turrets, either in the mid or the bot side. And if they can take the mid one, they'll be able to kind of invade onto the orange and the purple buff and keep Lil Gun at bay inside of their jungle. But Lil Gun, they're not going to give it up without a fight.
Definitely not, right? This is one way to get in all the lanes, and Burmese schools did the same thing. Whoa, Nico there. And just getting that kind of revenge play up against Zora, who took him down. Actually shut him down right before the lore was up. So it's kind of like a burst damage from both sides coming out. Here's the thing, low kill score for both sides, but it is all purely about the objective takes here for the side of Burmese schools and even Lil Gun here. But they can take in at least the second tier towers here for the side of Burmese schools. And if they don't manage to get in a nice setup here from Aizen, or maybe even get in that nice setup here from Ethan, it's going to be really hard here for Lil Gun to actually bounce back. They need that shutdown. They need to take down the gold laners or those heavy hitters from the team. And that's one way to go. Take down Nico, who has been such a problem too here for Lil Gun.
Yeah, Nico, a little bit of an overextension. I'm not really sure what his game plan was over there rushing into the inhibitor. I mean, I know he has some heavy gloves, but they're not heavy enough to take down 4 members of Team Lil Gun running against him. Now, with that over-aggressive play, I mean, they're slowly trying to equalize this economy. Team Lil Gun now on the back end. They were leading for a little bit. Burmese schools able to turn the lead with that Lord, able to take a lot of turrets, which means they are going to be leading now by 2,000 gold. But you are still seeing Team Lil Gun take it to the mid-river, not afraid to take the fight into that mid lane up against Burmese schools. That just shows you their confidence, right? They're ready to continue playing it out, but they have to be careful, because if Burmese schools can get them out of position and take them down here, it'll increase that lead even more, and that snowball may turn into an avalanche, as you are seeing Saksa already starting to pull the aggro and invade onto that purple buff.
Yeah, he's the one definitely leading the charge here. He's the tankiest, but here he's going to be sustaining all of the damage that coming in from the side of Burmese schools. A lot of ultimates being invested. Look at Dilar coming in with the play, getting in that double. And Forbid as well forced to back away. The play from Dilar, getting in that ultimate, landing it onto Thu, make that 3 members down. They can take down the inhibitors here before the Lord.
Yeah, and they have the numbers, right? Full 5-man team against Forbid and Zara. They know they have a chance to possibly open up the base for Team Lil Gun. Minions are in play, rushing down the mid lane. Forbid trying to stop them. Zora by his side. Members are spawning in for Team Lil Gun, though, and Burmese schools will go ahead and shift their focus back into the jungle.
Yeah, the thing about Dilar here is he understands too that apart from Saksa, he's the one who's going to be initiating here, because again they have the Rafaela here as their roamer, so it doesn't really have the setup. It provides the utility, so they need someone to set up here up against Lil Gun, who has a CC heavy kind of composition, team centric type of composition here, and no one's willing to go for the commit just yet. Everyone's grouped up here for Lil Gun, trying to wait for someone to come in, maybe Aizen to tug someone in with the I am offended, and Ethan as well to set up the plays with that spatial migration and Violet Requiem. But it is, once again, calm before the storm. Saksa trying to get those stacks up before the Lord, but it's going to spot Eisen there, though, on that lone bush. And it's going to be reset once again. This is the Luminous Lord that we're talking about here, the Enhanced Lord for both sides to take in.
Yeah, high value target, but look at Nico on the top side. You mentioned Burmese Schools being really good at rotating around and maintaining these lanes. And with him pushing that on the top side, it's going to force Team Lilgun to have to split here to defend their inhibitor. And there it goes. They are going to be forced to split off right there. Nico is way behind enemy territory, though. Looks like he's going to try and get a knockout. Wait, Bebex is over there by himself, though. He needs to be careful. You are looking at Burmese Schools already going to pull the aggro for this Lord. Nico being very patient. You know he is on demon time right now.
You know he's out for blood.
Looking for a pick-off.
He is definitely out for someone.
He's stuffing the gloves with concrete right now, and somebody may step into that bush if they're not careful.
Concrete and grass? is there even concrete there? Because it seems like it's only water. But, you know, the amount of damage that Nico is doing here at this point, like, you would kind of think that he is, you know, Dilar at this point, right? But Dilar is the one here for in Burmese Schools that needs to kind of set up the place. Nico trying to kind of go for that split push, and Lilgun also making sure that the waves are cleared out. So overall, you know, nobody's committing to the Lord just yet, right? Like, everybody wants to make sure that, you know, either somebody starts a fight here. Ethan, Eisen, Dilar here with the bravest fighter, but Saksa spies 4 of them in the bush. Dilar's gonna get chunked down. He has the immortality, though, so he can kind of go all the way in here up against Lilgun.
Yeah, and Burmese Schools doing a good job of kind of poking the bear with this Lord, waiting for Team Lilgun to try and engage. The lower it gets, the more thirsty Lilgun will go in for that retribution, and they're waiting for that utility to be baited out. Somebody is going to use that ultimate first. Then the weapon goes down from Saksa. Is going to engage, forces out the Nether Realm. Big stun though. Special migration for the knockup. Violet Requiem. Zara will claim the Lord for Team Lilgun, but they are not finished. Entropy going down. Nico finds Bebex, finds the marksman, and 2 members falling for Lilgun. Stitch finds Forbid. They are on a chase, trying to close this game out. Moving forward into playoffs. They still got the full team to go through, though, but they were able to claim the Lord. A good turnaround, but where do they go from here? Burmese Schools still looking stronger than ever. They have the full 5-man team. Bebex did fall in that engagement, but they got what they came for. With this Lord, they may be able to turn around this match.
Yeah, the thing there in the clash up against Burmese Schools, right? Ethan was able to get a nice setup onto Saksa, and then Dilar actually popped in that bravest fighters last. But what really made Lilgun survive all of that was the Netherrealm rather coming out from Forbid, but extending their time there in the team fight. So now Sora was actually able to land in that nice retribution all the way up against the side of Saksa. But look at Nico! Oh, he's definitely out for that block. He was waiting, he was kicking out in that bush for so long, but now he's gonna get punished. There's the shutdown. And I think it was overall an even trade out there. The gold laner for the mid laner here for the side of Burmese Schools. And I think Nico is just, you know, trying to get kills after kills here. And it's good that he's actually just trying to get Bebex here at this point, who is standing at the 0-4-3. Who hasn't been able to get any of the kills, has been taken out several times, all because of what Nico's doing.
Nico's a politician on a mission right now, just finding Bebex all the time. This is like the second time he's caught him by himself. I mean, if I'm Bebex, I'm yelling at the team right now. Hey, do not leave me. Where is Nico? I know he's in one of these bushes, as he's been taken down twice on the solo play. Nico always finding a way to get to the back line and take him down, and that's going to help them, especially when it comes to these 5v5 engagements, as you are seeing the siege for the purple buff. And it looks like Saksa was not able to get it.
Saksa's gonna get it.
Up. Oh, did he? I thought Zara got it.
I think it was Saksa. Oh,
no,
okay, yeah, Sora got it. Actually, yeah, he got it. Yeah, he actually clicked the retribution to take it in. Actually, both sides, I think. Oh no, Sora clicked the retribution though. Although here Zora's trying to go for the back lines. Ultimates has been invested here. Ethan gets in the nice knockup, but I think Burmese Schools might try to commit here. They're trying to get that pressure up against the side of Lilgun before this Lord is up, like forcing them to back away, making sure that their lanes are cleared up so that Lilgun can no longer move forward once it goes into that major objective, which is the Lord that will be spawning in 25 seconds, 60 minutes in the game. And you did mention that Lilgun is that kind of team that, you know, likes to go for that late game. And as for Burmese Schools, again, it is still pretty much a late game type of composition for them if you count in the Nathan here, which is really fast and shredding down those turrets, and at the same time, a very good amount of damage right now. He is leading in terms of the gold right now so far in the game. 50k for the side of Burmese Schools, but one shutdown, one takedown here for both sides will actually be crucial when it comes to the gold swing.
Yeah, we're officially in the late game. Once you pass that 50,000 threshold, everybody having those in-game items to deal that massive damage and also be able to sustain themselves. So this is going to boil down to who can execute better. So far, when it comes to execution, though, we see Burmese Schools doing a little bit better at it in this match. Team Lilgun, though, like I said, don't count them out. They're playing for the late game, and late game has arrived. As you are going to see this Lord spawn in, aggro has been pulled, and it looks like Team Lilgun will shift their focus to trying to control this Lord pit, but Saksa and Blink in a great position to contest. But on the bot side again, time and time again, Nico putting pressure on the side lanes to force the split push from Team Lilgun.
Yeah, see, at this point, Bebex is like, yeah, I'm staying with you guys. I'm not going to do that split push. I mean, there's the setups here coming out from Lilgun, right? They have the Guinevere. They got that Ruby as well to make in those game-changing plays. But the problem here is that Bebex is taken down. Their damage dealers are taken down before, even if they have a good engage, they aren't able to back it up. Now, let's see if Burmese Schools can take this second enhanced Lord of the game. Everyone's just trying to go in for the pokes right now. Immortalities have been purchased at this point, and Sox is still going to be working in on that Lord. Let's see if Aizen's going to be able to get that nice tug. Here comes the Tonas. Welcome from Saksa, though. Half HP for the Lord.
Yeah, they're fighting it out, but Nico on the bot side. Backdoor play.
Nico,
maybe
though.
on the way.
Nico.
They get back in time. Nico's going for it.
Can he make
He's
it?
risking it all. Full demon time. Stitch is going to find Aizen, though, on the Lord play. 25% HP. Bebex takes the fight to Nico, but he has assistance over here as he is going to be playing with Ethan. Bebex does take him down. He gets the sweet revenge he was looking for. Now Zara will shut down D-Lar. Battle for the Lord on the way. Fracture goes down. Immortality being proc. Zara very low. He has the retribution. He knows he cannot fall here.
Everyone's
or
low.
They will lose this game and they will be knocked out of Game of Futures 2024. Burmese Schools, they are going to go in for this Lord now with the advantage of the separation. They may be able to take it, but they don't know where they are. Maybe they think they're still in the bush. So they are going to play a little bit safer. Still anybody's match.
You know, at this point, I think that Nico has enough workout already. I mean, he has been traveling all across the map, right? Like making sure that all of these lanes are cleared out, making sure to get that split push. It actually bought a lot of time for Burmese Schools, but Saksa didn't actually go for the commit onto the Lord, knowing that he was very low at that time. He did not have those stacks, those full stack up against the Barretts. But now Lilgun gonna try and initiate for this Lord, but everybody's really low. Saksa, though, taking a part of the damage here, goes for the Tonas. Welcome.
Mortality being procced from both members, from both sides. Another round being activated. Forbid trying to keep the team alive. Nico gets one.
Nico!
Finds Zara. Big play. Takes down the jungler for Team Lilgun. No retribution, meaning Burmese Schools may be able to take this objective uncontested as Team Lilgun will disengage from the Lord pit.
You know, Nico's this kind of guy that's like, okay, I'm gonna come in, take someone down, and then for the split push. It's kind of really annoying here right now for Lilgun, not for Bebex, even for Sora here that is just having a really hard time, not knowing where Nico is. Like, 2-hit delete for this guy. He picked up a BOD, he picked up that Malefic Roar, so you can ensure to see that, you know, these squishier heroes can get taken down easily. But Burmese Schools got what they wanted. They got this Lord up. They got Saksa here. It's a complete team here for the side of Burmese Schools that's knocking in the door here of Lilgun.
You know, Bebex is grinning. Got that revenge on Nico, but now Nico looking to probably take him down again. Bebex may want to be careful.
He is.
They're going to go ahead and see this Luminous Lord make his way into the base for Team Lilgun. On their final stand, they need to be able to thin this off or they are knocked out of Game of Futures 2024. This moment you want it, but you better never let it go. You only get one shot. Don't miss this chance to blow as Burmese Schools still going to disengage. They're not going to be able to push forward with this Luminous Lord. Lilgun able to defend.
Yeah, the wave clear, though, of Lilgun is, I mean, as compared to Burmese Schools has a lot more wave clear here as compared to Lilgun, who is more on the setups. They actually didn't go for the full commit, knowing that Lilgun can actually punish them in their base. So they didn't go for it for the full commit. And 21 minutes in, we're still not done yet. Looking at the items here, I really can't tell you guys anymore, but a lot of the immortalities have been purchased. And at this point, like, no one is leading in terms of the items because everybody pretty much got what they wanted. But Burmese Schools, I think they should be able to take down this last inhibitor, maybe possibly go the safer route, take that last Lord, and maybe seal the deal here for Lil Guns. What they really need to do is take down these damage dealers, which Nico has been doing so well, right? Like, looking at him, it's a full damage item. So what Lil Gun needs to do here if they want to get Nico contained is maybe get him on the setups here for Aizen, or maybe get the setups from Ethan as well to get in that Violet Requiem and that Spatial Migration combination. But as of the moment, right, Burmese Schools is playing this nice and safe. Maybe go for the split push later on while everybody's busy trying to maybe steal the Lord. But here it is. Two things that can happen here for Burmese Schools. Split push or go for the Lord.
Well, I'll tell you what, I think Nico only knows 2 words. And you know what that is? Bay and Bex. So they might want to be careful as he rotates around this map. As you are seeing both teams ready to fight it out again, possibly in the jungle. Lord will spawn in the next 30 seconds. Battle on the way, though. Blink.
Blink.
Taken down to about 50%
Amazing.
HP. Will expand the distance away from Team Lil Gun. Definitely does not want any parts of that. I mean, we're at the 23-minute mark, right? If anybody falls, they're going to be down for like an entire minute. And that is huge for either side. And definitely going to have to kind of play closer together. But Nico, again, look at him with the split push on the bot side. He's the only player doing this in this entire map. Team Lil Gun having a hard time rotating around and denying his split push capability.
Yeah, at this point, like, I was like, okay, is it Nico or is it Stitch? Because, you know, the Nathan can actually shut down the base really fast. Like, there was a time before it was so broken. Like, I can just, you know, get that Johnson in, land it in the base, and it's over, right? But now it has been adjusted, so everybody's just gonna go for, of course, the safer route here for Burmese Schools is to take down this Lord so that they can finally take in the base here. But look at what Nico is doing here at this point. It's not even Delar. It is Nico doing the work. Even Delar is actually setting up for some sort of split push play here. A lot of the minion waves are crashing in the base here of Lil Gun, particularly the bottom side, which kind of caused like 1 or 2 players to actually go back for the base. But Sora is still here, trying to get that steal with the retribution. But here comes Ethan, though, denied of that set. But it's gonna be Stitch picking up that kill.
Yeah, Stitch is gonna pick up the Lord. He's got
Nico,
the Lord.
though?
They're gonna be able to push Nico. He's gonna take down
again.
4 bit. But now, trapped in the base, Stitch finds Aizen. Nico needs to get out of there. Spatial migration for the knockup. Zara joining the party. The 4-man team. They're gonna make it pay. He's gonna hit the winner trusty and now trying to sustain himself, buying as much time as he can. Forbid buying the immortality. Luminous Lord now making his way through the mid lane.
Yo, Nico, at this point, this guy has so many tricks up his sleeve. I thought it was just the immortality. He even bought the Winter Truncheon to buy him some time, but it's inevitable here. Numbers advantage. Actually, both sides have 4 members, but this is the Luminous Lord you're talking about. It's crashing in the base, a Lil Gun.
Lil Gun with their final stand, trying to hold out Burmese Schools, not trying to get knocked out of the game in future. Stitch finds 1, gets a double, takes down Zara. Down goes the base, Crystal, and Burmese Schools, fresh out of Myanmar, shuts down Team Lil Gun out of Mongolia, knocked out of the elimination stage for Game of Futures 2024 Group Stage A.
This is looking really great for the Burmese Schools that faced that 2-0 yesterday. It was a tough match actually for both sides yesterday, but this time Burmese Schools proved to be the much better team here in this round. Lil Gun, though, I love the fact that they've been trying to answer out to Burmese Schools all throughout the game. All throughout the series, they've been trying to answer them out. But you know what? Oh man, I gotta give it to Nico in this game though. Like, we've seen some shades of it in the first game, but here in game number 2, this guy has not only bought time, but took down Bebix and Sora several times. I'm not even surprised. At this point, I'm not so sure because, you know, we went into the late game, a lot of assists, a lot of kills for both sides. Actually, yeah, a personal MVP would have to be Nico in this game, man. The things that he has been doing for Burmese Schools proved to be very, very vital here in game number 2.
If he does not get MVP on this one, I don't know anymore. Like, what else does Nico have to do? The man buys an immortality, holds off a 4-man team, procs the Ritter Truncheon. Like, this is insane. Just how good of a player he is. We got to definitely give him credit to the split push capability. And we asked the question before game 2 started, does Lil Gun ban out the Paquito? They let it walk, and he picked it up right away. Bebex had no answer for it. The man was, like I said, he has 2 gloves. It says Bet on one and Bex on the other. The way he was finding him in those engagements, and my God.
Bebex. I think by the time it reached the late game, it was like Bebex or Zora. Yeah, it was just Bebex or Zora.
Man.
He just went in for those damage dealers, which is actually the reason why, like, Lilligan had these great setups, right? Care of Ethan, care of Aizen, even with the I am offended. But, you know, without the follow-ups of these great sets, there's really nothing much you can do. Your team can't really, you know, get in the pickoffs that you want. And it was all care of, yeah. Yep, the man, Nico. Nico with that. Nico with the punches coming through. Like, several times he took down Bebex. I think at that point, Bebex already had like 5 or 6 that they all care of Nico in this game.
Yeah, I mean, he just wasn't able to find a way to even participate in the team. He did get one play, though, where Guinevere joined him on that play inside of the base to be able to get his revenge. But then right after that, I mean, Bebex came right back. Nico came right back and was just dominating. Man, just such a great game from the Burmese schools. I know Myanmar out there just screaming right now their prospective region as they were holding those banners high, jumping into the highlight plays on what paid this amazing 2-0 sweep. Zora finding Nico. So also getting that detonus welcome for the stun. But overall, like we said, if anybody gets the MVP in this game, it has to be Nico.
Yeah, Nico, and even I think props also to Saksa and Delar here, who has been, you know, soaking up the damage, and all Nico needed to do was just go in for the knockup strike, and he's able to, you know, dish out the damage here with that insane burst that Phigytal has. But right now, what Lilgun actually did really well here in the early is, you know, Sora was actually on a rampage very early on, but, you know, see what Nico has been doing? Like, he's target, at first it was Bebex, and at that point, like, where Sora was actually needed to be shut down, he actually did the exact same thing. There was some sustain coming out here from Lilgun in the form of that Nether Realm, but, you know, right after the Nether Realm is gone, you know, Nico just does Nico things. There was the retaliation there coming out from Zora, but it was not enough. By the time it reached the late game, like, Burmese Schools was just playing on that fact that, okay, let's go for the Lord. Nico, you keep them busy by trying to go for the split force, or either try to get in a pick off onto Zora or to Bebex. A lot of great plays here actually from Burmese Schools and Lilgun. Nice setups, nice tugs. And unfortunately, the thing here is, for Burmese Schools is that they executed it really well when it came to the late game. They just went in for, you know, the turret takes, going for the objective takes, and yeah, it was so much more easier to take in those objectives like the turrets, and then eventually go for the base turret.
There's the revenge on Nico right there on the top side in the base too. That's when Bebex was able to get that kill over him. I swear we could make like a highlight montage of how many times Nico was able to find the back line for Team Lilgun, and how many times he split push and created the opportunity for the Burmese Schools, especially on these neutral objectives, forcing the team to kind of split up and try and maintain their wave management. There goes Nico again. Able to get another hit. The man was just on fire. We really got to kind of pan over and see who gets the MVP this time around. I mean, Saksa was 0-1-11 at this point in the game, 24 minutes in. Has the highest assist of the game, but Nico's 9-6-4. He is pretty high on the desk though, so I don't know if it'll go to him or not. As you are seeing the game winner right there, the Clash, to be able to claim victorious and get a 2-0 sweep, sending Team Lilgun home. As you're gonna see Myanmar push forward Burmese Schools, and there goes MVP. Wait a second, it's Stitch.
Yep, it is gonna be Stitch of Burmese Schools as the MVP. And if you actually did notice, like, the clashes, right? Like, why a lot of the players from Little Guns are actually down low, it was all because of the entropy that Stitch was actually popping in. Like, yeah, props to Nico in this entire game. I still would say that he is my personal MVP here, getting down the backlines, but it was Stitch actually the one dishing out the damage. He was just taken down in the early part of the game, care of Zora, but eventually he was able to bounce back, get in the items, and eventually he'll get in a lot of these turrets. Like, if you actually take a look at Stitch's turret takedowns here in this game, I think it should be either like more than 50% here. He is the MVP, but of course, props to the other teams who definitely enabled him, definitely gave him that space to actually have this kind of KDA, right? 6-1-6 on this, and he has the immortality, and I did mention everybody has it by the time it reaches that 20 or 25-minute mark, right? And I was right. Look at the turret damage. Way more than anyone else because he was the one pushing the lane up top that created actually a lot of the space here for Burmese schools to actually take in the objectives, the Lord, and even the Turtle. Props to Lilligan though for actually having in those setups, but unfortunately for Bebex and even Zora, the damage dealers here of Lilligan, they're not able to do so, all because of Nico's Paquito.
You know, it's interesting too because Forbid had more damage than Bebex did in that game, 30% hero damage overall. That's just because they were able to find a way to shut him down, get into the back lane every time. If it wasn't Nico taking down Bebex, it was D-Lar. But you did mention Stitch with the MVP. I mean, he did have the best KDA in the game. The man was 6-1 and 6 for a reason, and definitely some flawless execution. And now we're seeing our first team progress into the playoffs for the Game of Futures 2024. It will be the Burmese schools out of Myanmar, Mongolia. Hopefully we get to see you guys next time competing, but definitely shout out to Team Lil Gun as they put up an amazing fight in both of those matches. There's some more matches on the way, some exciting games that we are going to be catching. Actually, that game was way more entertaining than I thought it would have been. Way more entertaining than I thought it would have been. I don't even think
you didn't ask
the
for
next
a
one.
VO3 though.
Yeah,
you didn't ask for a VO3 though. You wanted to see 3 games, but what you got? Yeah, I think what you got was like action-packed. 2 games straight, action-packed Paquito plays coming out from Nico. Like, honestly, that was super entertaining. I wasn't expecting it to actually stretch out to the 25-minute mark. I actually thought Burmese schools would have at least closed it out by the first Lord, but instead, you know, they were a little bit more careful, right? Like, this is a do-or-die match, which is really understandable why every single play should be thought of really well. Like, the decision-making of Burmese schools has to be on point here, and they definitely did it right. Little Gun, though, they had a good run. They've shown a lot of promise, too. They've been quite updated with the meta, but unfortunately they have to go. Burmese schools will be fighting the victors actually, or the losers of the next match, which is going to be RRQ Hoshi or Deuce Vault. I think this is going to be really exciting as well. 2 of these top teams that you've seen in the M5, so I think this is going to be a very interesting BO3 that we're going to be seeing too.
Yeah, honestly, this is probably going to be the most intense match out of all the group stages, in my personal opinion, with RQ Hoshi and Deuce Fultz. I mean, both of them really great teams. Now, RQ Hoshi, like we said, a couple of little new additions to the team. Back to RQ Hoshi for the name as well. And out of Indonesia, they've been performing really well. Their rotations were great yesterday when they were competing up against Lil Gun. They were able to kind of outperform and rotate, and it led to a flawless victory, really. They're a very strong team, looking super promising so far. Irad, man, on the Lancelot was even better than, I would say, Nico on that Paquito, the way he was puncturing around and dancing on the floor in the Land of Dawn. But when it comes to Deuce Fultz, I mean, you've got Kid Bomba. The man was a monster in the XP lane. Sawo just rotating around, creating the opportunity. Sunset Lover actually has...
Sunset Lover.
He's tied for the most MVPs so far in Game of Futures 2024. And it's definitely been a threat that they are going to have to watch out for. So I think both sides have some secret weapons. But we're going to get to see Russia go up against Indonesia. Indonesia, which is considered one of the top regions inside of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Russia climbing up that ladder. I mean, you've seen them inside of M5. You've seen Deuce Fultz. They placed 4th place. They lost to the Philippines. Blacklist took them down. But now they have another chance to rise up to the occasion. And I mean, 4th place is great, especially out for Russia. That's a huge statement. It kind of reminds me of our NA scene back when we had BTK and M3, and they went super high up there, and everybody was kind of paying attention to put North America on the map. And that's what I kind of get when I look at Deuce Fultz, that same type of feeling. And that's why I honestly think this may be one of the best matches, if not the best match that we'll be seeing in the group stage before we go to the playoffs.
Yeah, actually, I want to point out too that both Deus Vault and RQ don't have a loss just yet, right? Like, this is going to be their first loss. Either Deus Vault or RQ Hoshi is going to face their first loss here for Games of the Future. And of course, you know, they still have to fight their way through. One of them is actually going to be going up against the Burmese schools. That is the team moving forward here in Group A. So it's going to be really exciting too to see who comes forward. Everybody just you know, has these new players coming into, like Burmese schools has the and Saksa. And then talk about RRQ, you're going to be seeing Irad, right? Who was a monster yesterday in yesterday's games, picking up those assassins that we haven't seen for the longest time. Like, we've been playing around with a lot of these you know, Barretts, a lot of these fighter types of junglers, but Irad is just like, you know, fighter jugglers, we're still gonna go with one of my top picks. One of the picks that he was actually known for the first time he debuted in MPL Philippines. It was the Lancelot. So we might expect to see some respect bands coming through here for both RQ and Deus Vault here in the second match.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, he's one of the few heroes or junglers that I've seen run an assassin so far in the Game of Futures 2024. He did run the Lancelot, had a great game. And then before that, he ran the Fredrin and went a little bit for more tank fighter composition. With the side of Deuce Volts, though, I mean, the junglers that they were kind of slotting in up against Burmese Ghouls when they did face was the Guinevere. Actually, both times it was Guinevere. So I'm wondering if the side of RQ Hoshi is going to ban that out and see what other tricks they have up their sleeves. Maybe it's a comfort pick that Deuce Volts likes to go for. As we've been seeing a lot of teams kind of prioritize, even when the Guinevere is available as a possible first pickup, a lot of teams are going in for that Ruby that we've been seeing. So we'll have to see how this kind of plays into it. I am expecting a really good game. I'm hoping this one does go to a best of three all the way to a game three, though, just with the level of competition that these teams are providing. I mean, both of them, like you mentioned, are fresh off of a sweep and undefeated so far, but one of these teams is officially going to take their first loss as we move on forward. But both of them are going to be moving to the playoffs regardless. So definitely congratulations there. But whoever wins this match coming up will move on to stage 2, which is the quarterfinals of Game of Futures 2024, whereas the other one is going to start in stage 1, which will give them a harder time climbing up that bracket because it's single elimination. If you lose, you're out.
Yeah, it's a very crucial BO3s for a lot of these teams, right? And in BO3s, I think there's just a lot of things that you have to take into consideration, right? Like if the team wins the first game, the momentum is there, right? And then when you head over to the second game, if the other team manages to at least snag a game, right, that could at least take away the momentum of that winning team. But here in Games of the Future, you got a really big prize pool. You got all these stellar teams. Everybody just wants to climb up the ladder. And, you definitely don't want to make a mistake. And all of these teams just right now, they're just really showing all that they got here in Games of the Future. And everybody is just kind of adjusting to the new meta, right? Like a lot of the rubies here, I wasn't expected to see that actually. If you asked me this question back last year, I wouldn't say the same thing, right? The ruby there was a time it actually disappeared from the XP lane after the buffs became like a roamer, right? Like setting up the place with the I Am Offended, and eventually it went back to the XP lane. Overall, it's such a great pick right now. We haven't seen the traditional mid laner here for the side of Burmese Schools. Twice Nico picked up that Paquito. So I was like, wait, where are the Nanas? Where are the Vexanas? Where are the Auroras here? But yeah, you know what? It was a good type of different play coming out from the Burmese Schools that they definitely needed here in this do or die match. But speaking of the picks here, Steph, what else do you want to see here in Games of the Future? I mean, we've seen a Vexana, we've seen an Aurora that we haven't seen in professional play for such a long time.
Oh, a pick that I would like to see that we haven't seen yet. I always like watching Fanny games. I don't know, something about it. Yeah, I was going to say maybe a Fanny game right? would be fun seeing a team pull that out. But I don't know if they will, though, just the way the meta's kind of shifting. We did see some in North America, though, as we are having our qualifiers currently going on for MSC in Gaming Gladiators, which is formerly known as TOB. They're the team that represented us internationally, competing last year in M5 and all the other international tournaments that NA had a seat in. They pulled out the Fanny, but not too many other teams did. I don't know if we'll kind of see it in this current meta, though, especially on the international level with an $1 million prize on the line. A lot of teams aren't going to really take that high of a gamble unless they're really confident in it. But speaking of confidence, as we are looking at the Phigytal MOBA MLBB bracket, you are looking at group stage round 1 and 2. The results are there. RQ Hoshi taking down Team Lil Gun. Round 2, RQ Hoshi is going to be going up against Deuce Volt. The winner of this will move on to stage 2. The loser will be dropped down to stage 1. We got to see in round 1, Burmese Schools up against Deuce Volt 2-0 lead. Deuce Volt is able to get that clean sweep. So both teams, RQ Hoshi and Deuce Volt, are undefeated. And then round 2, which we just seen, Team Lil Gun up against Burmese Schools, the battle of Nico versus Bebex. Burmese Schools able to get the 2-0 sweep, and that is going to cover completely on group stage A. But we do have a couple of other groups that were on the scene as well. Next match is going to be RQ Hoshi up against Deuce Volt. This is going to be a best of 3. I can't wait to see where this goes. But guys, there is another stream going on too as well. Group B is currently ongoing at the same time. And just to update everybody on the stats of that, Homeboys took down S2G out from Turkey. They have been eliminated as well. So we have our first 2 teams knocked out of Game of Futures 2024. Team Lil Guns out of Mongolia, and then S2G from Turkey.
Yeah, I love how you have the constant updates, even though we're here in Stream A. We got the update from
Oh,
Stream
yeah, I'm
B.
always
Yeah, we
checking.
do have 2 streams here. It is live at the same time. So if you guys want to check out some of your favorite teams that are playing over on the other side, you guys can choose to go in that stream. But if, of course, for this stream, we're going to be seeing RQ Hoshi and Deus Volt here playing for a best out of 3 once again in one of the matches that is highly anticipated here for today, apart from the matches that we're going to be seeing later on. But there's a lot to talk about here for RQ, right? They're playing with a new roster, the first time we're going to be seeing it, and they did so well. 2-0s in yesterday's matches, and they're looking to continue that. Yesterday, same case here for Deus Volt. I think for both sides, right, they're working with some new players here. For RQ, it is going to be Irad and Brusco here in their lineup. And for Deus Volt, they got in someone new. So it used to be Carvey on the gold lane. They do have someone new here. Let's see how this... I think this is kind of like a test, too, on how well their chemistry will work, knowing that this is kind of one of the big tournaments that you would see actually before the major tournaments that will be happening in their respective regions.
Yeah, and speaking of RQ Hoshi, I mean, the last time we got to see them compete was in MPLI 2023 in November, losing to See You Soon, but they claimed a victory over Team Flash. And then right before that, they did have a decent series inside of MPL Indonesia. They lost to Bigatron on their last game from that, but we didn't get to see them on the world stage for M5. So now getting to see them back in action and looking stronger than ever with their new roster. You've got Banana, Skylar, Octa, Irad, and Brusco leading the way for Indonesia, trying to represent and hold that banner.
A little trivia too about Irad and Brusco. And Brusco was one of the players that I really followed from the amateur scene all the way up to the point that he reached MPL. So it's a great story overall. Both Brusco and Irad definitely have a lot to prove. But we have to talk a little bit about the most picked and the most bans here today. We got the Beatrix most banned, one of the comfort picks here coming out from Skylar, from RQ Hoshi. Then you got the most banned, of course, still the Guinevere and the Matilda. That is not going to be going away of the ban list. Matilda provides so much utility, so much mobility as well to the team, which is kind of understandable why it is standing on top right now next to the Ruby. Most banned by the opponent is going to be the Nolan. We know how Irad is actually so good with these burst assassin type of heroes that can really, really make it so hard for the opponent when it comes to the early game.
Yeah, now looking at Deus Volt all the way out from Russia, the heavy hitters that placed 4th inside of M5. Definitely some crowd favorites here. Sawo, Sunset Lover, Magister, Kid Bomba, and Hiko. And like we said, Sunset Lover currently tied for the most MVP so far from day 1 of the Game of Futures 2024. Now, we looked at a little bit of the bans, right, from the side of RQ Hoshi on what they kind of go in for. That Guinevere definitely being slotted out. But Team Logun, they haven't actually played a Guinevere. The junglers that we've been seeing them run was the Barats and the Martis. So I wonder if we're going to see a little bit of a change in the strategy from the side of RQ Hoshi when they do face up against them. You do see Sunset Lover, like we said, he's been more of a dominant presence on this team, able to pretty much open up the game from afar, especially when he was running on that Vexana, dealing some massive damage, but not afraid to take it up close and personal on game 2 when he was running that Lilia. But now looking at their most picks, most bans, and also most banned by the opponent, a possible strategy may be on the way, and we wonder if it'll shift as we jump into the game against RQ Hoshi.
Well, definitely the Matilda and Guinevere will stay on the ban list here for both sides because it's the most picked here for Deus Volt. It is the most banned at the same time for RQ Hoshi. Most banned by the opponent is actually surprisingly a Diggy, which is, for some people, it's like, okay, yeah, understandable why the Diggy is banned. But, you know, Sawo, back in the M5 World Championship, just did so well with the Diggy. Honestly, like, I think a lot of these center tanks will really get annoyed with the Diggy, right? Like, only counter out to those nice sets is going to be that Diggy. The Novaria 2 is going to be the second one in the hands of Sunset Lover that we did mention, one of the stellar players here in Deus Volt that can really provide so much vision here for the entire team. And he has done so well, and you did mention it, is the one running for the most MVPs currently in Games of the Future.
Yeah, he's definitely a wizard in the mid lane, and they're going to have to watch out for him. He has a very high hero pool, but I'm also going to be keeping my eye on the XP laner, Kid Bomba, who's been kind of a rising star in the MLBB scene with performance in M5 and also overall so far within the Game of Futures 2024. As we are going to be seeing these teams getting ready to jump in the land of Dawn. Let us know where you guys think this is going to go, because honestly, I'm thinking through it and I'm not really sure, because I would typically lean toward Indonesia just because they're a stronger region. But when I see Deuce Volts and what they did in M5, it kind of makes me unsure. And it makes you think they may be possibly able to do it. We didn't see them lose to an Indonesian team inside of M5. We saw them lose to the Philippines with Blacklist. So this time around, they get a shot to go up head to head with Indonesia.
Yeah. The thing here is, I have a prediction here for RQ Hoshi and Days Volt. It's definitely a 2-1, but I'm not going to say who's getting that 2-1. It's definitely a 2-1. It's looking to be like a 2-1, right? Like these two teams have competed. RQ Hoshi, you've seen their record. Deus Bolt as well, on how they played in M5. Definitely, I think this BO3 will end up in a 2-1. Not unless, the momentum is tremendous in that first game. And we did kind of talk a little bit about that earlier on, right? Whoever gets that momentum the first game, it will definitely, the amount of pressure it has to be able to play in the match point for either RQ or Deus Vault later on.
Funny enough too, we actually have a caster. I casted with War Barbie in day one on these matches, and he's a former player for Deuce Volts. Funny enough, he was the sixth man on their roster back in the day. So it's kind of cool to be able to see them in the competitive scene again, and also have a caster on the desk representing out from their respective region. If you are looking, like we said, at the schedule so far and some of the results that happened in today's matches and also yesterday, a lot of amazing gameplay. But we also got to take a look on the bottom side. We didn't really get to go over that Group B and Group D.
Yeah, Group B and D, we got of course, Group D has a Burnix Flash there. You got actually, it's a pretty stacked group if you think about it, right? Burnix Flash, Onyx, Team Flash, and KBG that you guys have last seen in the M5 wildcard. Little trivia about that team too is that they're actually playing with two players remaining from their M5 wildcard lineup, and then they got in somebody, some new players coming in, right? Because they announced some players actually will not be moving forward with the team. So let's see if they will actually come back in. And this is developing region too, like KBG for China, right? And I think there's so much potential there. A lot of people have anticipated their arrival here in the scene, but let's see how this will pan out. All of these teams that are playing here in Games of the Future are stacked.
And as we are looking at the schedule, definitely going to be an interesting match ahead of us between RQ Hoshi and also Team Lil Gun. Now, the bottom brackets looking promising. Onyx, I can't wait to see what they do. They did get the 2-0 sweep up against Team Flash. We know how strong of a team they are out there from Indonesia. And then they have RQ Hoshi behind them. Two amazing teams to kind of represent. Now, I will say, Homeboys versus AP Bryn. Homeboys getting taken down. They also got taken down by North America. TOB was able to kind of shut them down inside of M5 as well. And then AP Bryn, the champions from M5, slowly making the way to the top, representing out there for the Philippines. You got Homeboys up against S2G, 2-0 sweep right before they got taken down. So this is going to be fun to watch, right? I mean, the closer and closer we get to the grand finals, I wonder what it's going to be. Normally, we see it being the Philippines kind of leading the way, but they're starting to show a lot more promise in some of the prospective regions.
Yeah, I love how the MOBA scene here for MLBB gets so much more interesting every single season. And what Games of the Future is actually providing everyone is kind of like a glimpse at what we'll see in either your region. It's NACT, for me it's MPL Philippines, and for the rest of the world, right? They have these major tournaments before they head over into the next major tournament, which will actually be coming right up mid-season, right? Like we have the MSC coming right up too. So this is kind of like a warm-up from all these teams, right? We haven't seen the meta just yet. A lot of these people are getting the ideas too right now on what actually works in the professional scene.
Yeah, and speaking of the professional scene, guys, let's just kind of paint the picture of everything that's on the line today, right? This is Game of Futures 2024, currently sitting inside of the group stage. Day 2 as you are looking at that schedule, tomorrow will be the quarterfinals where all these teams, or not, stage one, and then the quarterfinals right after that, where all these teams are getting closer and closer to the grand finals for that $1 million cash prize. We get to see 16 teams so far competing it out from all of your favorite regions across the world on this stage today for the biggest prize pool that we've ever had in MLBB history. Like we said, it's just a pleasure being able to cast these games and be a part of this amazing scene alongside a caster who I've never got to cast with, which is amazing, Burger Kim. Nice to be able to meet you and also cast alongside you. We definitely have had some interesting games together. I don't think me and you will ever forget that last match that we just watched. So,
well, the last series actually, in particular, actually, I wasn't expecting to be casting like in Games of the Future too, but when it was announced, I was so stoked, right? Like I was like, wow, these are like top teams. RQ, you got all of these like champions coming in, so it's really exciting. And everyone didn't have any of that MLBB action. I mean, we did have those the usual pocket community tournaments that are happening, but major tournaments like this is gonna be the first time we're seeing everybody up. And I love how we both have kind of like the idea coming in from your side. You got the NACT meta, and for me, I have that MPL Philippines meta that I can actually put out here for everyone to kind of digest in. But looking at the schedule here once again, we just witnessed Little Gun and Burmese Schools. Burmese Schools will be moving forward in a 2-0. We're still waiting here for the match of Deus Volt and RQ Hoshi here. That will be the final match of the day for the Group A. So we'll actually find out the overall picture later on. You guys have to watch out for Nightmare as well, and Fireflux, RCC, and Blacklist International for the final match of the night. I actually am happy that I kind of casted almost all of the regions already as of the moment, right? Like I casted in Mekong, I've seen Nightmare, I've casted a couple of Blacklist International show matches, and Deus Volt and RQ Hoshi. This is gonna be a first time milestone actually for me. I'm not so sure about you, Steph. Is this also a milestone for you?
oh yeah, it definitely is being able to kind of cast a lot of these international teams. Like I said, usually I'm more kind of locked into my perspective region for North America. I do get to cast with a couple of international casters though, which is fun. I mean, one of our NACTs, the spring season, we flew Naisu out actually to be able to cast in person with us on the desk, which was super fun. But like you said, this match is on the way. It is going to be RQ, Hoshi, and Deuce Volt. All these teams are currently getting ready, getting set up and everything. And while they're getting set up, now's a good time to kind of talk about currently some of the things to expect, at least with the draft, right? If we do an overall pool for the statistics of the Game of Future so far, most pick hero is going to be Ruby, sitting at 14. This is similar. Now, I'm going to kind of compare this to North America and what I usually see. The Ruby is always picked up. We're currently sitting in our qualifiers for NACT. We're within a battle of top 16 right now, trying to get to the top 8. And usually most teams will prioritize this. Right behind that will be the carry alongside the actual. The only difference here is the Claude is very low on the board for me. I feel like the carry and the Claude are almost hand in hand, at least in my perspective region when it comes to things. But I mean, about in the Philippines, I would assume that it's probably the same kind of thing. But as we do have Kim is still with us. The camera's just having other plans. I think Nico came around and knocked it out for a split second. But as we are looking at the current meta, like we said, the Claude, the carry, just some staple marksmen that definitely have a huge impact. The Natan, we got to see that kind of jump into the last match. I really wanted to see that kind of play into the Game of Futures like I do in the NA scene. And hey, we were able to see some great gameplay with it from Stitch. And now we are into the draft, the match we have all been waiting for. My personal opinion is I think this is going to be the best game inside of the group stage from A, B, C to D between RQ Hoshi and Deuce Volts, a team representing the banners for Indonesia with a little bit of additions to their roster, going up against the 4th place contender in M5, straight from Russia, Deuce Volt. You are going to go ahead and see some of the bans on the way. Octa is going to go ahead and lock in that Faramis for some sustainability. It's actually a Faramis and a Mathilda, which is a double support meta. You don't have to worry about the Barats falling because he has not only the guiding wind to keep him alive, but also the Nether Realm. On the opposite side of the table, though, it looks like they traded for a Guinevere and a Claude. Both of them, like we said, some of them, when we popped up the most picked heroes, they were in there as some of the strongest picks. So I wonder if that's going to affect RQ Hoshi synergy. Was it worth trading the Faramis? The Valentina is still on the table. I mean, it could be a viable option if they do want to have some heals, especially up against that Faramis. But no, they're going to go in for the Navaria. I mean, that's something that we've been seeing time and time again. I'm starting to feel like the Valentina response to the Faramis is only an NA thing because I have not yet seen it inside of the international scene. So I will say the Navaria is good. I mean, it can fight from afar. The Astro Echo will provide massive CC slow to the enemy team and has a pretty big blanket in terms of AoE effect. The Claude is a great answer to the Faramis. I mean, when that Netherrealm does go down, the Claude can pretty much undo it with the AoE damage that he can affect with the Blazing Duet. Mathilda, I'm surprised this one walked. We said it's the most banned hero so far in Game of Futures, but it looks like it was able to kind of walk through this one, and I'm honestly a little shocked about that. What is it? A make or break with letting that slide through? Time will tell. A couple of bans on the way, though. The Bruno is going to be banned out. That is one of the marksmen being limited. Looks like that was one of their possible worries going up against that Claude. Now, RQ Hoshi, they've had such a great run so far inside of the group stage. They were able to take down Team Low Gun. When it came to marksmen, though, they actually had the Claude in game 1, and then they had the Beatrix for game 2. They didn't really pull out a Bruno, and so I'm wondering if that's do they go for the Beatrix again? Do they go for the Brody? I mean, there's great dive. There's some really good dive on the side of Deuce Volts, especially with the spatial migration from the Guinevere, the Blazing Duet, and the Battle Mirrors from the Claude. That's engage and disengage, and also provides a lot of survivability for them on the team. Arlott has not been banned out. If Deuce Volts picks up the Arlott, that is going to synergize so good with the Navaria and the Guinevere. And honestly, I don't know if RQ Hoshi notices this, but if that walks, I can pretty much guarantee you Deuce Volts should pick that up because the Demon Gaze is gonna proc almost instantaneously when the Astral Echo goes down from Sunset Lover on the Navaria, and also Magister when he rushes in with the Violet Requiem.
Yeah, wow, what a draft from RQ Hoshi and Deus Volt. Well thought of here for both sides, and I think looking at the draft here of Deus Volt, they got a good setup here. I'm anticipating this might be either a Sawo pick or maybe even goes to Kid Bomba here, who really loves to make the plays in the XP. But looking at RQ Hoshi, this is kind of like the same lineup that we've seen in the game earlier up against Burmese schools, right? Where we've seen the Barretts, and now this time it's going to be paired with the classic Matilda. I love this. So much mobility, and they also got that sustain coming out from that Netherrealm from the Faramis. So I think this kind of goes to show that RQ Hoshi is pretty much willing to go for the team fights that Deus Volt actually wants to happen.
Yeah, I'm still expecting the Arlott to walk, though. I mean, this is a great time. Deus Volts has first pick now. They have Prio, and the Arlott would be an excellent pickup for the XP lane, but they're going to go in for the Ruby instead. I mean, okay, I get it. Ruby's the most picked hero so far for Game of Futures 2024, but the Arlott would have been such a great answer with that Demon Gaze that it could have provided, but at least they have a little bit more sustainability. So they have a lot of CC now on the side of Deuce Volts from the Navaria, from the Guinevere, and also from the Ruby. RQ Hoshi, yes, they have the Faramis, but I mean, Faramis requires a couple of things to be able to provide the most optimal setups for the team. You got to stay close to him for that Netherrealm to keep you alive. And Deuce Volts has a big CC pool, and they want that to happen. So RQ Hoshi is definitely going to have to play a little bit safer on these 5v5 engagements.
Yeah, they got that Faramis too, like all of the answers towards the Faramis. You got the Ruby to tug it in. You got the Guinevere to set up the plays. Now they still need someone to go in the jungler, someone for Magister to pick up. There's still the Martis here, like kind of like an anti-CC for their side. Great early game. The Nola's already out. I was actually thinking about Deus Volt actually picking that up, but this actually leaves in like only a few options here. And there you have it, right on cue. Just I mentioned that the Martis is going to be an anti-CC. A great early game from Deus Volt. They pick it up here. This is looking really scary for both sides. It seems like it's going to be team fight heavy type of composition for both RQ and Deus Volt.
I will say, though, Banana picked up that Benedetta again. We saw that in game 1 up against Team Low Gun, and that really made the difference between him and Skylar being able to pressure the side lanes and win on the 1v1s. I mean, you see Banana oftentimes rotating around and being able to clear that side lane and get to the mid lane with ease and out rotating their opponent. And then the same thing, Skylar just easily able to gap his enemy marksman. So it is going to be a challenge over there for the side of Deuce Volts, but I do like their draft. I'm actually maybe favoring their draft a little bit more than RQ Hoshi. I think both of them are pretty strong. I just like when it comes to how synergized the side of Deuce Volts is looking, there's going to be a lot of CC, but there's a lot of sustainability to work into the favor of RQ Hoshi as we are now getting ready to jump into the most anticipated match of the Game of Futures 2024 group stage. RRQ out from Indonesia going up against Deuce Volts from Russia. Who will be able to claim this series?
Yeah, Brusco going out to give the vision here for RRQ Hoshi, knowing that Magister actually started off with that red buff. Maybe possibly just trying to be a menace here, or a nuisance rather, in the jungler here up against Deuce Volts. Even Octa is here rotating towards them, but Kid Bomba though on the top side, a solo kill being picked up there by the Benedetta, by Banana here of RRQ Hoshi. But Brusco right now getting dealt with here by Sawo, being punished there for overextending.
A quick response, 1-1 on the board, but man, not too often do you see a Ruby fall this early in the game. It's one of the most sustainable heroes, especially on a 1v1. I mean, a Ruby can 1v3 when teams try and dive her, just with the amount of CC she has available. Kid Bomba just kind of being a little too overly aggressive. Gotta put some respect on Banana with that Benedetta. I mean, he's a Benedetta main so far, at least for the Game of Futures, with how well he's been executing. But I will say, Kid Bomba, another up-and-coming prospect in the XP lane, can definitely give him a little bit of a challenge. But you are going to see the other death on the other side of the table. That is going to be Sawo, who did pick up the assist. The kill went to Magister. That is the jungle for the side of Deuce Volts. Just going to put him a little bit ahead of Irad in terms of these rotations and farm.
Oh, looking at the emblems here too for both sides. RQ Hoshi, a lot of those quantum charges coming out from Banana and Brusco, just to have that extra mobility for their team. And RRQ right now, lots of pressure on the XP lanes. A thing that we've seen in other teams too. Pressure out the XP lanes so that they can have this really good position when it comes to these turtle fights. And we all know that the turtle fights, it's a tug of war between the two teams. Sawo does not have that ultimate just yet. Turtles at half HP, and it's actually going to be a reset here by both sides. 1-1 in the 2-minute mark. No one's still in the lead right now, but everyone is looking to take it in for themselves by at least taking in the first objective here, which is going to be the turtle.
You know, and I kind of said I was favoring Deuce Volts' draft, but honestly, I'm liking both sides. This may be the best drafting I've seen so far in Game of Futures 2024. Both of them have great synergy. You have the Mathilda to use the Guiding Wind to be able to keep Barats alive and get him to safety when needed. There goes that Circling Eagle over there, wrapping around from Brusco. You're going to see Banana taking some damage, use the Elective on a blow. Irad will be able to claim the turtle from inside RQ Hoshi, and now a possible punish play. Magister very low, special migration in. Sawo takes down Banana. Octa finds Magister. Both sides still even on the scoreboard, 2-2, but RQ Hoshi takes the first neutral objective.
Yeah, definitely a better trade there. Let's take a look at the replay. What actually went down was Banana goes in for the Electro final blow, and then you got in that nether realm from Octa to save the day. It was a 1-for-1 trade. Banana was punished, but in for the price of Magister, definitely worth it here for RQ Hoshi.
Yeah, definitely worth it indeed, but it's still pretty even in terms of the economy. You're looking at RQ Hoshi leading by about 700 gold. Keep in mind, this is one of the top regions in MLBB, Indonesia. Deuce Volts definitely having a lot to prove here on how far they have came as a region from Russia, right? They placed 4th place inside of M5, taken down by Blacklist from the Philippines, but now gonna go ahead and show Indonesia what they're about. RQ Hoshi looking stronger than ever though. With that first neutral objective, we'll go ahead and give them a massive XP boost and a good start for the early phase. Looking at the side laner, Skylar is going to be running this Nathan, going up against Hiko on this Claude. Both of them late game damage dealers, but definitely can hit very hard if both teams can scale. So I would say needing to kind of put some pressure in the gold lane would be a really good start for either side if they want to try and take advantage, at least for the early game, and have mid control.
Yeah, there's a lot of potential here too for split pushes coming out from RRQ. They got the Benedetta. They also got in that Nathan. But there you go, Irad getting in Sunset Lover there. Nice setup there by Brusco to enable that play coming out from RRQ Hoshi. This is big, especially before the turtle fight. You don't have the vision coming out from the Navaria, and this is something that they definitely need right now, because you see the zoning that Banana has been doing, and at the same time the Netherrealm to keep everyone healthy when it comes to these team fights. Magister are going to be starting it up. Let's take a look at the items here. So far, we actually see the Claude here. Hiko actually picking up the corrosion side, and for Nathan, it's a very early pickup on the penetration boost. So he actually wants to go in for that magic burst damage. And then to add it all up, I think he's building up that Holy Crystal for his next item.
Ooh, Special Migration with the knockup. Astro Echo going down from Sunset Lever, forcing out the Netherrealm. Everybody's still intact, though. Turtle does get reset. Both teams still fighting it out. Detna's welcome connected. Irad for the stun on the wall. Kid Bomba trapped.
Gets petrified.
Like a Banana, but Kid Bomba able to get out in time. Big play. Huge evasive maneuver. And Kid Bomba able to sustain himself. Both teams still fight it out. Turtle at about 50% HP. You know, it's funny enough, when you see Mathilda grabbing up Irad, I don't call it a drive-by. It's a flyby with how they can get the setup. With Banana, we'll find Magister over there, gets one, and another Turtle going to RRQ Hoshi, and now leading by 2 kills. Irad, though, out of position, may need to get back. Brusco, Octa trying to get him to safety. Guiding Wind, able to slide out of there. The stun, though, Octa going in, trying to deal some damage. We'll be able to escape. A good save for RRQ Hoshi.
Yeah, gets that Guiding Wind out, and this is exactly why the Matilda is the most picked, most banned currently in Gates of the Future. Even though with the adjustments that were made to it, it still provides that kit that the team needs, but especially since the team fights right now, it's so much more evident than the previous patch. You got all these heavy CC, the Rubies, the Minotaurs that seem to be the prio pick here of a lot of the teams, and with the Matilda, it just provides so much shield. You see how much Irad was taking in earlier, and with that Guiding Wind, just like that, he was able to escape that clash. You see how fast the turrets are being pushed here over at the top side and the bottom side. The same case that happened also for Burmese Mules. The space that is being given here right now. Look at all the creeps. It's being taken away here by RRQ Hoshi up against Magister that has been picked off twice already in this game.
Yeah, RRQ Hoshi just way quicker to these objectives, putting Deuce Volts in an awkward position. Hiko very low. Skylar rushing in, able to deal the final blow, and gets back out to safety with the power of Entropy. 5-2 on the scoreboard, and now up by 4,000 gold. You did see Irad pick up the blade armor too, already prepping for Hiko as he gets a couple more of those core items, such as that golden staff to deal those basic attacks. But Magister rushing in is going to use the mortar coils. Brusco very low. Violet Requiem for the double setup. Magister hits the decimation, takes down Octa.
Rat's still alive.
Linebacker now may be able to go in, but Rat's very low. We'll go back to Skylar, finds Sunset Lever from afar. 6-3, RRQ Hoshi leading the early game.
Let's take a look at that replay. Nice circling eagle there for from the side of RRQ Hoshi. They got that nice setup from Sawo though, and that tug in from Kid Bomba. It was only Octa that paid the price there, and that's what we really get when you have that Netherrealm up, right? Like, you're able to sustain anyone, you're able to do all these aggressive dives that RRQ Hoshi has been doing even under the turret here of Deus Volt. Here comes the vision coming out from the side of Deus Volt. I think it is going to go to the side of RRQ Hoshi here, but here comes the Circle Eagle once again from Brusco.
Connecting a full bullseye on the Magister. Able to get away though. 1 HP escape. Netherrealm proc. Octa getting away. Good saves from Brusco so far with the guiding win on this Mathilda. I guess we're seeing why it's the most banned hero of Game of Futures 2024. I mean, just look how well he's executing on keeping his team alive. Not only providing the escapes, but providing the shields when necessary to negate the damage.
Wow, look at the gold here of Banana, 6,370. A whole lot more than what Kid Bomba has, who's standing at the 4,399. I mean, even the Matilda here has so much more gold. And look at this, ongoing fights all across the board. Sawo unable to get that setup, but Irad's taking up a lot of the damage this time, not able to get out the Blazing Duet to clear out the waves. And that is going to be Irad for the price of taking in the turrets here. It is still going to be Deus Volt finding something out of that one.
It's funny you were talking about Banana's gold. He even had more gold than Hiko, and he's in the gold lane. That just shows you how well Banana is performing today, as you are going to go ahead and see the Lord take the tier 2 turret on the bot side. The map opening up for the side of RQ Hoshi, claiming majority of the real estate for Deuce Volt so far, having a hard time responding, and now down by 5,000 gold. Highest kills on the game is a tie between Skylar and Banana. A battle from the side laners, who we mentioned having such a strong game, especially when they went up against Team Lilgun. They had a hard time just beating them on the one-on-one matchups in the side lanes, and this is where RRQ Hoshi thrives. You're able to see Skylar often be able to beat his opponent in that lane, and the same thing with Banana running the Benedetta, able to out-rotate. But speaking of rotation, Sawo checks the push. Fish migration in for the setup, and now the Netherrealm response from RQ Hoshi, full sending it. Kid Bomba very low, gets away, but Banana electro final blows to safety, and neither side will find any casualties.
Oh no, but Irad right in the middle of everything. Sawo does not have that setup just yet. Irad can pretty much tank up any of the damage being tossed out here by Deus Volt. 10 minutes in, RRQ Hoshi with a 32k lead. And of course, the real estate that is really pricey these days, and something that RRQ Hoshi definitely has in this game. Not only that, they can also get all of the resources around the map. Deus Volt not able to take anything in as of the moment. And 30 seconds in, we're going to be seeing the first Lord of Gain spawn in the Land of Dawn. As for Deus Volt, they really need to have these nice setups coming out from Kid Bomba or Sawo here, and so far they've been getting it. But what's really hard is Octa's been popping in that Netherrealm, which is kind of like everybody's health is all the way back up to full, so pretty much nullifies what the setups are doing. But what they really need right now is going to be the Blazing Duet coming out from Hiko. I saw that he actually picked up the Demon Hunter sword already, maybe going in for the Golden Staff for his next item, so he should be able to dish a great amount of damage once it at least reaches the 15 mark of the game. But RRQ Hoshi is not letting up. They're going to be taking in this Lord without any contest at all from Deus Volt.
And Deus Volt needs to watch out for Skylar. He's already 2,000 gold ahead of Hiko. I mean, you see how fast he shredded down that Lord, and that's just kind of a little bit of a preview on what he's going to be able to do if it comes to these 5v5 engagements if Deus Volt is not careful. Now, they need to find a way to turn this around, right? It's not too far out of the ballpark yet for them to have a chance to turn this game in their favor, but they may have to start playing for the late game. I mean, you're seeing this Lord crash in. They're down to their inhibitors already at the 12-minute mark, and RQ Hoshi going in for blood. Tetsusawa has to use his special vibration to get out, but Skylar will find Kid Bomba on the top side. I'd like to find a blow. There's the petrify for the stun. Jorgensen's Blazing Duet forced out Skylar. We'll find the inhibitor opening up the base for Deuce Volt. Now the counterplay. Magister very low. Netherrealm going down. Skylar with the mega kill finds Magister. 2 members down for Deuce Volt, and the base has been cracked open. RQ Hoshi completely dominating this last 12 minutes.
Oh, it's only Sunset Lover, Sawo, and Hiko left to defend. Can they make it? There's a lot of minions coming in here, crashing in the base of Deus Volt. They still got that Blazing Duet, though. Can they defend this one? 12 minutes in. RRQ Hoshi just taking it in. Kid Bomba with a nice tug, but there comes the clapback here from RRQ Hoshi. Banana! Wow, 2 for the price of none. RRQ Hoshi. Everyone's still alive right now.
Yeah, the Astro Echo does connect, providing a lot of slow on RQ Hoshi, but they're still taking the fight to their home turf. They're not pulling no punches today, as they're going to try and go in for some more. Looks like they want that last inhibitor turret. It may fall. Deuce Volt's trying to contest, giving it their all, but RRQ Hoshi holding that Indonesian flag high, letting them know, Viva RRQ. Deuce Volt's definitely need to find a way to turn this around.
11.3k for Skylar here, and Hiko standing at 9,000. Yes, he does have the core items here of the Claude, but the timing here of the Netherrealm too is something that they have to watch out for, not to mention the free hits here of Skylar, who hasn't been shut down just yet. 401 rather on the Nathan. 45 seconds in. One more Lord here could actually be it here for the side of Deus Volt. They got the Nathan here. They got the Barretts to tank everything up, not to mention the shields that Brusco have been providing. Irad has already picked up that immortality, so kind of gearing up for that final fight here up against Deus Volt.
The seal play has been called out, though. Special migration for the knock-up. Death is welcome going down. Sawo taking some heavy hits, is going to be able to get out to safety. making the most out of the Guinevere with engage and disengage from that spatial migration. But now look at RQ Hoshi already on to the next objective. They've been doing this entire game. That hive mentality, everybody moving as a unit. Gonna go in for this Lord, and Deuce Volt's not in a position to contest, but they may try to, as look at Kid Bomba thirsty for a set. He needs to open this up for Deuce Volts if they have a chance. He has the I'm offended ready, but can he get it? He's gonna use it. He finds Brusco, but is that the target he really wants? Brusco able to get away. That is
Banana
the
from the
Matilda,
back,
not
though.
the target you want. Banana, wrap it around the backside. Electrify a blow. Goes down the blazing duet from Hiko, connected to the members of RQ Hoshi, but not dealing massive damage. Major utility off the board for both sides, but RQ Hoshi gaining control
no,
of
Skylar,
the
no.
Lord pit. Now they're going down. Skylar will find Sawo. They're going in for the kill. They don't need the Lord. They want to finish it.
Banana's
They are
picking
on
up
the
the wins.
chase. Banana with the split push capability, showcasing his mastery on this Benedetta, forcing Deuce Volts back into the base, and they will claim this Lord uncontested.
You see how RQ Hoshi was just baiting out all of those ultimates, baiting those purifies from the side of Deus Vult, so they don't have anything once they head into the Lord fight. It was a free Lord for RQ. Banana even cleared out that wave on the mid side just to make sure that the minion waves will go to the side of Deus Vult, pressuring them to go back to their base. 15 minutes in, 50,000 for the side of RRQ Hoshi. It's almost an 11k lead for the Kingdom, and they're looking to take in this first game up against Deus Vult. Here comes the Lord. 50-minute marks, the enhanced Lord for the side of RRQ Hoshi. The only thing here for Deus Vult to do is to have that setup, but right now the mobility, the shields that is being provided here by Brusco is not something that they can easily deal with. Here comes the setup from the side of Sawo, but Brusco comes in with a clapback.
Yeah, Astro Echo will connect too as well. Forcing out the Nether Realm. Octa gets killed. Skylar finds Cywolf. You're going to go ahead and see the Blazing Duet go down. Lord almost bursts it out of the game, but makes his way to the base. Crystal, 50%. Octa gets a double. Takes out Kid Bomba. 10%. Skylar finds Hiko, and down goes the base. Viva RRQ takes game one up against Deuce Volt in group stage winners match. My goodness, what a show.
I mean, this is what we expected, right? A matchup just like this. RRQ Hoshi and Deus Vult. RRQ Hoshi just stopped the tracks here at Deus Vult. Like, they got that Matilda, which is actually one of the top picks right now. And you can understand why these teams have been banning it away. You see the shields that were provided. And not to mention, RRQ Hoshi had that Nether Realm from that Faramis. So every single fight here from RRQ Hoshi, they are sure that they can come out alive. Deus Vult had some nice tugs there from Kid Bomba, some setups here from Sawo. There was the Purify, there's the Nether Realm. So there was just so many things that Deus Vult had to consider once they go for the setup plays.
My ground was shaking beneath me. I feel like there's an earthquake going on in Indonesia with how well RQ Hoshi was performing right there. Just some flawless execution, right? If we just start from the very beginning, they were laser focused on every single objective. They took every turtle, every Lord, rotated around the map. Both side laners, Skylar and Banana, their capability on what they provide in the side lanes just as a solo individual is scaling over majority of the teams that they have faced so far in Game of Futures 2024. Deuce Vult needs to find a way to win in the side lanes first if they want to turn this around. We saw Kid Bomba. He lost in the 1v1 matchup up against Banana in like the first minute and 20 seconds. And not just on any hero. This was on a Ruby. That's the most sustainable hero in the XP lane. You definitely have to play it a little bit better if you're going to have a chance to turn this around and even out the series.
Yeah, the thing about that XP lane matchup earlier, yeah, both were really good picks coming out from both RRQ and Deus Vult, right? Like, the thing that Banana actually did there in that early game, he didn't have that Electro Final Blow, and even Kid Bomba does not have the ultimate just yet, but he had that Petrify, right? The pressure on the XP lane is so heavy right now, which is kind of why you see a lot of these players have actually been prioritizing the XP lane pickups. You see sometimes the CC being picked up first, the Ruby, right? Like, being picked up first, and even the Paquito as well, which sometimes is a priority pick for some of the teams, but it goes to show how heavy the impact of the XP laner is right now in the current meta.
Yeah, and we didn't really get to see Kid Bomba really open up these engagements, especially with the Ruby. You have the I'm Offended. your team's kind of waiting for you to get that initial setup so they can punish. But oftentimes he wasn't grabbing the right targets, right? We've seen him grab the Mathilda out of everybody. And I mean, that's the last person you want to grab. It's just going to guiding win right out of there, or use the circling eagle to safety. And then you don't have the setup potential that Deuce Volt is looking for to be able to fight on these neutral objectives. And honestly, just some great execution from the side of RQ Hoshi for game number 1, as we are going to do a blast from the past, a little bit of showcasing on that flawless execution. Irad able to get that turtle, and then the aggressive play, the full send into the tier 2 turret for the top state. Spatial migration from Sawa takes down Banana, but Octo will find Magister, a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, the thing here too about the Deus Volt and RQ Hoshi's team fights here is not only do they have shields, not only do they have the Nether Realm, but Sawo really had a hard time setting up the plays here, right? Like, it was only possibly up to Kid Bomba to make in the place, because look at the spells here for RQ Hoshi. That's 3 purifies from their side. So you can imagine the frustration too of Sawo. Like, he gets a nice 3-man knockup, but you know, having the purify in, there's really nothing much you can do unless you catch them in a position where they don't have it, right? And even up to this point, like, you know, all of those ultimates being tossed, you're still able to escape, all because of the Nether Realm, all because of that guiding wind from the Matilda. And we did mention it was going to be an all-out brawl here for both sides, right? Looking at their team composition, this was just screaming team fights after team fights, and RRQ Hoshi definitely did that so well. I have to commend Banana here on the early game. He gave so much space here for Skylar to be able to scale up on his lane. And by the time like Skylar was activated, Deus Volt really didn't have the answers to that. A lot of the zoning has happened here in the Lord Pit. You see how Banana was actually zoning in the back lines for Irad to actually take in the major objective, which is the Lord. A lot of ultimates too have been invested, but at the same time, the vision here of Deus Volt was not enough. The sustainability was way too heavy here for them to take. And even with the really good setups, without the follow-up, there was absolutely nothing that they could do. And we did mention a lot about Skylar. Actually, this is twice that we've seen the Nathan on the MVP. Earlier, we've seen it too on the Burmese schools in the hands of Stitch. This time it's going to be Skylar rocking it in. 865 gold and no shutdowns just yet from Deus Volt here in this entire game.
The man is a problem, and not too many marksmen have been able to go head-to-head with him. He's been able to kind of gap every marksman he has faced so far. But if the side of RQ Hoshi, if their team was a book, the glue holding the pages together would definitely be Octa, right? He was running on that Faramis, and it wasn't giving a lot of credit to him keeping the team alive. He was doing a lot of good things with the Nether Realm, waiting till a couple of the members would get low, and then putting them pretty much back to full HP. And then also giving credit to the rotations with running that Mathilda to also keep them alive when things got a little tricky. There was a lot of guiding win plays and overall some flawless execution over there from Brusco. I think the double support meta stacked up with the Barats is very hard to deal with, and it looks like Deuce Volts just did not have an answer. Jumping into the next game, I mean, I think me and you both can agree that we may see that Mathilda banned out.
Yeah, I mean, the first pick for RQ Hoshi, definitely they will take in the Matilda, and then you pair it up with a Barret. It's definitely a combo that is super sustainable, to the point that even with the Blazing Duet here of Hiko, there's really nothing that Deus Volt can do in all of those clashes. And not to mention, by the time Skylar was activated, it was really something that they had to think of, right? Skylar had that Purify, Sawo couldn't take him down. Hiko also had to take into consideration that Banana was actually trying to take him down too in the back lines, and Sunset Lover too. Even with the vision that he was providing, RRQ Hoshi just stands on top when it comes to those team fights, and it was all because of the double support meta that still worked out really well. And at this point, the Faramis also built it to be like a magic damage Faramis, right? Getting that cult altar up. And to think about it, if I'm the one playing the Faramis, right, like clicking that ultimate is gonna be so vital. Like you have to know when to click it, you have to know when to time it too, and that's actually what RRQ Hoshi did so well here in this match. The timing of the ultimates and the team fights executed so well all throughout this game.
Yeah, and you know, when it came to the draft, you know, Kid Bomba picked up the Ruby. I really wanted to see the R-Lot walk into that, right? I mean, there was so much CC that he could have profited on, especially with the Guinevere and Sunset Lever on that Devaria. That's just like a well-synergized combo. The Ruby's great too. I do think it can kind of, the Ruby's one of those heroes that can fit in pretty much any draft. But I just feel like the R-Lot could have kind of profited a little bit more. We didn't really get to see them explode too much in the side lanes, and they lost all of the objectives in the early phase. RQ Hoshi, eyes on the prize, laser focused, able to kind of have that beehive mentality, right? They're all moving as a unit. One sound beat, able to take every single objective at a moment's notice. And I think if Deuce Volts wants a way to turn this around, they have to first start off by being patient inside of the side lanes. You cannot overextend. You know Skylar is going to beat you in that gold lane. It's just been proven with how well he's been performing in Game of Futures 2024. So instead of trying to test out how good Skylar is, or how good Banana is, just play safe and wait for your team to either rotate to the side lanes or to win the neutral objectives. I think that's where you can beat them. If you try and take the 1v1 matchups, it's just been proven RQ Hoshi can just do it a little bit better.
Yeah, the thing too about the lineup here of RQ Hoshi was team fight eccentric. I mean, you have to be grouped up, right? Because you got the Matilda, you got the Faramis. There's really nothing to worry about. Even if you do those turret types that we've seen several times in that game. I mean, I would have been scared to take those turret types, but you know, with the Matilda, with the Faramis, there's really nothing much to fear. And RQ understood that every single team fight, they commit to it and they execute it really well. And for Deus Volt, they tried to get in those setups, but again, the Purifies are such a nuisance. Not only the Purify, the Nether Realm, and the shields being provided by the Guiding Wind, it's way too much to handle there for all the team fights that Deus Volt wanted to happen.
And keep in mind, guys, the winner of this series is going to move on to stage 2 of the playoffs. Nobody's getting knocked out here. This is just a battle of placement in the playoffs. Whoever loses this series will go to stage 1, and you'll be seeing them compete first, which means they have an easier chance of being knocked out because they're not as high on the bracket as whoever wins this winner's match. So far, RQ Hoshi does have the slightest advantage. They are up 1-0. This is match point. They have a chance to get a sweep over Deuce Volts, but this is Deuce Volts we're talking about, right? They placed 4th inside of M5 for a reason, taking on a lot of heavy contenders and taking the world by a storm. We just got to find a way for them to get alive in the early game. Like I said, I don't like seeing one-sided stories. I want to see this go to a game 3. I'd love to see matches that kind of keep you at the edge of your seat. And I think they are a team that can potentially do this.
Yeah, for RQ Hoshi, Deus Volt, we are expecting a 2-1 coming out from this BO3, right? And Deus Volt was considered one of the dark horses back in M5. So I think coming in here, it is going to be really interesting too to see how Deus Volt will kind of take this back to the driver's seat, back to their team. And for RQ Hoshi, right, if they want to take this entire thing, let's see what kind of adjustments that Deus Volt will make ultimately in the next game. And as for RQ Hoshi, I think they're that kind of team that just kind of adjusts to what the other team will bring out here. And it's gonna be crucial too, who's gonna be on the blue side and who's gonna be on the red side.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be crucial. I want to see which way it goes. Like I said, this match, I anticipated it being the best one out of the entire group stage. But honestly, I mean, I really enjoyed the last one with Nico and Bebex just as much. But I want to see Deuce Volts turn this around. I want to see them be able to have a way to get back into this series because they are a heavy contender and one of the underdogs that I would consider. RQ Hoshi, I guess you could say the same thing because they did not compete in the M series, but they are from one of the best prospective regions in Indonesia. So we are going to be going to a brief intermission video real quick before we pan into the next round. So guys, don't go anywhere. Grab some popcorn and enjoy. See you guys in a little bit, but make sure you guys check out the next match.
What is the scent? Do you feel it? What does it smell? This is the smell of the fear, the scent of the battle. I am really scary, but this is the scent of the win too. You know why? You know why? Because today is the group stage, and let's go find out how it's going on.
Еще!
With who you gonna play today?
With Devil.
Are they strong?
Yeah, strong. They are strong.
Are you scared of them?
No.
You scary?
Why? We will try our best to beat them.
Хорошие оппоненты.
Хороший оппонент.
Да, кто лучше задрафтит, тот выиграет.
Там 40 секунд, это уже не задемон.
Are you nervous? No. Are you scary? No. Nobody?
But cold, yes.
Cold, yes. Can I show? Can I show? Look at this. Oh. Is she a hero from the MLBB? No.
My girlfriend.
Your girlfriend? Oh.
Первым лордом забирать сразу Т3 это очень сильно.
He's focused on the game.
No, this is just custom.
He don't listen to me. Она для чего?
Для подготовки руки.
И это помогает тебе в игре?
Ну, не знаю.
Ну, может, как психологически, да, разгружает?
Да.
Посмотрите, как у него кресло опущено. Это для того, чтобы резко лечь, быстренько поспать и снова в игру.
П разворачивает Икс, свою ульту должна всех добивать.
How your day is going on?
We're just watching some games. This is the group that we're playing in. So I think we're getting some ideas from how they're playing. And then, we'll be playing against Homeboys later on in a few minutes, actually. So I think we're pretty much set.
Валентину добить, Валентину забрать, есть такая возможность.
Какую бы суперсилу хотел бы из игры?
Давай я гляну героев.
Так, я вижу Пикачу.
I just want Link Super Bowl. Link.
Link Super Bowl.
Yeah. Then I want to jump every wall.
Jump everywhere. So you can hide and seek some girls.
Of course.
Thing like Paquito.
Paquito.
He can punch everyone.
Everyone.
Yeah.
So you wanna punch everyone?
Yeah.
Oh my god, I'm scared of you.
Я бы хотел телепортацию.
Телепортацию?
Да.
Probably teleporting because I really miss my girlfriend.
Тоже телепортация.
Может быть, летать? Ты бы ограбил банк?
Нет, зачем мне эти банки? Я бы не летал на этих самолетах по 2 часов.
Нет,
телепортация
сильнее.
You're telling me that you are missing your girlfriend because we are filming? Because she can see.
I actually do. But if I find this video anywhere, I'll probably send her.
А вот это вообще не кстати потеря. А зачем? А как? Почему?
Ну что ж, дорогие друзья, мы с вами все наблюдали за групповыми этапами. Было вайбово, было тепло, было очень круто. Ну, а результаты вы сами все можете увидеть на своих экранах.
And we are back. Welcome back to Group A Round 2 after that amazing intermission video. Now, let's just kind of talk about what we've seen so far. We're currently on the winner's match for Group Stage A. We got to see RQ Hoshi go up against Deuce Volts for round 1. And man, was it a show. RQ Hoshi completely dominated, more of a one-sided match, able to take control in the side lanes. Banana and Skylar paving the way for Indonesia so far.
Yeah. RQ Hoshi right now, they're looking to take in the game number 2 because they're already on a match point up against Deus Vault. But the thing here is Deus Vault's going to have that first pick. Matilda might actually... right on cue. Matilda will be bad out. Here's the thing about the players. Like, before I even say it, they actually do it. It seems to be a thing. Even with my cast with Private yesterday, we were just talking about the Nana, and then it pops into the drama. Deus Vault, this is understandable. This is one of their top band heroes too. And I think you wouldn't want to give that advantage to Irad that can really rock those early game heroes, those burst types, those glass cannon types of heroes. So Nolan is not really seen so much currently in the meta, but it's still, I would say, a choice that you can pick up if you want to go for that early game snowball. RQ Hoshi definitely has that potential. Right now, we're looking at the bans on a Guinevere, or perhaps maybe even someone wants to take out the Ruby, but it is the most pick, right? So someone either going to take or ban it, but as of the moment, right, there's so many things that you can still take out. The Fanny being respected here too. Deus Vault just locking in their target right now, and it seems to be Urad as of the moment.
And the way this is looking, I mean, usually with RQ Hoshi having second pick, I think they're going to try and get the CC. I don't see them banning it out. I think they're going to try and bait Deuce Vault, and I don't think they're going to expect Deuce Vault to pick it up. So I think they'll try and get the CC here. And then maybe since they don't have the Mathilda, go for like some single target CC. It seems like that's their plan. Grab the CC and then go for like a Kaja. Or we've seen them run the Cho before too in this type of situation, the way the draft played out. And they may actually be able to pull it off. I wonder if these folks will pick up the CC if it is available. That has been one of those heroes everybody was wondering, is it meta? Is it not? But after seeing Game of Futures in day one, I can definitely tell you it is. As you are going to go ahead and see the R-Lot taken off the table from the side of RRQ Hoshi. One more ban on the way before we have our first pick. Now, Guinevere is still an available option. We've been seeing a lot of teams first pick the Ruby. The Barats has been first picked a lot too. I mean, these are all some strong pickups, but if it comes down to it, I'm willing to bet RQ Hoshi picks up the CC.
Yeah, even the R-Lot here that is a rising pick for all of the teams here. It has great CC. It can be on the XP, pretty much a very flexible pick. They take away the Joy 2 that is pretty much like the Nolan. Once it gets scaled up in the early game, it is going to be really an unstoppable force. And if you don't have those suppression, you can't really deal with that. Right now, Deus Vult, they can pick up the Guinevere. They can pick up the Ruby, these CC heavy heroes for their first pick. The Matilda's already out, so maybe they can go with the safe pick, or maybe even pick up the Barretts for themselves, right?
Guinevere probably, because they ran Guinevere twice yesterday up against Burmese Schools. When they had the option for first pick, they definitely slotted in. So they might actually run that. No, they actually might get CC too, though. There may be a chance that they get CC. It's either one of these teams is gonna get it. If they let RQ Hoshi get it, it's definitely going to be a problem, especially stacked up, like I said, with that Kaja. But Deuce Volts kind of plays similar to them. I wonder if they go for that, though. Or, I mean, you could go for the Barats, like we mentioned. It's been such a strong pickup. Pair it with a support. I mean, the Faramis is on the table. You still got a Rafaela. But no, they're going to go in for the Ruby. This is a little bit of a shocker. So we got to have to see how RQ Hoshi responds.
Yeah, the Benedetta ban coming through too for Deus Vult that really made it hard, right? Earlier for Kid Bomba, and the Benedetta is just so mobile. And then you paired it up with the Matilda in the first game. All two of those heroes are out. Now RQ Hoshi can still go for, I was thinking of like, a Barretts, but right now you did mention a lot of the CC, the Guinevere too, that could have been picked up by Deus Vult, and RQ Hoshi just got these two very stacked picked up for themselves. Setup plays, CC, I think at a point I'm getting so confused right now. Are we talking about crowd control? Are we talking about the hero CC? Because
yeah, you're right.
It seems to be all about these things, right? The crowd control, CC, team fights. I think this is what I see for both sides. They want to have these team fights, and Deus Vult right now, they might want to consider going for the Novaria. That seems to be a pickup here that Sunset Lover really, really loves to go for.
Now, I'm curious if RQ Hoshi will go in for the Faramis here. I mean, it would provide a lot of sustainability for their team to keep them alive. I think it would be a strong pickup. And then maybe later in the draft, they pick up a single target CC like a Kaja or a Cho because they already have some major things checked off the board. They have great crowd control from CC and also Guinevere already, and disengage from both of these heroes. So if they add a Faramis to the table, they can keep their team alive. And then you stack that up with some single target CC, like some suppression from the Kaja. And that's a really well-calculated draft, I would say, for RQ Hoshi if they do pull that off. But they may force out the Diggy pickup, though, as they are going to go ahead and pick up this Minotaur. That's a smart decision because, like I said, I would see them taking up that suppression if they didn't. But I wonder if RQ Hoshi is even worried about it or not. Will they go in for the Diggy? It seems like Deuce Vult is trying to bait them into doing this, especially picking that up when they still have another pick before the bans start. And is it worth going for? I feel like they could do it, though, because they have the Guinevere with the CC, but no, they're going to go in for their mage pickup instead. They see the frontline composition forming, right? You have the Minotaur and you have the Ruby, and what better way to burst them down than to getting Gloom with this Lilia, one of the best early game mages available.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the range, you definitely have to give it to the Novaria. But for the Lilia, it can clear out the waves so fast. I like that this is going to be the answer to these heroes that are pretty much melee, right? Like the Minotaur, the Ruby. It also has a Black Shoes if you want to escape death. So you can kind of have that second chance. And then for RQ Hoshi, yeah, they can pick up the Diggy here. They can totally do that, but is the Guinevere going to be in the XP lane, or is it going to be in the jungler? role, or is the CC gonna be the jungler role, or is it gonna be the XP lane? That's gonna be a big thing that they have to consider too. Like the overall picture of their lineup. They take away some of the gold laners here. Both sides still don't have any gold laners just yet, so they take away the Ixia. That is also really good, right? Like you got these heavy frontline composition, then you pair with the Ixia. That is a lot of range, like the Navaria and then the Ixia. It's gonna be so good in team fights. So I like this ban coming out from RRQ.
You know, and it's funny too because normally you would see teams pick up the Diggy to respond back to that in that position, but it just shows you how comfortable and confident RQ Hoshi is not to go for that direct counter, but to try and work through a Minoan Fury. Now they do have engage and disengage. I guess technically you have, if you run the Purify on the Lilia and then you use the black shoes, then you can pretty much go back to safety with no problem. And the Guinevere, again, the spatial migration, she can get away just in time before that Minoan Fury drops to get out. And then, you know, CC is one of the most mobile XP laners so far. So all of them, good answers in terms of disengaging from these sticky crowd control situations. But there's a lot of openers for these fights, a lot of set potential so far for Deuce Volts. They have the Ruby to be able to go in with the I'm Offended, and also a lot of sustainability from the Ruby. And then you have the Minotaur who can keep everybody alive, continuously healing them, and also providing that knockup with the Minoan Fury. And then to top it off, Sunset Lover, this is becoming a repetitive pattern. He really loves playing the backline mage. Like, he likes going in for these Navarias that can fight from afar, use the Astral Echo, provide even more slow, and deal some massive damage to the team. Now, the Arlot is banned out. I would have loved to see the Arlot on the Deuce Volts combination here. I think it would have been great, but they already have the Ruby anyway, so it wouldn't have really worked out. So I would say there's just a lot of crowd control. We need more damage, though. We need to see some massive damage from the side of Deuce Volts. I would say in the early game and kind of late game, technically.
A late game. Claude. Yeah, I think Claude will be either picked up here by RRQ Hoshi, but looking at Deus Volt here, like, both haven't picked up their gold laners. They take away the Fredrin too because they're anticipating that they haven't. This might actually just be an XP lane CC, and then you got the Guinevere on the roam position. They might go for the Barretts. I'm not so sure this time. It can still pretty much be a pickup here for Irad, or maybe you can go for something surprising, like maybe an assassin here. But you know, in a CC heavy type of composition, it wouldn't really be good to pick that up. Deus Volt still needs their gold lane. I think the Claude might be picked up here by Deus Volt once again. I mean, it's mobile. It's really good when it comes to the laning phase, right? It's PMI, can escape any clash. And Deus Volt here has a very good setup plays. Ruby, they got the Minotaur too, and now Irad. What's it going to be for them? Deus Volt is really taking their time to pick up their heroes here. Maybe pick up a Barretts here for this side, but they got to carry for the side of RRQ Hoshi, so it's not going to be easy. But I guess, you know, they want that heavy front line so that their backliners like, you know, Sunset Lover, Hiko can shine here. So insane amount of burst here from the Claude, and then the vision from the Navaria. I like this lineup coming out from Deuce Volt, but RQ Hoshi has the answers to that. The carry, the early game too with the Guinevere and the Lilia.
And they stole the Barats. You know, I would have thought the Barats, like you said, would have been a good pickup for RQ Hoshi, but they're going to go in for the Dairoth instead. I mean, it's some great burst potential, especially up against a beefier composition. There's a lot of frontline composition for Deuce Volts. The Ruby, the Barats, the Minotaur, all of them able to provide that frontline presence. But the Dairoth, he loves taking it up close and personal, and I think it's a really good decision from the side of RQ Hoshi if they can execute it. But speaking of execution, guys, we are inside of Group A Round 2 in the winners match, currently looking at Deuce Volt up against RQ Hoshi. This is a possible game set 2-0 sweep in the making for RQ Hoshi if they play their cards right, and we'll be able to move on to stage 2 in the playoffs. Or will we see Deuce Volts take the world by surprise again? The Rising Stars from M5, placed in 4th place, taken down by Blacklist, able to even out this series 1-1 as we go through the tunnels of the virtual arena into the land of dawn. We go. Which way will this play out? Who will claim victorious?
Yeah, I wish we had that virtual tunnel so we can go straight into the land of dawn. I mean, this is RRQ Hoshi on a match point right now. Deus Volt right now. The thing with their lineup is it's good that they have this heavy front line. And it's going to be up to the Banana here and even possibly Brusco here to, pick off Sunset Lover and Hiko. And just as I was saying that, there's the Purifies coming out from Sunset Lover and Hiko just to make sure that they don't get caught up in the setups here by Brusco, and even to a point, the zoning here from Banana will be a problem here. So for RQ Hoshi, their winning condition here is to take down the back lines once this scales up. But as for DS Fault, they have this good early game too that can go at par with RQ Hoshi right now. We don't have first blood just yet, but all these players have been poking at each other. Brusco as well, giving the vision to RQ Hoshi. But here comes Magistar though. Nice knock up, nice take in, and that's gonna be the first blood being picked up by Deus Fault.
A good start for them as well, playing patient and waiting for the opportunity. But now Irad rushing in to the three-man team of Deus Fault, but Octa from afar trying to use the power of Gloom. Does not have level 4. He does not have the black shoes. Needs to be careful. Neither side will fall in that engagement. Deus Fault, though, like you said, claiming first blood. As we are looking at a couple of the emblems on the way as well. It's interesting enough. There's 2 concussive blasts and then also 1 brave smite for the side of Deus Fault. So they're playing very sustainable and frontline oriented. And then you can say the same thing for RQ Hoshi, except it's a little bit of a flip as there's 2 brave smites and 1 concussive blast for their side, but still a strong frontline presence, which means when it comes to these 5v5 engagements, there's going to be some up close and personal fights.
Wow, Skylar is doing a really good job poking at Hiko here, making sure that he stays under their turret. And now we're going to be seeing a team fight coming in here. Banana going to be forced to use in that Vengeance. Turtle at half HP, made at 1/4. There goes Brusco with the setup. It's going to be Irad picking it up with the Retribution play. But there goes Magistar. He gets bursted down here from the side of RRQ. There's a nice setup here from Sawo. Minoan's Fury onto 2, but everyone from RRQ Hoshi still alive. Kid Bomba going to be able to sustain all of that. But Brusco says no. It is going to be just a projection of him. So much pressure from the side of RRQ Hosha. Bomba going to be able to tag this one up. He's able to sustain, but not for long, as RRQ Hoshi going to be able to pick off Kid Bomba, but for the price of Irad.
Well, I mean, I feel like they kind of won that trade, though, because they got 2 kills for 1 with the full extension of RQ Hoshi really trying to go in for Kid Bomba. I don't really feel like that worked out in their favor like they planned it to. Oh, my goodness. Hiko able to take down Skylar, but Sunset Lover, a sniper in the making with this Navaria.
This is exactly why you need to take it down. You need to take down Sunset Lover, and that's the thing. This is the mission for Brusco and Banana and even Irad here to take down the back lines. And so far, Deus Fault has been keeping up here with RRQ Hoshi. And there goes the setup here from Brusco. Hiko did not pop in that Purify just yet, knowing that Sao is in the vicinity. Gets in that nice knock-up. The snipes coming out from the backside from Sunset Lover. Chunks Brusco to 1 HP, forced to back away 30 seconds before the next turtle is up. And so far, Deus Fault is actually looking pretty good here in the gold lane.
Everybody from Deus Fault, except for Kid Bomba so far, getting a piece of the pie. They all have 1 kill. Spread across the board so far, 4-2, leading by 2 kills overall, but only down by 400 gold. RQ Hoshi still maintaining the gold despite the kill difference, as they were able to take that turtle in that first engagement. Now, Hiko was able to get the first kill over onto Skylar. Normally you see Skylar have the advantage in the gold lane compared to most marksmans, and I would say Deus Fault is up to a good start. Now, the question is, can they maintain their slight lead, or do we see RQ Hoshi take this turtle yet again and be able to gain control of the early phase?
Yep, you just called it. RQ Hoshi, just like that, takes it in with the Retribution. I do like the vision being provided here by Sunset Lover, but the way that RQ Hoshi contained that turtle pit, they aren't able to get in. Like, Brusco was there just waiting in for the setup. Like, even the members here at Deus Fault, the tankiest members, are gonna have second thoughts before they try to get it in. Here comes Magistar with the engage. It's gonna be the nice Minoan's Viewer onto 3. That's gonna be Brusco. Irad checking up all of the damage. He's gonna be forced out, but gets tugged in there by Magistar. That's gonna be Deus Fault taking down Irad once again. Nice trade-offs there, but it's still gonna be RQ Hoshi just leading by a 400 gold lead. Let's take a look at that instant replay here.
Yeah, putting RQ Hoshi on a trampoline with that Minoan Fury triple knockup, sending them straight to the moon. 5-2 so far, first 5 minutes, and RQ Hoshi able to take both turtles, but falling short on these kills. They are still ahead of gold, though. Making up the advantage from having these neutral objectives is keeping them in this game and in a slight lead. Hiko off to a good start. Like we said, able to get a kill onto Skylar. May delay the late game for carry, Looking at Irad, not off to the best start either. 1, 2, and 1. Already finding 2 deaths so far. Magister, 2 to 1 so far on the scoreboard. Highest kills in the game overall. And really outscaling so far inside of the jungle.
Yeah, but Banana's just like diving right in with his yo-yo. Even on the bottom side, there's gonna be a lot of pressure. Black shoes being popped here by Octa. Sky's just be chalking down that tower onto the bottom side, able to take it in, but it's still alive with 1 HP as RRQ creating in that pressure on the bottom side, understanding that there's gonna be that power spike too from Hiko, right? And if they don't, they kind of leave him unchecked. He's gonna be able to wreak havoc here up against RRQ once it comes to the late game.
Yeah, and now the next turtle does spawn in. This will be the third one of the game. Both so far have gone to RQ Hoshi. Is the third time the charm for Deuce Volt, or will they let another one slip through their fingers? As you already seen RQ Hoshi in a great position for the contest. Brusco waiting to hit that spatial migration. You can just feel him itching for the setup. Astro Echo connects though. 3-man set over there from Sunset Lover from afar.
Yo, Banana here. You know, when that CC is just using that, it looks so innocent, right?
God.
Look at the damage it's causing, even up against Sao. And right now, Banana, Brusco goes in with the dive, gets in Kid Bomba. And that's going to be RRQ picking up 2 kills for the price of none. Hiko! Forced to use in that Blazing Duet. Not able to take anything in as Irad confirms the kill. RRQ Hoshi going to be able to take the prime position once again to the turtle. This is the thing that RRQ has been doing since game number 1. Taking in objectives after objectives as these Bolt cannot take anything in. 2k gold lead, now making that a 3k lead up against these Bolt.
Yeah, and keeping them in the game and also putting Skylar ahead in gold, now above Hiko by 1,000, even though he took a death over him in the early phase. But now with the scoreboard equalized and the economy leading into the favor of RQ Hoshi, they may be able to open up this map more in their favor as they took the turret on the bottom side. But Kibamba very low. Sawo with the knock up the Minoan Fury 2-man set onto RQ Hoshi. Skylar will take him down though. Magister is connected. Death is welcome. Finds Brusco. Blazing Duet from Hiko. Rushing on to Skylar. May be able to get him. Does get the kill. Deuce Volt claiming the lead 7-6 in terms of kills, but still down by gold. Sunset Lever is going to connect with Astro Echo. I'm offended. Connect. Irad very low. Bomba on the chase. Banana taking him down. Hiko very low. Vengeance proc by Banana. Sunset Lever will find Irad. You're going to see Banana able to get out of there as well, providing a lot of presence with this CC, a major annoyance so far, harassing Deuceful.
Yeah, this Banana hasn't left the jungle side here. Deus Ball just making sure that Magister and Sawo are contained while the rest of RRQ has been just working in those towers after towers. 2 towers taken in by the side of RRQ Hoshi. Even though the gold lead is not that much, what RRQ Hoshi has more here is going to be the turret takes. And this is the same thing that they had. Turrets, objective gaming is going to be the thing here. 30 seconds before the Lord, and with the space created here by RRQ Hoshi, they should be able to take in this Lord. With Deus Bolt having a harder time to contest up against this. What can you say about the items here though? But speaking of the items, Kid Bomba though, gotta be getting it from Brusco here, as it's gonna be a 2v1 situation with Kid Bomba unable to do anything at that point.
Yeah, and speaking of the items, Skylar will pick up that Demon Hunter Sword. Will be able to soak into that Barrage with that high HP pool. He does have the Corrosion Sight, and on top of that, the Golden Staff. A lot of core items working in his favor as he takes the Tier 2 turret on the top side.
Oh, nice setup there by Sabo. Banana as well. Popping in that Vengeance. Astral Echo from the backside. Sao's gonna get chased here by Banana and Irad. I can't believe that the CC is causing that much damage, forcing the rest of the members here, Deus Volt, to actually back away. Not only that, the glooms coming out from Octa is starting to hurt a lot too. They taken the mid tower right before this first Lord, and RRQ Hoshi is gonna look to take this, looking to take this Lord in. With Deus Volt actually backing it away. Brusco finds another setup here onto Kid Bomba. Irad working up on that Lord, and just like that, deleted from the map. Kid Bomba gonna get taken out as Deus Bolt not even able to get near the Lord, as RRQ Hoshi will be taking in this first Lord of the game.
Taken every single neutral objective so far, haven't lost a single turret, and now leading by 1 kill and also up 4,000 gold. RRQ looking stronger than ever, holding that flag for Indonesia. Deuce Volts now forced on the back end, needs to have a counter response to be able to turn this game back around into their favor. Hiko on a one-on-one up against Banana. Sawa joining the party, wants a piece of it, wants to make a banana split. But you are going to see a little bit of split on the map. DeuceVolt's taking it in the mid lane up against RRQ. Bruce goes to Space Migration, not going to be able to connect. Sunset Lover does hit, though, with the Astro Echo and the snipe from the Astro Meteor. Man, some heavy presence as we are seeing the Lord on the top side make his way to the base of DeuceVolt.
Yeah, no, Sunset Lover here hasn't been picked off just yet, standing at a 2-0-4. So RQ Hoshi has to kind of respect that too. Like every single time they go for a clash, you got that Astral Echo, and by the time that Sunset Lover will be able to pick in either a Divine Glaive or even those magic damage penetration items, it's gonna be really hard, right? RQ Hoshi looking to take in the Lord. As long as they can take it, as long as they can take all these major objectives, they should be able to pressure out the lanes here of Day Small. Map control totally for the side of RQ Hoshi. 6 turrets and all the Lords, all of the turtles went to the side of RRQ Hoshi. 37k lead for them as DeuceVolt is holding on for their deal lives to extend this to a game number 3.
Yeah, and there's a lot of insurance for the side of RQ Hoshi, right? You mentioned map control and their turrets. I mean, they have every single turret still standing, and we are 12 minutes in. DeuceVolt's not able to execute into their game plan jumping into this match. But hey, they may be able to turn it around if they play a little bit passively. They're definitely going to have to play for the late game, though. They can't really continue to contest. I mean, the gold is just way out there now, up by 5,000 for the side of RQ Hoshi as you're looking at some of those items on the board. But they are going to take the fight. Brusco not going to connect with the spatial migration, decides to disengage. We are going to see this Lord spawning in the next 40 seconds. Sunset Lover with the Astro Echo connects to Octa and will hit Banana. But do they take the fight? Hiko does. Rushes in, chips a little bit of damage on a Banana, though. He's not worried about it. This man's just rotating around with CC with ease.
Yeah. It's a 10k for Skylar in comparison to Hiko, actually. Yeah, Hiko only has like less than 10,000 here. So that in itself, Skylar has managed to pick up all the items that you need. And you know, you mentioned late game. This is definitely going to go to the carry, right? All these tanky heroes can be melted down, not unless you get that two-man setup, the chain CC combination from either Sawo and Kid Bomba here. RQ Hoshi wasting no time, knowing that, respecting the fact too that they have the late game heroes here for the side of DeuceVolt. They're knocking up this Lord, 1/4 HP already. For the side of DeuceVolt, they're waiting for the proper time to come in, but they aren't able to get in. They're waiting for some type of play. Ooh. Astral Echo, but that's going to be RQ Hoshi getting in that Lord for free, and DeuceVolt just going to be letting that one slide this time. 43k gold for the side of RQ as DeuceVolt just struggling to even contain their lanes as of this point.
I don't know how many more punches DeuceVolt's going to be able to take. Is RQ Hoshi very aggressive and winning every single trade. I don't think they've lost a single trade so far. Looking at Kid Bomba, this is the second time he's picked up this Ruby. The last time it wasn't as effective, and it's looking like a repetitive pattern. I mean, he's 0-5-5, highest deaths on this game so far, and hasn't really been able to provide a crucial set with the I'm Offended that DeuceVolt is kind of relying on, as we are now going to see the Lord make his way down the mid lane.
Yeah, here it is. RQ Hoshi knocking in the doors. Brusco once again with a setup onto Magistor, and Skylar's gonna pick up the kill. Lord is knocking in the base of DeuceVolt as Skylar's gonna be chunking in that tower really, really fast. Inhibitors are gonna be going down here as RQ Hoshi just wasting no time, creating all the pressure on all of the lanes here. Man, this is gonna be really hard. Brusco just setting up the place here for their damage dealers to be able to do the thing. And now here comes Sawo with the setup. And the flickers out and the purifies is gonna nullify all of that as RQ Hoshi gonna still be pressuring in all of the lanes as DeuceVolt
Sunset Lover, though,
to do anything at this point. Hiko goes in for the Blazing Duet from the backside. Banana gonna be able to soak that up, but Sunset Lover with that snipe kill able to pick off one, and now Brusco in trouble too. Jumps right out, one half HP as Kid Bomba goes in for the flicker. Brusco goes down, and that's gonna be it. DeuceVolt claps back against RQ.
A big turnaround, miscalculation from the side of RRQ Hoshi, and it may cost them some grounding on the land of Dawn as DeuceVolt's now in control Will they be able to claim some of these turrets and push to their base? It looks like they are going for it down the mid lane. Astro Echo does connect for the slow on a Banana, on an Octa. Sunset Lover will be able to take the tier 1 turret.
Wow, this is a 4-man rotation coming in from Deuce Bolt. 2 turrets just like that. Hiko gonna be taking in a lot of the damage coming out from Octa. And that is gonna be RRQ Hoshi picking up another kill. Turrets are going down one by one. The turret's also exposed here from the side of Deus Volt. They don't have that inhibitor onto the top side. 30 seconds in. This should be RRQ Hoshi still getting in that prime position for the Lord. They have to watch out for the snipes here coming out from Sunset Lover. 305. He hasn't been shut down just yet.
I love how Banana just walked down the mid lane and the entire team of Deus Volt said, oh, I don't want no parts of that. We're just going to go all the way back to the base. And away they went. As now they're back on the defensive stance. That slight advantage that they had now turned back around against them. Banana picking up the immortality. Brusco having it as well. A little bit of an extra blanket of security as they are getting ready to take this Lord.
Yeah, look at how fast Skylar's chucking in that Lord. They should be able to take this one. Not unless they're going to be a steal. They're way too far. As RRQ Hoshi going to be stealing the deal once again, taking in the second Luminous Lord of this game.
Yeah, able to claim that Lord, which will put him in a great advantage to possibly be able to close this out. RQ Hoshi, one step away from making it to stage 2 in the playoffs. Deus Volt needs to find a way to contest. Can they stop this Luminous Lord in the full 5-man team of Viva RRQ? Look at Banana, already ready, trying to bait out some of that utility before the Lord makes his way into the base.
Brusco again with the setup. He finds one. He finds Hiko. Not going to be able to pop in that Purify just to save it in for something else. But right now, Astral Echo is going to connect. Lord is going to be marching in the base. They should be able to chunk this down, but lots of pressure coming in from the side of Deus Volt. They're tanking up all the bursts coming out from Hiko and even Sunset Lover. But the base is exposed. They only have one inhibitor left here, and RRQ Hoshi's going to be backing away, respecting the damage coming out from Deus Volt too.
Yeah, but you are seeing Deus Volt starting to be able to defend very well. I mean, RQ Hoshi is down to 2 of their inhibitors for the mid and bottom side. And now this is officially the late game, meaning it's going to boil down to who can execute a little bit better. And now you're starting to see Deus Volt ready to take the fight over to RRQ Hoshi. They're not playing defensive anymore. It's time to play ball.
Look at the
Octa
damage.
forced to use the black shoes. And you're going to see Astro Echo connect to 3 members. That is going to be Irad, Octa, and Brusco with a little bit of that slow. Kidbamba rushing in, needs to get a good I'm offended, needs to get the set Deus Volt is looking for, but Brusco finds it first. There's a migration in with the Violent Requiem, able to get out, 50% HP. There goes Magister, Detonus welcome. Connects to the wall for the stun. Blazing wet from Hiko into the back line. Almost takes out Brusco, still alive. Irad, very low. Magister needing to get back. Vengeance proc by Banana.
Oh, look at
Finding
Banana,
his way
though.
into the team of Deus Volt. Immortality's been proc. Octa in the mid lane finds Kidbamba. Hiko finds Banana. Sunset Lover with the Astro Echo does connect, and that'll be a 1-for-1 trade for both sides, but they are not done. Trying to close the distance on Brusco, forcing out the spatial migration.
It is a 5k gold lead still in favor of RRQ Hoshi. The XP laner for the XP laner. The shutdown is going to be a big thing here for Deus Volt. The shutdown gold going to go towards their side. Looking at the items here again, this is the point of the game. 19 minutes in, you got those immortalities up. It's going to be really hard to get that pick off. Not to mention the purifies here that Brusco has been doing up against either Sunset Lover or Hiko. Sunset Lover has picked up that Blood Wings too, adding up to the shield and the magic damage it can provide for the team. Low kill scores count actually for both sides, so it is going to be a matter of execution here once it reaches this mid to late game. And RQ Hoshi just going to be positioning themselves here in the Lord Pit, making sure that they take it in before Deus Volt. Astral Echo has been committed tier 2, and RQ Hoshi not going to commit anything just yet.
And this is the chance they were looking for this entire game. Deus Volt may have a shot to even out this series up against RRQ Hoshi. This will all boil down to this play right here inside of the Lord Pit. And you are seeing Irad already pulling the aggro, trying to force the side of Deus Volt to engage, but they are playing passive. They are waiting, both sides, looking for a mistake to happen, looking for an opportunity to engage. Still play goes out. Just migration. Brusco connected for the knockup, but only catches Sawo. didn't get what he was looking for. Will disengage. Lord at 50% HP. Debu now having control.
They're still going
right
for it.
on it. Big stun
no,
on a
Brusco.
Immortality being procced. Irad trying to get in there for the retry. Sunset Lover
Daytona's
will get a
welcome
kill.
down.
Magister is going to claim it for Deus Vult. Hiko taking down Skylar. Irad, Immortality being procced alongside Hiko side by side. But Hiko gets the double. Finds the kill. 15-12 on the scoreboard, and Deus Vult has done it. They have turned this game around. RRQ Hoshi on the defense.
Let's take a look at that instant replay. What just went down? Brusco was punished there. Magister landing in that nice Daytona's welcome onto Irad before he could actually pop in that retribution. The burst is just too much here. And now Deus Vult, the timers are ticking. It's down to Banana to defend this one. As Deus Vult, they're looking to end this, to turn things around, to take us to a game number 3. They're knocking in the base. They can go for a straight push here. Steph, they're knocking, and they want us to defend SR. Deus Vult gonna be taking in game number 2. We're gonna be heading towards a game number 3. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a series.
That's right, as you are seeing Deus Vult knocking on the doors for RRQ, letting them know, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to a game number 3. An epic turnaround, a comeback from Deus Vult, able to take that Lord last second. Everybody fighting down to the wire. Immortalities being procced side by side. Double kills. You name it, it was there. But Deus Vult coming to play and gave him a hard time at the very end. And now the series is evened out. Our official first game 3 in Group Stage A. And better yet, for the winners match to determine who will be moving on to Stage 2 of the playoffs for the Game of Futures 2024.
Yeah, RRQ Hoshi right now. I did say it's gonna be a 2-1, right? I just didn't say who was gonna win the series, because we're gonna find out actually once we head into game number 3. And to think that it all went to RRQ, right? The map control, the turtles, all of those objectives they'd taken in, but it actually kind of bounced back to the side of Deus Vult once it reached that the late game already. That one turnaround, that one team fight that can actually turn the tides around on the game. I've seen it yesterday in S2G and Twisted Minds, and we're gonna be seeing it here again in Deus Vult and RRQ, which is the reason why Deus Vult was actually dubbed as the dark horse back in the M5 World Championship.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we said. If any team could pull this off, it is definitely Deus Vult. And they put on a show for game number 2. I mean, RQ Hoshi was dominating that entire game. But hey, once it gets to that late game, turrets are not even necessary. It really just boils down to who can execute more on the team fights on the neutral objective Lord. And that ended up being Deus Vult able to bait out the utility and rush in for the opportunity, and they seized it. This is going to put RQ Hoshi in a very tight position now as this series is evened out. Now, which way does it go? RQ Hoshi, I think they did everything right in the early game. In the mid game as well, they just weren't able to close out in the late, as we are now jumping into some of the spicy engagements for match number 2.
Yeah, the setups here were on point actually. For the side of RQ, you see Brusco just pressuring out a lot of Kid Bomba there over on the early game, right? Like, even though he's able to sustain, Banana was able to dominate the lane. And I did mention a lot about the CC earlier, that it is definitely annoying type of hero to lane with, right? Like, you see the knockups here, the setups here from Deus Vult was actually on point. There were some times that RQ Hoshi was punished, but ultimately what RQ Hoshi did right here in the early game was taking the objectives, the space too, which is exactly why they were able to push it to a point that Deus Vult only had Okay. Yeah, the MVP is going to be Sunset Lover. I did mention the Novaria plays coming out from him. This is actually one of the most banned also by the opponents, right? The vision, the burst, even the snipe kills that he was able to take. And I was pointing it out like mid-game, like nobody is taking down Sunset Lover yet. There were attempts on trying to take him down, but he had that Purify. And having this combination of magic burst and cooldown items, it was so easy to spam the skills here, and which is why the Novaria still proves to be one of the best mid laners right now in the current meta. Looking at RRQ Hoshi here, Irad definitely had a hard time here with this Dyrod, right? Like this heavy CC type of composition from Deus Vult. Yes, he can dish out the burst damage, but it made it hard because Kid Bomba was there. You got Sao setting up the plays, and by the time that all these heroes, Sunset Lover and Hiko, scaled up, RRQ just took the toll in one of those final clashes there. That just turned the tides around, which is exactly why we are going to game number 3.
Definitely going to game number 3, and that was the most intense match so far of the Game of Futures 2024. Who would have thought Deus Volt's able to turn this around and take us to a game number 3 against RRQ Hoshi, who's just been dominating all of their opponents. And it boiled down to some last-minute changes with the Lord and a couple of issues with RQ Hoshi being able to close out the game. I mean, they committed really well on the side lanes on all the major objectives. They were able to take everything, but then it boiled down to not being able to close it out. And now, with it sitting 1-1, Deus Volt's having a chance to claim this series.
Yeah, it's 2-1 definitely from these two stellar teams, and Deus Volt, you just can't count them out just yet. After that performance there by RQ Hoshi, to think that RQ Hoshi just got everything in the bag, right? The early game, the mid game, and that one clash that just turned everything around for the side of Deus Volt. And we're going to game number 3. I'm expecting to see maybe a Novaria pickup for RQ, or maybe just ban it away totally. I mean, at this point, there's a lot of heroes that you have to consider putting on the ban list, but the Novaria, either steal it away or put it on the ban list.
And I love seeing matches that go to a game 3. Just seeing both of these teams fight it out. I mean, honestly, anybody that wins this, you can definitely tell they put in a lot of work to get there. It was not a one-sided story. Deus Volts, if they claim victorious on this, it would be an epic, I guess, considered a reverse sweep if they do pull it off. But if RQ Hoshi is able to do it, then hey, I mean, they just had one bad game. I do think, though, in order for Deus Volts to have a chance to even win this next game, they gotta find a way to dominate in the early phase, because RQ Hoshi got everything in the entire game up until that last the end game. But I don't think they're gonna let them go to that late game again and not execute to be able to close it out. So as we do jump into this next match, let us know what you guys think that are watching the stream. Was that the most intense match we have seen so far in the Game of Futures 2024? Group stage A is where it's at. I don't know about y'all, but these matches have been crazy. We got to see Bebex and Nico fight it out, and now Deus Volt and RQ Hoshi, and they are definitely not disappointing today with the intensity.
Yeah, man, I think all of the matches that I've seen here in Games of the Future are all good. And we're just talking about the group stages. We're going to be having, of course, the semifinals, even the quarterfinals later on. So group stage is already kind of telling to how all these teams are just really good in their respective regions, which is the reason why they're here in Games of the Future. And having Deus Volt here in RRQ is just for that second game, right? It was unfortunate. It was one team fight that turned it around. And I think RQ Hoshi has to take into consideration right now what they pick up in the jungler role. Like Irad had that Dyrod, right? It can deal that burst, but it just did not shine in that game number 2. Now,
the only question I have here is both games we saw Kid Bomba pick up the Ruby, and it didn't really perform that well in my honest opinion. I don't think it really had that major of an impact. Maybe like a couple of good sets toward like that 20-minute plus mark. But is that worth it to really slot it in? Or does he just go for something else that he's just a little bit more proficient at? I just don't think it's really working in his favor against a team like RQ Hoshi. I think they're just able to kind of give him a lot more of a harder time in that XP lane than he's anticipating. So I think maybe switching it up, trying to find a way to find a hero that can have a little bit more of an impact in the early phase could make the difference that Deus Fultz is looking for to turn this around. Because if not, again, I'm expecting Skylar. I'm expecting the side of RQ Hoshi to dominate in the gold lane, in the XP lane, and overall just win the early phase.
Yeah, I think the Dia's fault here too is there was a chain CC happening there, right? And finally, when they got that all perfected, yeah, RRQ just definitely was not prepared for that, and they went for that one-way push. Here in the third game, I think there's a lot of things that RRQ have to talk about, right? It's already the match point. DS Volt could possibly pick up that reverse sweep, which is really upsetting too, right? If that does happen. But RRQ Hoshi, if they manage to maintain what they had in that early game, maybe close it out. They were really careful too, but if they manage to close it out really early too, that would be good for them because DS Volt had those two late game heroes and they weren't able to do anything about that in that final stage. They already they are already picking up the bans here as fast as now. They banned the Minotaur, they banned the Phovius too. Matilda and the Fanny too from the other side for Deus Volt, still respecting the fact that Irad is very much capable of using this hero. We still have the Guinevere, the Ruby, the Novaria that could be stolen here by RQ.
Yeah, definitely can be stolen here. You know, now RQ Hoshi is going to have first pick, which means they have priority over who they want to slot in first. We did see the Benedetta last time picked up from them. It was banned out in the previous game. Do they let Banana pick that up again? No, they are going to ban it out. So they already they're playing smart so far for Deus Fultz. They know better than to let Banana have that. And honestly, I feel like I would do the same thing. Ooh. You just got to respect his mastery on it. But the Joy is going to walk. It usually was banned out in the previous matches. And this time, RQ Hoshi will be able to pick him up.
Oh, so Deus Volt, they can go for the CC here. It's open. CC Guinevere, CC Ruby here for the side of the Deus Volt, but they still need someone to take control of this this Joy. The usual answer is usually a Kaja or a Franco, the only two heroes in the game that have suppression. Or is Deus Volt gonna go with the classic method that we see right now, like double CCs for I mean, I'm not talking about the hero, but like heavy CC type of composition here for their side, or maybe even pick up the Novaria as early as now.
Yeah, I would definitely say the suppression is probably one of the best things they can use, especially up against that Joy to be able to keep them at bay. They are going to go in for their marksman, though, going to lock in that Claude. I mean, Hiko, they want to get him comfortable in that gold lane, especially going up against Skylar. And we all know how much damage he can deal. He was doing really good on that carry in the last game as well. So to be able to see the Claude will guarantee them some late game damage from the side of Deus Volt, but it's going to allow some other picks to walk in favor for RQ. I mean, Guinevere is still on the table. It could be picked up if they want it. They could slot it in the roam position. It could be a jungle. It could be an XP. But this looks like a response. Yeah, I was going to say it's a steal, right? Because they're trying to deny Sunset Lover having the opportunity to pick up that Novaria, which is going to force him to something that he may not be as good with.
Yeah, I think Sunset Lover has a lot of heroes under his belt. So not only the Novaria, but definitely in this patch, he has been picking this up several times. And RQ Hoshi kind of understands that, okay, we need to have something either like, put Sunset Lover on something else. Maybe perhaps like a Deus Volt right now. Going for either like the usual answer is like a Valentina, right? There's a lot of good ultimates to pick up here for the side of RRQ, but I'm not so sure if that's going to be enough. They still need to answer out to the Joy right now. They do have the CC, they do have the Claude. So will they pick up like a different type of hero for the side of Deus Volt in terms of the roam position? They're going to be locking in the Spharamis. Still not going to confirm anything if this is going to be towards the this is going to go to the XP. Oh, sorry, going to go towards the roam or the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, they have the support from the Faramis, definitely going to keep them alive. I mean, they can't pick the Valentina for RQ Hoshi since they picked up that Novaria, so it does put them at a little bit of a disposition. I like what Deus Volt is doing here. I mean, they're grabbing sustainability. They already have CC for the strong frontline presence. We talked about Kim Bomba running the Ruby and how it wasn't as effective, but this time it may be a different story with the CC in play, but he is going up against the Ruby on the other side, and that is going to be Banana running that, who has been known to be one of those heroes or players that know how to rotate around the map and then get to the mid lane and also to the objectives first. So that may be a little bit of a challenge for Kid Bomba. I got to see how he plays into it just because of how well Banana should be able to sustain himself inside of that lane. But I will say I'm looking forward to seeing how well the CC will play into his hands. I don't think the Ruby was it for Kid Bomba. I think the CC may be a possible answer. Now, we still don't see anything for this Joy on the table so far. As we are looking at the bans, they are going to go in for this Boxia for the side of RQ Hoshi. Going to ban that out, trying to limit the jungle pool for the side of Deus Volts. Final ban on the way for the side of Deus Volts is going to go ahead and be that Bruno. A possible problem for the Claude. Now, the carry could still be a viable option. I mean, I would have liked to have had the Claude, especially up against a Faramis. They need some late game insurance, though, I would say, for the side of RQ Hoshi.
Yeah, I think Skylar could go for the Nathan here for the final pick. They still do have that last ban for their side. The Barretts was also difficult to deal. Okay, wow. Right on cue again. Just as I was saying, the Barretts could be a problem for them. And it seems to be a pickup that a lot of the junglers go for first, right? Like if not the Martis, they go for the Barretts. And this is going to be, wow, double support for the side of Deus Vault. This time it's in the form of the Angela and the Faramis. Let's see what the Magister will pick up last. There's still the Martis that they could pick up, but again, I don't see any answers just yet to control the Joy here of Irad once it pops up, right? And now Skylar and Brusco still need a hero. I'm not so sure if the Ruby here will go to the XP lane, since Brusco is also one of those players that is known to work this Ruby really well. So let's see what RQ Hoshi will pick up here in their second phase. I do like that Nathan pick though. Like it has a mobility, it has a burst that they definitely need right now, especially since the Faramis is in the composition.
Yeah, I think that would probably be the best option that they have right now. They are going to go in for the Cho, though. They're going to use away the Dragon,
classic Brusco pick.
Target CC. Yeah, classic Brusco pick. That's actually going to be fun to watch when we do jump in there. I mean, they have the crowd control already from Ruby on Banana, and then they also have the Navaria on top of that. So it looks like the single target CC just really fits well within this composition. We still got to see who they're going to run in that jungler spot, though. I guess it'll be Joy jungle. It'll be Joy jungle.
Yeah, Joy.
So Skylar
yeah, they
is
still
gonna
need
have
something
to pick
for
up his
Skylar
marksman.
though.
Yeah, so
I mean,
the Natan,
Nathan?
it has to be the Natan. Yeah, it has to be. I mean, the Brody's up there, but I don't think it's as will do as well as
it's
the
banned out
Nathan in here. Oh, it is banned out. Oh yeah,
it's
so they
banned
really
out.
don't have one option.
I'm thinking something along the lines of Nathan or the Iksha, right? But the Iksha can be zoned away here by the CC. So I think RRQ Hoshi just has to think of that. I like this troll pick coming out from Brusco because a little trivia for everyone, he is one of the top Bruno players in the Philippines. And this is one of his signature picks even when he was playing the amateur scene. So it's nice to see this comeback coming out from the Brusco. Definitely can be it can be a problem, especially for those the heroes like Angela and the Claw that can get isolated in this clash. The single target pickoffs can still be a thing with someone like Brusco handling this Cho. It'll definitely be a game changer here for RRQ. So they're really taking their time here to pick up their marksman. I'm thinking along the lines of an Iksha or an Nathan here for RRQ Hoshi's final pick. They need that burst.
Yeah, I think I heard something.
Okay, did I hear that right? Did I hear that right?
There's no way we heard that right, because it sounded like you said they picked a Layla. Is that real?
Okay, I think it's real. They repeated it.
Real.
Yes, it is a Layla.
So
okay,
we got
I was
production in our
talking that they
ears.
needed. Yeah. Oh man, yeah. I was thinking that. Okay, are you guys joking about that pick? Okay, no, it's not. It's real. Okay, we'll find out. We'll definitely find out once we head over into the Land of Dawn. But our production has confirmed it. That's a Layla last pick. I was talking about burst, but I wasn't expecting that to come right off. The Layla pick here for Get to the Future as we head on to our match point. This is gonna be RQ Hoshi and Deus Bolt for this explosive BO3 as Deus Bolt are kickstarting it up. Brusco. Gonna be backing away, and they pick up the first blood.
We spawned into the Land of Dawn.
I'm not so sure if they're gonna go
to a straight kill. Wow, what a good pick off. It is a Layla though. I gotta ask you, BK, you got $1 million on the line and you're competing? Are you picking up a Layla?
She is the poster girl of Mobile Legends after all. Not so sure if this is going to be a redraft. Definitely getting hard in the early game. As you can see, the aggression here from the side of Deus Bolt. Irad doing his very best. Pops in the ultimate to pick off Magister. That's going to be it. RQ Hoshi picks up their first kill of this game.
You know what they say about Layla? She is a glass cannon. It is going to require a lot of protection to kind of keep her safe on the bot side. So RQ Hoshi definitely going to have to put some heavy presence in the bottom lane, especially up against Hiko on that Claude, who can kind of be a lot more mobile and deal that damage. I mean, you're already seeing Brusco rotating to the bottom side. I mean, he realizes that is definitely the focus and the objective, but this is the first Layla game that we have in the Game of Futures 2024 for the winners match group stage A. Is it going to be 100% win rate or 100% loss rate? Time will tell.
Yeah, I mean, in ranked games, she's pretty popular, right? Like, when it reaches the late game, you want burst, you got it in the form of a Layla, and once it positions itself really well, you can definitely dish out the damage. They don't really have a lot of frontline here. They do have Irad to be able to pick up on that early game, but Skylar right now, as long as he doesn't get solo picked off here on his lane, he should be fine, right? Like, just give him the time to farm up, pretty much like the Claude. He should be able to deal out the damage. It does not have that mobility, which is the reason why it doesn't really get picked up in professional play.
Yeah, I mean, I've never seen a Layla in an NA scene when it comes to like our qualifiers for international tournaments. So, hey,
We've
if you're
seen
in
it in
North
Malaysia
America and you're watching it, hey, maybe is this something that you try at home, or do you
This is
just
the key.
put right back on the shelf? Is this the key? Skylar is running it, and we know he's usually more dominant inside of his lane. So I feel like if anybody can pull it off, it's gonna be him.
Yeah, I mean, the Layla pick, right? Like, we were thinking of all the possibilities here. And RRQ was just like, Coach Bren was just like, okay, you know what? Throw out all those possibilities. We're picking up a Layla. And speaking of the Layla, it is pretty much the goal. It's not that far apart from the Claude. So as long as it can maintain the lane, it should be fine. RRQ Hoshi going for the aggression right now. Brusco goes in for the Wave the Dragon. Does not get anything. Nice tug in there though by Banana. Sawa goes down as the rest of Gio's fault, forced to back away from that one.
Yeah, forced to back away. 2-2 on the scoreboard so far. Both sides having kills, but Brusco was one of the members that fell, and so was Skylar on the Layla early in the game. That was a Magister taking both of those kills. 2-1-0 right now, having a good rotation on this Martis. Slotted in that jungle. Sunset Lover taken very low over there by Octa, using the hero that we primarily see Sunset Lover on, Navaria, against him.
Oh man, I was not, of all the options, right? I was not expecting to see this come out here on the match point at that. Like, maybe in the first game, right? But match point. Oh man, I mean, I'm just at the loss for words right now. The Layla pick, let's see, right? Like, as long as this can scale up, this should be fine. RQ Hoshi is doing a good job, like, picking up all of those objectives just so that the Layla can scale up. Right now, Banana starting up this turtle. Brusco as well, going for the Wave to Dragon. It's going to be Magistor to target. Nice stun there from the side of Octa. Netherrealm going to be worked on here by the side of Deus Bolt, going to be able to sustain. There's the hard guard as well onto Magistor. And RQ Hoshi gonna be backing it away. Turtle gonna be reset right now as Brusco does not have that Wave to Dragon just yet.
Yeah, and now you are seeing Deuce Volts pulling the aggro of this turtle. Gonna try and go ahead and claim it. Irad not really over there, but he does have the mobility with this Joy to close the distance. Turtle does get reset though, giving him a little bit of time to get that purple buff, but not much of a window. Irad able to get there in the blink of an eye. Magister takes on Brusco. Irad is able to claim the turtle for RRQ Hoshi, but Magister gets the double kill to respawn. 4-2 kill lead for Deuce Volts.
Oh man, 4 kills here for Deus Bolt, 600 lead for them, and Irad doing his very best to make this team shine onto the early game. Again, yeah, we still left Skylar unchecked there. Let's take a look at his items later on, but for now, definitely the gold lane needs that farming, and once it reaches that late game, you should be able to dish out that damage that, you know, even the members here at Deus Bolt will have a hard time dealing with.
Yeah, and already seeing Deus Volts off to a good start, leading the way in terms of kills and also gold, but lost that first neutral objective on that turtle play. Good steal from Irad last minute. We seen him earlier yesterday with the crazy Lancelot Lord steal, and it just shows you that he's really quick on finding a way into the neutral objective and getting those steals. Now with Deus Volts in the advantage, they need to find a way to shut down Skylar even more, delay the glass cannon from charging up. Because if it does get to the late game, that's where the Layla is going to come alive. And it'll be very hard to kind of burst them down. They don't really have many heroes on the side of Deus Volts to get to the back line. I mean, the only one they really have is kind of Kid Bomb. I guess they have Hiko if he can get there with the BMI, but it'll be a little risky, especially with Brusco having this show to be able to use the way of the Dragon for the single target CC.
Oh man, Brusco right now taking up the damage here, coming out from Hiko. Blazing Duet from the backside. He's gonna get tugged in there. Sunset Lover gonna pick up the kill as Deus Volt right now standing at 6-2 up against RQ Hoshi.
Yeah, now you are looking at some damage in the mid lane. Sunset Lover will find Irad. That is going to be another kill into the hands of Deus Volts, but a response back from RQ on the bot side. Skylar trying to connect, trying to hit Hiko and take him down, unable to hit the mark. Will be forced to recall now. Banana may not be able to expand that distance, forced to use the flicker, but Kid Bomba right behind him really wants the kill, but not able to close the distance.
Yeah. Oh man, Deus Volt right now, they're doing their very best, making sure that all these lanes are covered before, you know, it heads to the First Lord. And so far, they're covering all of the map straight. Skylar here moving towards the top side to make sure that lane is covered too. But right now, Deus Volt, they're pressuring after pressure. Nice tug in there, Kid Bomba. Gonna be able to get in all the damage. Sunset Lover to save the day with the Nether Realm, but it's inevitable. They're under the towers here of RQ Hoshi, and they're gonna take in a lot of the damage as they successfully defend this mid turret.
Yeah, able to defend that mid turret. RQ Hoshi trying to hold in there. They don't want to lose this match and be sent down to stage 1 of the playoffs. They need this victory over Deus Volts. A little bit of the miscalculated play up against Deus Volts in game number 2 costed them with the late Lord play. But now, as you are seeing both teams ready to clash it out, battle in the mid lane. Octa pulled back and hit the decimation from Magister. Banana trying to join the party, not able to get there in time. Still behind in terms of kills and gold. RQ Hoshi up to a little bit of a rough start. Lost their turret on the bottom side, still holding on to the remainders though, which will give Deus Volts a little bit of that map control they're looking for. Looking at Hiko though, doing a really good job of rotating around the map. Definitely can tell he's comfortable since he was able to take that turret on the bot side. He has now shifted his focus onto the top lane, but now, speaking of Hiko, Heart Guard activated, keep him alive as Banana tried to get the set. Brusco to about 50% HP. Skylar in the mid lane trying to deal damage with the Layla pick. We'll be fighting and hitting from afar, but Deus Volts trying to find a way to open up this mid lane turret. Not going to be able to do it though. Lord will spawn in the next 24 seconds.
Ooh, this match is just about to get started. 9 minutes in. Oh man, I'm just gonna be switching to stream B because I just have to catch my breath just now. Okay, I'm gonna be switching it out with a private dancer, so you guys can expect to see more of me later on in stream B. But I really do want to see what happens here in this match between RQ Hoshi and Deus Volt. Steph, you take the wheel for now.
Yeah, I will definitely take the will, but hey, I'm joined by another familiar face, actually on my side of home territory. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, Private Dancer, who you guys seen yesterday on Stream B, has joined the party. How you doing? Yeah, Lord very low. It is going to drop down, and that is going to be Deus Volts able to claim that, and now trying to cede some more ground on this game. I know Private is now just joining the table, so we'll do a little bit of a brief recap of what we've seen so far. RQ Hoshi takes game 1. Game 2, almost able to close it out, but not able to take control of the late game, and an epic turnaround from Deus Volts, taking us to a game 3, which now we are seeing Deus Volts leading the way. An unorthodox pick of Skylar from RQ Hoshi. Did pick up the Layla, which is the first Layla I think that me and you both have seen in the game of futures, at least, Private, and definitely haven't seen it in North America in our MSC qualifiers.
Yeah, Layla, one of those picks that rarely comes up here. But man, what a story to tell. What a time to come in here for Kim to see all this excitement here. 1-1 between RQ Hoshi and Deus Volt right now. Lord crashing in at the bottom.
Yeah, crashing in at the bottom. Irad is going to be able to take down Sunset Lover, but down goes the turret on the top side. Ground control definitely in favor for Deus Volts. You're going to see the Astro Echo connect Kid Bomba trying to get away, able to dodge the Astro Meteor just in time. Man, that was like an inch away from taking it down, but Arad on the chase with the electrifying beat will be able to pick up that kill. Down goes another realm, trying to keep the team alive. Sunset Lover, go ahead and hits the Shadow Stampede.
Brusco.
Magister will find Brusco. That is going to be a 1-for-1 trade for both sides. And yeah, now looking at things, like we said, Deus Volts needs to kind of play safe, right? Focus on the objectives. This is the first time you've actually seen them take control of the early game up against RRQ Hoshi. Normally they kind of troll behind and then pick it up in the late game when RRQ Hoshi makes a mistake. But so far, they are leading the way in this game. They need to take this turret in the mid lane. If they can take that, then they'll be able to invade the jungle of RRQ Hoshi and put them on a little bit more of a defensive stance in their jungle. But yeah, as we are looking at some of the items popping up on the board, pay attention to Skylar. That's what we're really looking at. Berserker's Fury does get picked up. Battle on the way, though, in the mid lane. Netherrealm being activated. 3-man set with the Astro Echo from afar from Octa, connecting to Deus Volts, and now taking the fight into the jungle. Irad, Electrifying Beats, takes down Sunset Lover. Magister rushes in, finds Brusco. Irad will take down Magister for the double kill. He go with the Heart Guard, going in. He wants some bodies. Banana, very low. Hiko gets one. Skylar in the bush. He has spotted him out, and Hiko gets the double. But Skylar will take him down at the same time. 3-for-2 trade. Deus Volts still taking the lead, but Kid Bomba very low, trying to take down Irad. Forced to use that Vengeance. Sao keeping him alive from the side with this Angela pick. 12-8, Lord spawned in. Deus Volts may have a chance to pull the aggro, but they gotta wait for Magister to spawn back in. They do not have the retribution to be able to take this objective yet. This may be a stalemate for both sides. And honestly, this is the closest game that we have had so far in this entire series between these two amazing teams, but it's gonna go down to the wire on who wants it a little bit more. Sawo taking about 50% HP, and now the Lord Pit has been gained by the side of RQ Hoshi.
And it does seem like we're at a point where both teams are kind of suffering that late game. I want to say that late game fall off where you have people like Irad on the Joy starting to fall off. You've got Magister on the Martis that is starting to fall off. Both teams trying to cope with that when it still comes to damage. But for me right now, Skylar is probably, even though it's not a pick we see very often, this is about the point when those Laylas begin to pop off with that heavy damage and that shredding ability.
Yeah, and speaking of shredding ability, down goes the turret on the bot side. Wind of Nature picked up by Hiko will definitely help him out against Skylar. We mentioned the Layla, right? It's a glass cannon, very fragile when touched, but when fighting from afar can deal some massive damage. And it looks like RQ Hoshi, even though they're down in turrets, they're trying to hold off to the late game. Trust in Skylar. That is going to be the hashtag for today. That is definitely their game plan. But Deus Volts, it's a ticking time bomb. They need to close this out before Skylar gets the full build.
Yeah, we can see right now a little bit of a dance at the Lord, still trying to vie for a position. Magister working his hat off, and right now in a great position. Banana still giving his team vision and making sure that they can counter this when it comes. And Lord at health now, Steph.
Yeah, at health, but it is going to be reset. So we'll get a little bit more of that HP. Banana in a good position to kind of pull that aggro, but Kid Bomba doing great on this CC. He didn't run the Ruby this time around. I think he's definitely performing a lot better on it. I mean, he's only 1, 2, and 3, but he's having such a strong frontline presence. But look at RQ Hoshi's positioning. I mean, Octa is very far out there, not going to be able to engage if this fight does break out inside of the Lord Pit. And right now, RQ Hoshi having the control may be able to take this objective.
Yeah, and it's this next one being so important now, right, as both of these teams have a little bit of an advantage. Okay, Baba in a little bit of trouble here, gets bursted down.
Yeah, bursted down, and now taking the fight into the mid lane is going to go ahead and BMI out of there from Hiko. Magister is going to find Brusco, though. Octa takes down Kid Baba, 1-for-1 trade. But both teams still able to take this fight. Lord still intact, and nobody has been able to claim it so far, waiting for an opportunity but it just hasn't been open for either side. But this may be it. Look at Skylar. He's getting closer to late build. I mean, just look at how fast he's chunking down this Luminous Lord. This may be a problem for Deus Volt, is now RQ Hoshi has found their first lead in this game to be able to open up this map.
Yeah, and right now they got minions at mid. You can tell, especially with how that Lord went off, how important this game is for both of them. Both teams trying to make sure that they don't make a mistake. We're at the 17-minute mark. Most of the builds already at about full build. We're going to start seeing the show up of some immortalities come up on the screen, maybe even some of those winter truncheons as we start getting later and later. Magister in a little bit of trouble as Irrad goes in with the electrifying beats, but decides to turn away.
Yeah, now at the 50K mark for gold. So everybody at the late game build, this is what Skylar's been waiting for. Was Coach Bryn up to a master plan? And Layla, we trust, is the model for RRQ Hoshi as Skylar getting ready to risk it all and show some brand new meta for the Game of Futures 2024. Hiko will find Irad though, rushes in, may be able to get another immortality being procced on Brusco. May not be able to get out of there as Kid Bomba will shut him down. 2 members down for RRQ Hoshi, and the push from Deus Volt into the mid lane. Banana about 50% HP. Skylar, forced to use the Wind of Nature, may be able to deal the damage, but Kid Bomba finds him. This is the second kill for Kid Bomba so far in the past 30 seconds. And now a 16-9 kill lead for the side of Deus Volt.
And through all of this smoke, at the 18-minute mark, mid towers still standing. That's unheard of right now. And it just tells you what kind of defense, what kind of game that both of these teams are playing and what they have in mind. Oh, going in, Kid Bomba takes a heap of damage from that tower, but decides to back off and then clear out the mid minions again.
Yeah, able to clear out those mid minions. And Private, this is getting to the late game, and we know what happens when it gets this late. It's a battle of ping pong, and it's just going to boil down to who can execute a little bit better on either the split pushing or the team fights for the neutral objective. So far, we've seen Deus Volt do a really good job controlling this game, but a similar story to the issue that RQ Hoshi fell into the last game. They were not able to close it out with the massive advantage they had in the early phase, and now hitting that 20-minute mark, over 50K in gold. Who will be able to turn the tide in their favor and claim this series?
Yeah, and you said it best. We're so late in the game that it comes down to execution, patience. Who's going to make the first mistake? Who's going to get that first advantage? Maybe catch somebody out, checking a bush they shouldn't have, out of position, maybe too far away from their team to be able to back them up, or even maybe diving a tower. Now that we still have all of our mid towers up here, you can see Sunset Lover and Brusco just saying hello to each other in this bush. Couple of little love taps. Ooh, Brusco actually wastes a little bit of a flicker there while I talk about that Magister at the top.
Yeah, and the Lord does spawn in RQ Hoshi in a possible place to be able to control it and maybe able to take it. But pay attention to Irrad, right? Normally we see Banana being the one that split push when you'd run the Benedetta, but now that he's forced on the Ruby, he kind of lacks a little bit of that mobility to be able to provide that split push. And that's where Irrad is going to come into favor, especially on this Joy, being able to have that high mobility. But now with the Lord intact Magister, he's waiting. He knows that RQ wants this objective, but they're just going to kind of do the dance around the Lord Pit and wait for somebody to make the mistake. This is what we talked about. A battle of the late game down to the wire. 20 minutes in. Will we see Davids be able to take it? Big Arm fitted set.
Ooh.
Rocking up that Vengeance. Hard guard activated to save Bomba. Is going to be able to sustain himself with the damage. A good save from Sawo. And it looks like they will be able to disengage, but that was a very close call.
And here's the thing too, is on one side, you have Hiko, who has to be present, has to be in front of everybody because he still needs to get his stacks on that Claude from the Lord. So you know that on the other side, Brusco is definitely looking for him, trying to connect so that he can get that Way of the Dragon onto Claude and take him out. Unfortunately, when he puts himself out there, Deuce Fault ready. Ooh. Oh my God, look at the damage he just took.
It was like a headshot right there, 50% HP. Over there onto Hiko from Octa on this Navaria. But look at this, Volt trying to deal some massive damage to the Lord. Kibamba very low. Look at Sawa though, already on him, ready to use that hard guard at a moment's notice.
Yeah, and they're doing their best. Kid Bomba doing his best to try to zone out the rest of the team. Look at all the damage he's taken. You can see that the Hearts Guard is ready to try to protect, and this actually might be going to Deuce Fault. Oh, but look up at the top.
Oh, yep, and now Irad has been known to close the distance. He's got so many Lord steals. Got one with the Lancelot. He's gotten one with the Joy before, but not this time around. Sawa will shut him down. They don't have the retribution now for RRQ Hoshi. Deisful has found their opportunity to possibly seize this game. And the clash is now on the way. RRQ Hoshi wants revenge. Skylar finds Hiko. Sunset Lover will take down Brusco. Skylar gets a double. Down goes Sunset Lover. The glass cannon is revved up and ready to go.
Oh, but I mean, you have Sunset Lever. They're going to have to come back to the base. They're going to have to clear that out. But even with the advantage, Deuce Fault find a kill, but then answering back, RRQ Hoshi able to find some kills of their own to make sure that they're not able to put pressure on this. Oh my God!
Skylar! What a play! Able to take down Hiko. What is going on? Sunset Lover did fall. You can see everybody having a hard time now against Skylar, dominating. Maybe able to get another one. Kid Bamba! Octa is going to be able to steal the kill, though, last second. I feel like Skylar would have connected there. But nonetheless, they've taken the advantage and will be able to seize this Lord.
Yeah, unless we get them rushing in here, but this does look like, especially with Skylar's damage, this is the Lord that's going to be going over to RRQ Hoshi. We're taking a look at the items. We're starting to see the show. Some of those winter truncheons are out now. Some of those immortalities are out yet. And it's all going to come down to this base defense. But this is a 23-minute Lord.
Now, was Coach Bryn up to some devious activity with this Layla being slotted in? Does he know something we don't? Because it looks like this may end up winning the game for RRQ Hoshi with the full late game build and a Luminous Lord making his way through the top side.
I guess we'll have to find out. We see those, at this point, you can see towers being shredded. And a big I'm Offended lands on the Magistar.
Yeah, big I'm Offended is going to land. Lord make his way into the base for Deisful. One final stand. This is their chance to turn it around, possibly make it up to the Stage 2 playoffs of the Game of Futures 2024. RQ Hoshi finding a hard time making it into their base, and Deisful will be able to clear out this Lord.
But they still have the lanes to contend with. Still have the bottom, or the mid and the bottom. You can see all of the minions started to crash in here. They still have their high grounds, so still some defense up there. But I mean, man, at this point in the game, all it takes is a good team fight to reduce some of those towers down to paper.
Man, I'm telling you right now, Skylar is looking for that savage play. You just see how patient he's waiting in the back line, waiting to seize the opportunity to deal that long-range damage. Now, the Lord is not in anymore. They were able to burst it down from Deisful, so they have another chance to turn this around. Some solid defense on that push from RQ Hoshi. Again, at another stalemate, 24 minutes in. I mean, even looking at the items, everybody is in double digits now in terms of gold. Wind of Nature was picked up from Skylar, and then also Wind of Nature from Hiko. Definitely going to have to bait one of them out in order to deal that final hit against each other if it boils down to it. But 13-9, and honestly, it doesn't even matter. We're not even, the kills don't matter. The gold doesn't matter anymore. This official late game, it's going to be a 5v5 clash or battle on this Lord. As you are seeing RQ Hoshi very comfortable now. They were in the back in this entire game, but have found their footing.
Yeah, and right now the thing is you're at the point you need an answer for Skylar. You cannot leave him in the back. You cannot leave him doing damage to your team. And that's a problem for Deuce Fault right now, because in the front lane, you have Irad, who's going to be able to go in there, do a lot of burst damage, and they're all going to try to focus that down. And while that's happening, you still have Skylar in the back. So that is the big question here, is can Deuce Fault find a way to get to that back to be able to take Skylar out for some of the next fights?
And you're already seeing them trying to take control of these lanes. Deisful's going to go ahead and clear the top side, ready to take this fight into the Lord Pit. But can they sustain themselves? We already know Skylar is going to be hitting very hard now. They need to find a way to get to him in the backline. And they don't have the easiest composition to do it. Maybe Kid Bamba can rush back there, or Hiko with the BMI, with the Blazing Duet. Could be the trick, but they have to watch out for that Wind of Nature, because as soon as he procs that, he may be able to burst them down. Lord at about 50% HP, and it looks like RQ Hoshi may be able to take this. Where is Magister? Not able to get there in time, and Lord will go to RQ Hoshi.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate because they have waves pushing. The rest of the team was done dealing with those while Magister was basically alone, being zoned out by the rest of RRQ Hoshi while they took the Lord. So it was basically him alone trying to get in there. And I mean, you're not really going to earn much by trying to dive in there and dying, being one down with this Lord coming down as well. Just 2 high grounds left, Steph.
That's right, 2 high grounds left and 1 Layla ready to take it into the base of Deus Volts. This is the moment we've all been waiting for. Make it or break it for both sides. Will Skylar be able to close it out with the Layla, or Deus Volt be able to turn this around, take down the Luminous Lord, and clear the team of RRQ Hoshi, knocking at the door for their base? In a minute's notice, we will know which way this will go. Down goes the inhibitor for the mid lane. Lord at about 25% HP will be bursted down. Blaze Duet from Hiko to be able to clear it. Another Lord not working in RQ Hoshi's favor. And now may have to still try and contest with these minions. Do they go in for it though? Or do they push back and wait for the next Lord to spawn in? And Private, I think we might be seeing a 30-minute game.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate. It's not as exciting, but it is the smart play. Lord goes in, you take down the high ground towers. That's all you got to do, because you know you're winning these team fights when it comes to the next Lord. So all you need to do is be patient, wait for the next Lord, and then you have the pushing power against Deus Vault without any defense.
Yeah, and right now, Demon Underscore picked up from Kid Bomba. There it goes. Skylar doing massive damage. Magister, very low, is going to go ahead and get a little bit of that regen from Angela. They're definitely going to be testing out Sawo and making sure he can heal the team up as everybody at that full build. We're not in late game, Private. We're in late game. As we are looking at both teams fighting it out. Astro Echo connected to the full team of Deus Vault. A possible chance for them to deal some damage. It's like a game of cat and mouse right now between both of them, because Deus Vault, they want to find a way to get the Skylar, but they don't have anybody that can really close the distance before getting bursted down. Yes, you have Kid Bomba, but as soon as he rushes in there, Skylar is going to pretty much take him out, or he's going to get hit by Brusco. But on the same side of the table, for the side of RQ Hoshi, they need to find a way to close out this game, and they're engaging and disengaging is where they have a slight disadvantage. They need to find Brusco going in with the way of the dragon to get a possible setup if they want to be able to end this game, or Banana finding a crucial set with the I'm Offended.
Yeah, and this is that's kind of the big play of this game right now. I mean, you saw a little bit of a fight here at the purple buff. Luckily, Magister still able to get the retry off, get his purple buff here. But yeah, as you're taking a look at these items, I mean, Layla actually does not have the defensive item, so you actually might be able to burst her down.
Yeah, no boots. Running out there with just plain old socks in the land of Dawn. Kid Bomba rocking that vengeance. Very low hit with the sniping. Skylar will shut him down. Kid Bomba will fall and may open up the opportunity for the next Lord to be taken again by RRQ Hoshi. Can Deus Vault contest? Do they go in, or do they just risk it all, go back to the base, and try and take down yet another Luminous Lord?
They have to know they have to make something happen here. They're not going to be able to withstand another Lord push, but they already have minions forcing their way into the core right now. And this is going to be another Lord for RRQ.
Ooh, this is the set they were looking for. Possible kill. Irad will get the Lord, but massive damage on a Deus Vault. Blazing Duet into the backline. Skylar takes out Magister. Hiko finds Brusco. Skylar still alive. 1 HP. Immortality being procced on Hiko. He needs to get out of there. The BMI not able to make up the distance. Irad will shut him down. Banana will fall. Sunset Lover takes down Irad. Banana with a truncheon play. Still alive, but Sunset Lover gets the double. Skylar, though, Octa 2v2.
Oh my gosh.
Down to the wire. Takes down Sunset Lover. Finds another. Sawa will fall. And ladies and gentlemen, RRQ Hoshi will take the winner's match and move on forward in Games of Futures at stage 2 of the playoffs, shutting down their opponent in that bloodbath of a game. Deus Vault drops down into stage 1 of the upper qualifiers.
Ooh, I just got here and I am already sweating. Let me tell you, that was a match.
Dude,
No
I'm
matter
out
who
of
won
breath.
that match there, what a fight by Deuce Vault, not willing to give it up. But when it came to the one place that a Layla shines is the late game, especially if you're able to protect her. And Deuce Vault found that out, and eventually that squeeze got tighter and tighter around them. Congrats to RRQ for a very well-fought match.
A very long match. That was half an hour of back and forth on Illuminous Lord. My goodness, though, pulling out the Layla and able to get the game winner 2v2 at the base crystal. Man, definitely didn't expect it to play out that way. But again, one of the most entertaining matches we have seen so far in the Game of Futures 2024. RRQ Hoshi definitely not disappointing. Deus Volts, though, same story. They did phenomenal up against the team from Indonesia, and I can't wait to see what they have on the tables. They are still in. They're just in stage 1 of the playoffs now. You are going to see RRQ Hoshi move to stage 2, so they'll have a little bit of a slight advantage, but as long as Deus Volts can keep up that synergy, I can see them taking a game from them in the future again. I mean, we've seen them sneak one in the last match. Man, Private, I know you jumped in last minute, but these matches have been insane. And I'm glad you actually got to catch that. So now we definitely have some stories to talk about as we progress through the Game of Futures.
Yeah, just a lot of action here and back and forth from both of these teams. And I want to say, like, a surprise coming from both teams. Sawu, with that Hearts Guard, definitely having a huge role in the success of Deuce Vaults here. But as we started getting more and more later, we were talking about it, the damage coming. You didn't have any type of backline dive for Skylar, and it began to turn the tables.
Yeah, definitely turned the tables. And Skylar, we trust. In Layla, they trust as they pushed on forward in that crazy 30-minute game. Deus Volts did a really good job, though, controlling the early and the mid game, but fell into the same hole that we saw RRQ Hoshi trip on inside of game number 2. Not able to close it out when you had the massive advantage. And overall, the ticking time bomb from the Layla was able to prevail and deal those last hits to be able to close out this series. Moving on up with RRQ Hoshi, a little bit of those showcasing, though, with the highlights. And overall, like we said, one of the most entertaining matches we have had yet.
Yeah, and it just kind of shows the confidence, especially when it comes to RRQ. I mean, just the confidence itself to kind of pull out a Layla, somebody who just really, especially the early game into mid, not very strong. And then you definitely have to have some type of protection for them because they don't really have any of their own. This is when we're moving. I would love to say that this was toward the end of the game, but this is only midway through at the 17-minute mark as we're still dancing back and forth. And it did Deuce Vault with such a commanding lead here at 9-16, but it comes to a lot of these Lord pushes. You see that they were able to kind of find the jump on, and Deuce Vault kind of charging back here. But as these fights continued, you're going to start seeing Skylar, the amount of damage. They do pick up some kills onto Irad here, but Skylar is going to be raining the damage on and actually turns this fight around so that Deuce Vault is not able to take the Lord.
I feel like if we put a montage of how many Lords we had in this game, it would be like a 10-minute video of how many times we saw the Luminous Lord go down. But nonetheless, yeah, RRQ Hoshi definitely hanging in there, playing for the late game in order to turn it around and put in Deus Volts in a situation where they really couldn't afford to go back. The minions were just getting way too strong to deal with, and the damage output from RRQ Hoshi was over-pressuring them. Skylar taking Magister down, Hiko finding Brusco. This is what kind of led to their amazing victory in the late game. Hiko, though, almost able to get out of there, use the BMI. You could definitely tell both of these teams giving it their all, but there can only be one winner and one MVP. And that is going to go to Skylar on the Layla. Who would have thought it? There it is. The proof is in the pudding. The new meta is out. Check out the build now. It's on the screen. Skylar, Mr. MVP.
If you were tired of seeing Laylas in your ranked games, well, prepare yourself, because it's going to be another thing coming these next few weeks. But, I mean, absolutely deserved. Only 3 deaths on the Layla, especially when this is a character that only shines really well into the late game. And even more than enough to kind of cover for Brusco, who was having a lot of difficulty trying to jump into the lines of Deuce Vault and isolate with that Way of the Dragon. You can see here from the stats, 30 36% damage on it. We were talking about that, especially shared with Erad, who had 28%. So you had the lethality in the melee distance, very close up. And when they focused on Erad and focused him down, you still had to deal with Skylar in the back lane. I just, hats off when it came to this, I want to say, composition and this strategy.
And his survivability on the Layla, like being one of the least mobile marksmen out there and able to have an amazing KDA like that, shows you that Skylar definitely scales and is able to kind of outperform majority of his opponents inside of the gold lane. Now, Private, I got to ask you a question, man. You got $1 million on the line. You picking up a Layla?
I mean, if I have the confidence and I have the skill level of players from RRQ, I think I might. But I mean, even then, picking up the Layla, I want to say like Deuce Vault, they had such a powerful early and mid game that it almost looked like it wasn't going to pay off. And it definitely could have been either or's game here. And unfortunately this time for Deuce Vault, it was time for RRQ with such a very risky play. And maybe that's what's needed here. $1 million on the line, you're probably willing to make that risk. There's something that you've had in the pocket for a while that you've been like, no, not yet. This is the time. But here, where there's a $1 million prize pool, that's where you're gonna pull it out.
I bet you Coach Bryn is just grinning with the biggest smile right now after that amazing victory with this team, able to pull that off. Not too many teams can do that. That's the first time I have ever even seen this happen on a professional level. And honestly, it just shows you Game of Futures is the hottest event out right now for MLBB, and these teams are showing out, and we're just getting started. We're only in group phase of this. We're not even into the playoffs, and we're already seeing this. I can only imagine what we see in the grand finals.
Yeah, it's been amazing. And this is the little thing, I think I talked about it a little bit with Kim yesterday about how when it comes to all of these different regions coming together, all of these little differences that they have with the meta, little things that they want to try to work. Yesterday, I saw an Odette playthrough and Victorious with an Odette. And it boggled my mind, but this is what a lot of people and a lot of the viewers like to see from Mobile Legends. They want to see the builds are like, what? If that works, I'm going to go ahead and try it. And it's just amazing to see, especially from all of these regions.
Yeah, I mean, we had a good game before. It was Team Lil Gun and Burmese Schools, and that one was very entertaining. We had a crazy Phigytal just getting to the back line, shutting down Bebex. Nico was able to get him. And I thought that would, yeah, a mid Phigytal, exactly. And I was like, wow, like, I didn't expect that to happen, and it worked. And now just seeing Skylar being able to pull off this Layla in the goal lane lets you know anything is possible when you work hard enough for it. And it just shows the mastery of these players to be able to pull off these difficult compositions and showcases the new RQ Hoshi looking stronger than ever for Indonesia. I'm sure there's, like I said, an earthquake out there right now with how proud their region is after that amazing 30-minute finish up against Deus Volts. But I got to give Deus Volts the credit too. I mean, they did really well. I think it was just a little bit hard to close it out. They just need to find a way to kind of close these games, and they have the massive advantage. If they can master that, considering this is not Indonesia or the Philippines, not two of the top regions, but more of the regions that are kind of rated below them, climbing up and having a chance and almost taking them down is definitely something to be proud about.
Well, I know locally here around Games of the Future, Deuce Vault has been kind of making a name for themselves. And just recently, for a lot of us, they've come into view when it came to M5 and how shockingly, I want to say, strong that they were. But one thing that we're seeing here, especially at Games of the Future, is that they're always improving, always getting better. And no matter what's happened here right now against RRQ, you know that in the next few days, they're going to come back with something even stronger.
Do they ban the Layla? Time will tell. No, I don't think so. But no, it was definitely a fun one to watch, guys. There are still some more matches on the way, though. That was the winner's match for Group Stage A, which means RQ Hoshi is going to be moving on forward a little bit higher in the bracket than Deus Volts. Just a little bit of a recap on what all these teams are fighting for. This is Game of Futures 2024, the highest, most prestigious event so far this year, with the biggest prize pool of $1 million. You have all casters from all areas of the world representing their regions. Me and Private from the same side of town, both of us from the NA scene. It's a pleasure being able to cast with you on the international level. And yeah, we definitely have some stories to bring back to NA.
Yeah, I mean, it's an amazing event here too, and just Mobile Legends with its rise to fame now. I mean, one of the top mobile games in the world right now, and it's just getting bigger and so much to offer. All the characters, all the strategies that we've been seeing, everything has, and it's just changed. It's just changed too, especially from the December to now meta with the characters, some of the items as well, even how you go about fighting in the Lord Pit or the Turtle Pit, because you can no longer drag those out. Everything is constantly changing and updating, which means that every single match could bring something new and exciting to the viewers.
And I'm sure the results of the Game of Futures is going to echo into our own tournament going on for our perspective region, our NACT, as everybody's kind of wondering what's the current meta and what better way to find it out than seeing all the best teams around the world competing it out for $1 million. I mean, you're definitely going to find out some new things there. I mean, even just within this tournament, I've seen a couple of new things that I'm like, okay, one of the things was the CC. Everybody was wondering, does it really work? Is it really true meta? And every single CC match that I have seen so far has been pretty promising to be able to confirm that. You're also getting to see a lot of staple picks that have been slotted, at least for us in North America, such as the Ruby, such as the Claude, such as the Carry, typically working and being successful. I can't really vouch for the Layla yet. I need to see it again just one more time to confirm, all right? If we can get it one more time, then maybe we could check that one off the book. But nonetheless, like I said, keeping it entertaining and also showcasing some great heroes and also some great gameplay from some of the top teams in North America. I just can't believe that we got to see it play out with the Layla ending it, though. Today was just phenomenal on the way these matches turned out. Almost comical the way they played out.
I mean, you touched on it. There's a lot of differences when it comes to some of the meta, but some of the staples have kind of remained the same. Claude, one of the top picks up there. One of the things I want that I don't think we saw in the last 4 matches is I think Nana right now is sitting at about 100%. We haven't seen her too often, but she's still something that has just risen, come up, and is now one of those very scary picks for people, among other things that are coming.
Yeah, definitely among other things. Is, ladies and gentlemen, like I said, my name is Steph Weezy. I'm an NACT caster for the NA scene. This is Private Dancer as well. We're both from the North American scene, kind of cast the games for our respective regions to be able to compete internationally, such as TOB. In the past, you've seen BTK. And to be able to get our first appearance on an international event and represent for, even though we don't have an NA team here, we're still holding that banner for our side of the table as well. And just amazing to see everybody fight it out. RQ Hoshi, definitely congratulations on that hard-fought victory. Deuce Fultz, keep at it. I guarantee you they'll get a good match in there and possibly make it to the grand finals if they keep up that synergy. But there's still a lot of heavy hitters on the table, so make sure you guys are tuning in and representing your regions. But Private, appreciate y'all. Me and him are going to be signing out, and see you guys in the next one. Peace.
Привет, вы классная команда. Я хочу узнать, как вы вообще познакомились с ребятами, как у вас сформировалась команда?
Вообще, в СНГ не так много игроков, которые на тир-1 сцене играют, вот, и, то есть, все друг друга знают. Ну, нет такого игрока, знаешь, который там хороший, его не знают. То есть, все друг друга знают, вот, и так методом подбора, перебора ты берешь одного, если не состыковываетесь, меняешь, берешь другого, и вот так вот собираешь команду.
Слушай, а давай с тобой сыграем. Я всегда хотел с профессиональным чуваком сыграть, я играю за Сайбера. Вот, а ты немножечко расскажешь, может, какие-нибудь правила покажешь. Ты готов?
Давай, без проблем. Вот у нас есть классы героев. Поддержка, стрелок, маг, убийца, боец, танк. Герои максимально разные, около 130, что ли. Ну, героев много. Есть 3 линии. Линия мида обычно играется, там играет маг. Линия XP, это видишь, сверху там знак XP, там играется обычно боец. Вот, линия бота это там линия, это мани, там доллар, это значит линия золота. В чем разница? На линии золота больше дается голды за крипов, на линии XP больше дается XP. И на миду не дается ничего, то есть, ну, обычный фарм, то есть ничего особенного. Вот сейчас мы видим, чем занимается молодой человек. Получу 4 уровень и не дает мне выйти к крипам, чтобы я не получал опыта, не получал денег. Вот он меня зонит, бьет меня. В целом, кстати, это так и делается на хайранге. Да, почему я его зову сюда? Потому что у моего героя, да, есть ультимативная способность, такая, как я его сейчас могу потянуть отсюда до вот сюда, да, где-то плюс-минус. То есть его будет бить башня. Башни очень важны, очень важны. Также, кстати, на башне есть две полоски хп. Первая золотая, это голд. То есть если ты убил врага, например, ты начинаешь качать золото, это называется. Ты бьешь вышку, и тебе за каждую твою тычку с вышки дается голда. То есть когда желтая полоска присутствует на вышке. Вот. Синяя — это уже хп башни.
Сначала нужно желтую побить, потом синюю.
Желтая держится до 5-й минуты игры. То есть смотрите, у нас сейчас 4-я минута. На 5-й минуте игры голда пропадет, и останется только башня. Также на карте появляется черепаха. До 8-й минуты спавнится 3 черепахи. То есть это основные, то есть объекты, на которых дерутся. После 8-й минуты начинается уже спавнить лорд. Лорд — это большой такой монстр, которого ты убиваешь, и он ресается с твоей базы и начинает идти вместе с твоими героями к усилению. То есть ты уж с лордом и можешь идти заканчивать. Ну, обычно заканчивать с лордом. Ты забираешь лорда и идешь заканчивать. Все максимально в моменте меняется, потому что, знаешь, тебя могут забайтить, тебя могут раскаять. То есть ты, я же говорю, ты вот банально, вот сейчас вот я стою на миду, да, вот у меня герой инициатор. Вот я сейчас, например, его вижу, да, вот я сейчас захочу, у меня ультимейт, да, тянет героя, то есть я ему даю контроль, он ничего не может нажать, ни одну кнопку в моей ульте. Но тут же опять же, вот смотри, например, я сейчас бегу на него, да, и в момент, когда я на него бегу, вот здесь вижу, например, стрелка. И стрелок, конечно, мне важнее, чем боец. Лучше мне убить стрелка, потому что это основной керри в этой игре уже, то есть поздняя стадия игры. И ты моментально, то есть, должен принять решение, это сказать, команда должна тебя зафоловить, то есть увидеть это, что ты это делаешь. Вот, и такие вот моменты, то есть, да, надо очень быстро думать. Он умер, если что.
Я недоволен победой. На самом деле. Я готов еще потом без камеры реванш серьезный. Давай нормальную катку сыграем с тобой.
Реально?
Да.
Hello guys, today we are created another challenge, 2 versus 2, but we have another real strict rule. After 15 seconds, maybe 1 minute, maybe 30 seconds, I have to say switch, and they must switch the phones by the circles one by one. 3, 2, 1, go!
Пошли, братишка!
Oh my god.
You're going down.
Oh my god, you are going down. So we have the best team in the world, right?
Yep.
The best team in the world.
I'm die.
You already died.
Oh, yeah.
Oh. Can you tell me, please?
Help me, please.
Help you?
Yeah, help me.
I'm not your coach.
Sauce.
Sauce. Какая-то стратегия, да, у вас?
Что?
Switch! Switch! Go, 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 go! They are really nervous. They don't know what to do, but the brain cells are working differently.
The most handsome in the world.
The most handsome in the world. Yes. The most best in the world and handsome in the world. Okay, got it. Our gamers a little bit in the shock, a little bit in the panic.
Takımın bir kule yıktı.
Do you have fun?
Yeah, I have fun.
Do you like it?
Yes, I like.
So I'm gonna be your coach number 2.
I'm gonna win.
You have to be closer and closer to your teammates.
You are dead, guys.
Is it hard?
Yeah, it's so hard.
It's funny?
Yeah, fun, yeah.
20 seconds. Switch, 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 switch. Give it to your enemy, give it to your enemy. О, сколько эмоций. And switch, 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 switch.
Смена команды, пока мы тут играли. Коуч меня бросил.
They are really focused. They are really focused on the game.
And this is their account, so I die purposely.
Oh, nice. You can give me some advices.
So our account will win.
Ты чувствуешь, как мозг начинает работать по-другому?
Алло.
Я бы не назвал это так.
Who's winning? Raise your hand, raise your hand, raise your hand.
Easy.
It was easy. Yeah.
Мы победили?
Who is winning?
Victory!
Yeah.
GG, nice game, guys.
So you win?
Easy.
Nice game, bro.
Who is winner? Double trouble.
Очень тяжело, действительно сильно. Я любитель, но они играют очень жестко, Что, наверное, это я на сегодня все.
Гармония – мощнейшая энергия созидания, способная объединять народы, вселенные и сохранять баланс мироздания. С развитием технологий люди стали больше погружаться в виртуальные миры, забывая про мир физический, обрекая гармонию на угасание. Чтобы восстановить баланс, гармония переродилась жар птицы мира отправилась сквозь вселенные в поисках героев, способных вернуть утраченную энергию. Избрав 5 сильнейших представителей, Мира собрала их у Куба Советов, наделив их уникальной силой. Они стали хранителями гармонии, чья задача — охранять и поддерживать баланс. Советом было принято решение провести турнир, победитель которого распространит гармонию по свету. Для этой цели Куб преобразовал частицу гармонии во Flame — древний артефакт для сбора энергии. Хранителями было выбрано место для проведения турнира — город с самым сильным соприкосновением энергии. Именно здесь миллионы зрителей и сильнейшие атлеты примут участие в величайших играх всех времен, чтобы определить достойнейших и восстановить баланс миров. Да начнутся игры будущего.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, please place your tray tables in the upright position and strap in as this group stage is about to continue. I am Private Dancer here today, now joined with Yasu.
Welcome everyone, and thank you so much for that really sweet introduction, Private. And today we will be watching and casting with you guys the game of Fireflux and also Nightmare. So today we have seen a lot of eventful games, I would say, right? Because we have just seen a Layla, we have seen an Odette yesterday, a Barrett's in the mid lane. I've seen quite a few things that I've been speaking about yesterday. I've been wanting to witness some of the region's textures, and I think that I've had a lot so far.
Yeah, it's just like a recipe that Mama made. Every region has their own little ingredient to add to it, and we've seen it. Everything from a Paquito in the mid lane, the Odettes out there, and man, it's going to be a thing to behold, especially for these two teams, as we are at the point that if you are going to pull out something, now is the time. As unfortunately for one of these two teams, one of them will be progressing, one of them will be going home.
Well, for Team Fireflux, I think that they played yesterday against Team Blacklist International, and they have lost with a 2-0. So they are not in a really good position, neither Team Nightmare. So, as you said, yes, it's a really tough game. And I think that the revenge that Team Fireflux was seeking against Blacklist, they didn't get it. So maybe they will have another opportunity in the upcoming and in the following stages. But from Team Fireflux, I've been used to see the Thorn Queen, Rosa, play Lilia and play such amazing mid laners, but it seems like he's being brought back to the current meta using the Novaria and the meta heroes. So would you think that today, in this upcoming game between Nightmare Esports and Fireflux Esports, we will see something new as well, or like everyone will go back to the basics and will go back to what's currently working, the utility junglers, and apply pressure, take a turret by turret, and play a very safe and a very classical game.
Well, both of these teams lost to some pretty heavy hitters. I mean, not to take any, don't want to take anything away from Blacklist. I mean, and the other opponents that these guys face. I mean, we can take a look here at some of the picks and bans you were talking about. Some of the meta that maybe some of these teams have been forced into. Top of the picks right now, Ruby, Carry, as well. We were talking about Claude, who was sitting at about 100% win rate, but now sitting at about around an 80%. Still very successful picks there. And then, of course, the bans. We've seen how strong these picks are. Matilda right now sitting at about an 80% win rate. Joy somewhere up there as well. I mean, it's been a meta game. There's a reason that meta picks work, but there is also something to say about some of those outliers, like we've been seeing the Paquito mid, the Layla, the Odette. Some of these picks that you would never know have 100% win rates right now in the games in the future, which is something very interesting to behold. And that's what we're saying. Do we stick with the current meta and try to play it harder right now that everything is on the line? Or do we maybe pull out a little something different, a little something spicy, another ingredient that we haven't tested before yet?
Well, speaking of ingredients, I would say that all teams have already brought something on the table. And for the teams that I wouldn't say no one, but a lot of people didn't expect them to pull up a really decent fight, they did really great so far. So let's say, for example, Team Twisted Minds. I was like watching that game against AB Brand, the world champion, and it's a really tough match, but it lasted for 30 minutes against the Saudi Arabian team, and it was a really intense match, a really close one. And then comes the Layla in a really interesting match with RQ versus Deus Volt for also a 30-minute match, and getting an MVP with the Layla. So if all these teams are here to do something in games of the future, they are here seeking the prize pool of $1 million, and they are bringing something from home. They are bringing new picks, they are bringing new metas, and they are applying a lot of pressure even on big names, or like S-tier teams, as I would like to call them. So far it's a really decent fight, and in this upcoming games, or like this game especially, I would say that Team Fireflux need to pull off something new and not fall back to the usual. Also, the same thing goes for Team Nightmare Esports.
Yeah, and you brought it up, the 30-minute matches that we've been seeing here. Part of the contributing factor that I think has been coming up has been some of the changes that we have with some of those objectives, especially the Lord, that can no longer really be pulled off to the side where you have an advantage if you were the first one to grab it. Now you have to fight inside the Lord pit. So now we've been seeing a lot more teams less confident on some of those fights, and now looking to actually bait out the Lord and try to get an advantage over the team before they even start the Lord down. And then we've even seen sometimes where they get an advantage over the team, maybe lose one or two members, and now they're at a point where they're like, okay, I guess we can't start the Lord anymore. And it's those little things that are starting to come into play, making this game a little bit more exciting, because there's a lot more back and forth, and you have to check a lot more boxes to be successful.
Yeah, you do. You do have to bring something extraordinary. But speaking of extraordinary things, we can see here the rosters of both teams. Nightmare Esports with Khami, Jack, and also Too Easy for Lexi, Susol, and Jaspen. Well, this roster, I have casted some games for some of these players, and I can tell you for sure they have something to show us here today. And as we have witnessed over all the day, Team RQ Hoshi is now waiting for the winner between Brimis Ghouls and Twisted Minds. AB Brand is still waiting for DS Volt to sort it out with Homeboys. But let's talk about the current game. Look at Nightmare Esports draft pool. You will see that the most picked heroes, they actually don't pick a hero twice, I would say, because right now we can see an Akai, Barats, Bruno, Carry, and also a Lilia with one game only. But in the bans, they are mostly afraid of the Ruby. And on the other hand, Team Fireflux Esports with Alien, Rosa, the Thorn Queen, and Tinsley, Apex 47, Sunshine. Well, in this game, I would expect to see a lot of heavy crowd control tanks, especially because they have Apex 47. What do you expect in this upcoming game, Private?
Well, we do see that some of them have liked to stick with certain things. Sunshine does like to favor that carry, albeit though not as successful, but that can be said for many of the teams here in the games of the future. Carry sporting a surprising 25% win rate despite her high pick rate throughout all of the teams, which I mean, there's two sides of that coin. Are people picking her in bad situations? Are maybe they just trying to take it away from the enemy and it's not fitting in the composition? It's very interesting to see, especially because there are those very flexible, I want to say, flexible ways to play her now, whereas you can put her as a heavy tank that still has that true damage from the speedy light wheel and her passive, or you can really just go with the all damage carry that is able to kind of shred down towers very quickly. Either way, it's just to say that it's been at a point where she hasn't been as successful as her pick rate might lead people to suspect.
Well, yeah, the carry pick is definitely one of the most dangerous picks, and it does deserve to be one of the most picks. Maybe in the upcoming days we'll see her in the most banned heroes as well. But speaking of also banned heroes, do you recall with me the first day, once we saw the Matilda, we knew that all the players that are gonna play against the Matilda, they will realize how much of a mistake they did, because leaving a Matilda open is dangerous. It almost sounds like a death sentence, because Matilda with the engage, disengage, the sustainability, also having the shields and everything that comes with the Matilda is just too much for anyone to handle. So previously, yesterday, I was casting with Wolf, and I've seen something that I wish that could have happened. Team, I cannot remember the team's name right now, but I saw a lot of shields being used with an Angela, also a Joy, and I expected to see an Esmeralda, since like everything is happening here, right? In the games of the future, everyone is picking the pick that suits the game, not just the ones that suits the meta. And also in the ban list, we have seen a lot of players being targeted out, not just banning the meta heroes. Again, expect the unexpected in the upcoming game.
Yeah, there are some probably counters out there that haven't been used, and that kind of goes along with some of these people who have been using things that aren't always as successful or just aren't picked as well. We've seen the Phobius out there for a lot of these dash heroes. Esmeralda could work, but a lot of these heroes still have a little bit of a lack and a reason that they aren't in the metas. Phobius, Esmeralda for one, especially when it comes to the XP lane, not really matching up well against some of those top tier picks like the Arlots, or like I want to say who else have we been seeing in there a lot? The Exborg, who can basically shred her down with true damage as well. So I mean, it comes with the risk and reward part of it that you need to kind of be able to see your way through. I mean, we have seen some of them. Barats, we've seen him in the XP lane, who I want to say, like, on paper, you don't think would be so successful, but we see that them just kind of weather the storm of what they're doing in the XP lane until you start moving away from the laning phase, and then Barat starts to become a bigger factor in your fights when he can keep up his stacks, when he can be that tankiness in front of your team. So, like I said, it's all based on how well your team can kind of cover the holes for some of these for some of those non-meta picks here.
Well, yesterday I was trying to predict a lot of the picks. Like when I saw a lot of dashes and so much mobility for one team, I expected to see a Phobius. But again, it was too good to be true, so they left it open. You have spoken about the Barats. So the Barats, yeah, I do agree with you. Mostly it's being used in the jungle, right? But having it in the XP is a little bit of a risk. But yesterday I saw it being played in the mid lane. I didn't even imagine that this could happen, but it did happen. It wasn't successful, but it did happen. So, yeah, it is funny actually to see a lot of teams trying to force their own way with their own meta and also their own picks. But speaking of picks right now, the draft pick has started between Nightmare Esports and Fireflux Esports. Kami, and also the members of Nightmare Esports having the Phygital being banned, the one that you have spoken about, also the Joy and the Exborg. Seems like You mentioned two of those hero in the previous discussion.
Yeah, and right now, we take out the Ruby, which does mean that we're going to have Arlott and we're going to have the Assassin Nolan open right now. I want to say it really depends on how well some of these, I haven't really seen either of these guys pick up Nolan yet, and I have seen some spots yesterday where both teams leave him open and don't pick him. It just depends on the team here. Oh, it does look like we're going to go ahead. Jack going to go ahead and pick up the CC.
Well, picking up the CC still leaves a lot of picks open, such as the carry, but again, the carry is open and it's there for grab, but also the same thing can be said about the Cloud. So we will see if any of these teams, they didn't take neither the carry or the Cloud. Maybe it's planned for the upcoming pick for Team Fireflux. But here, we can see the Novara that have been used so many times by so many players in this tournament so far. And it has been so successful, either with the vision, also with the damage. Sometimes the damage is too much to be, it's too much to take and out, so like too much to handle, because almost everyone targets the damage dealers. Alien with the Arla, the one that you have suggested and also predicted, but yes, here comes the pick that I think is the solution for all of these picks. Valentina being picked by Nightmare team, and I think that now it's a carry. How do you see things going?
Very interesting here. I mean, we saw Navaria actually sporting a 66% win rate on her, not picked as often as Arlott, who actually has a huge pick rate right now, but still sitting at about 44%. It just depends on how well he's used and how well you can get those final slashes, and your team, that's the biggest thing, is your team needs to be able to capitalize on it. Because if you're getting these final slashes and the team isn't able to kind of come there and help out with the damage, then you're kind of a sitting duck, which what we've been seeing from some of the Arlotts out here. On the other side, Valentina, I mean, probably one of the most, I want to say, dynamic picks when it comes to a team because of the mobility, because of the amount that she adds when she can take an ultimate from the enemy. So now they have to adjust what they want to actually give you. And then of course, Claude, we've been talking about it, 80% win rate right now, and especially when it comes to the late game, if you're able to protect that marksman lane, if you're able to make sure that he can get fed, get the items that he needs, using that blazing duet, especially into the back line, he's able to have a huge effect on a lot of these matches.
Well, Fireflux Esports, if they got a pick-off hero, such as the Kaja, maybe the Franco, but I would also recommend Minotaur, not as a pick-off hero, but as a hero that can rhyme in with all the picks that you have chosen so far, if they will take someone to melt down Nightmare Esports. So right now we have entered the second phase of banning, and having the Akai means that yes, Team Nightmare Esports don't have and didn't use the jungler pick yet, but for Fireflux Esports, they kind of can flex a lot of those picks. The Brats can be used in the XP, in the jungle, sometimes even in the mid, but not in this case, not like based on my calculations, and Arlott on the XP or even on the room. So Fireflux, if they got the carry right now, I think it's gonna be so helpful, especially because it can play decent 1v1 man-to-man in the gold lane against the Cloud. But it seems like they want them to take the carry. They banned the Brody now.
Yeah, interesting thing here too is they have the Barats. Fireflux has the Barats and bans out the Akai, and that actually kind of covers the only two jungles that we've seen Nightmare go. So maybe right now Fireflux read that and are trying to force Nightmare to kind of push past what they've shown us already. Maybe just because this is what they've seen already, this is what they've been able to scout, and they're going to try to move forward from there. You do see that Nightmare Esports going to go ahead and focus down on that marksman lane now that they've already picked up Claude. It does look like they are trying to force out the carry, maybe trying to like as we've been saying, carry big pick rate, but just has not been able to capture that win rate, sitting at about like 20% right now. But they're going to go ahead and pick it up. Fireflux very confident in their ability for it. The only problem sometimes I see with a carry is that she really shines. She's built specifically for those tanks, for those heavier hitters, those ones that are a little slower, because her range is not exactly the largest and the longest. So when you have other abilities or people or characters on the enemy team like Claude, like Valentina, like Cece, who can kite you away or who can close the distance on you very quickly, it might prove a little bit of a problem, especially if you don't have a front line, which is what I'm going to probably be looking for Nightmare Esports. And yeah, we have one right there with a Grok, who actually, I want to say this is probably the third time that we have seen him here in the games of the future.
Well, the Grok is a really decent pick, but the Dairoth here as a jungler is pretty much fitting in this trap somehow, because playing on the physical defenses of your enemy and also seeing that they have a really decent amount of HP that he can easily melt down like the Brats, and also on the other hand, now they didn't use a tank that can apply crowd control. They have summoned the one and only Estes. The Blacklist International Special is here. So they want to play on the sustainability, which is really good actually. Having that Brats, they can make a really decent combo in the mid lane. He can also make up for this range for carry to join in without fearing of losing her own HP. So the Estes pick is really good, but once the Estes is targeted out, I think it's gonna be really hard. And also, there's something I want to add here. Novaria is one of those mid laners that can move freely throughout the game in the mid lane clearance and everything else, but Estes isn't. So I would expect to see Estes being used as, we say it like that, babysit the gold lane.
Yeah, I expect him to I expect the Estes to be riding right behind Barats on Detna right now, because like as you said, the mid right now, Novaria, very mobile, so not really going to be benefiting from a lot of the healing if they are keeping a proper distance from the fight. Novaria has one of the longest ranges of any of the mages here, able to use those astral spheres from a huge distance to do a ton of damage onto them. But ladies and gentlemen, we are about to see game one of Nightmare Esports taking on Fireflux. Right now, this series going to decide which one of these teams moves on ahead and which one will be going home.
Well, right now we can see Fireflux Esports on the right-hand side with the red team, with the second pick, and also with a really different kind of draft, the one that I was used to see. Apix47 not using his crowd control heroes and applying and making the Estes here, like making his way through with that Estes here. Also, I think this is the first time seeing an Estes in the tournament. Apix47, Rosa in the mid lane, facing Suso and also Jasmine. It's gonna be really tough for Rosa to stand up against two in his lane, in the mid lane, because Grok will always clear up this wave really fast with using the first skill. On the jungle, there hasn't been any kind of force or any kind of invade whatsoever. Alien and Jack. I think this is gonna be a really interesting XP lane, since both of these picks are actually banned heroes.
Oh, actually, Alan gonna get caught here, is trying to dash himself to safety. You can see Ben just sitting there waiting to put on the damage. And unfortunately for Fireflux Esports, that's gonna be a first blood for Nightmare. But they're gonna go ahead and try to make Jasmine pay for it. You can see he's down to about 10% health. A flicker used by Rosa, still trying to get the auto attacks. And he decides his fate shall need to be decided by a tower.
Oh my god, he made it personal. Rosa made it personal with Jasmine. He did use his flicker just to get that kill secured for Fireflux Esports, and right now they will be in advantage for taking that first turtle, but they have to make sure that too easy for Lexi isn't able to reach that retribution though.
Yeah, you see Lexi actually able to come in there from the side, snatch that away from Fireflux. You just talked about it, and that was unfortunate too, because you had Rosa trying to teleport home, Alien wasn't there yet, and you had 4 members from Nightmare over there trying to press their advantage and get that frustration out of Fireflux, and it paid off as they were able to steal away that turtle.
using that Grok to annoy the junglers is a really good tactic, but when it comes to assassin junglers, here seeing a utility jungler such as the Barats, I think it's gonna be really hard for Jasmine to be annoying as he thinks he can be, but Tennessee uses the ult.
Yeah, Jasmine is going to have to use that wild charge to get himself back to safety. A wall is actually going to split up the Fireflux. He has been absolutely, actually very surgical with with all of the walls he's been using here. Once before to go ahead and isolate and keep that buff very close so that he could try to steal it, and then just isolating it so that Apex gets separated from his herd and almost actually in a little bit of trouble there. But thankfully, they're able to still keep it at 1-1 apiece.
Well, I think I would take a little bit back of what I said, saying that the Grok wasn't as successful as it needs to be after seeing the gap between both junglers. But here, he's trying to farm both lanes with the Claude. And going back to my point, I was saying that look at the XP gap when it comes to Tennessee, and also on the other hand, for Too Easy to Lexi, he was level 7 while Tennessee was level 5, moving around the map with the two-man combo. Tennessee and also Apex 47 are making sure that their team are getting the help they need in any lane they are asking for. Well, there is something that's really quite interesting that I've mentioned yesterday, and it goes like this. If you made a mistake with an assassin hero as a jungler, it's so hard to recover, but if you made a mistake while using a utility hero as a jungler, it's not that hard to recover.
Yeah, and that's true, especially when it comes to like assassins and stuff. Well, we do have a match coming, or a little bit of a fight coming here. Jasmine does get popped up. Detna's welcome. It's going to spit him back out. Lexi able to find another secure onto the turtle. And I just want to say the rotations right now from Nightmare have been so good, especially because Jasmine has been doing such a great job on this bin, making sure that he can refuse farm to the marksman up at the top, and both marksmen have now switched down to the bottom. And I think we're going to start seeing it in the gold discrepancy between Sunshine and Kami.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And looking at Too Easy for Lexi 2 times in a row, using his ultimate, the one that got a little bit of adjustment in the latest patch, not being able to be cancelled. But looking here, they want to get the kill on the CC.
Yeah, Jack in a little bit of trouble here, putting on the damage, is going to go ahead and try to create that distance. Getting a lot, activates the Vengeance, but it's not enough to save him from 3 members of Fireflux, and this is going to be the first tower of the game.
On the other side though, Nightmare Esports are trying, and they did make that trade possible. Yes, they lost one of their members, but they took the bot lane. Too Easy for Lexi, applying some damage.
Yeah, and you can see here Jasmine in a little bit of trouble, gets popped up, and he is not long for this world as Rosa finds a kill there. The blessing of the Moon Goddess from Apex, able to keep the entire team healed and topped up through that fight. 1-3 in favor of Fireflux from Turkey.
After switching between both laners on the XP and the gold lane, I didn't see that much of a use for carry, especially because they gave all the resources, Fireflux Esports, towards the top lane and taking CC down and taking her turret down. But on the other hand, they have lost the only turret that actually can save carry from any invade. So maybe, just maybe, we might see another switch between those two. But speaking of which, and now looking at the timer, we have 6 minutes and 30 seconds almost into the game, and the second turtle has respawned.
Yeah, and we can already see, I was talking about the gold discrepancy that we were going to be seeing. Carry sitting 1K behind the Claude. Cammy doing such a good job. Now we have the turtle fight here. Half health. Fireflux trying to zone up. A Nightmare coming in. Big final slash lands, and Lexi able to get another turtle. A final slash is out with the blessing of the Moon Goddess to keep the team healed up, and they are trying to give chase, but the mobility of Nightmare is too much.
5 men pushing in the mid lane against just 2 from Team Nightmare Esports. And looking here, Alien might just take it. They do withdraw and they do go to their own laning duties. It seems like it's really too easy for Lexi to take all of these turtles.
Oh man, you can see that damage coming out from Sasul, and I do believe I saw an Abyssal Strike come out there from Lexi, which was able to take Tenzi down. I mean, even it doesn't matter how tanky you are, especially with how that's how that Lexi is going to be able to burst through a lot of the armor with that Dairoth.
So far, we haven't seen a Flicker final slash, one of the classics that Arlott can provide to us. And 60 seconds into, and the Lord will respawn, the first Lord of the game, but it seems like there will be a lot of pressure on the top lane. There might be a surprise coming from Jasmine. Nope, there's no surprise. They just made sure that Fireflux Esports knows that they are claiming that turret, and that turret is what they have got. In the mid lane, they are still trying to apply some pressure. Fireflux Esports are seeking solutions, even though the game, when it comes to numbers, almost seems even, but 3-2 with 3K behind when it comes to gold.
Ooh, Detna's welcome does land. Tenzi does spit him out. Lexi gets taken out very quickly. Now, the one thing for me is that this Ubi strat of healing up your team and like keeping them grouped up is working for Fireflux. However, it doesn't matter if your team is not landing these retributions. If you're starting to get out gold, like right now, most of the objectives have been going over to Nightmare Esports. Lexi just doing such a great job of getting in there and being able to snatch those objectives away from Fireflux Esports to the point where they're actually behind, despite how well they're doing in some of the team fights.
Fireflux also, speaking of team fights, we might see a team fight being forced here, just using the Lord as an excuse for them. Fireflux and also Nightmare are preparing to go into that Lord pit, and as you said earlier on today and in the draft, the Lord range is now so much smaller than it used to be before, so there is no Lord dances that can last long, only claiming that either zoning the enemy completely out or wanting to take that Lord with a fast, with applying all the damage and all the resources of your team to take it as fast as possible. Speaking of being fast as possible, we can see here that the Cloud already have his Demon Hunter Sword, the Golden Staff, and everything he needs for the early game damage. And looking at the carry, she's 1.5k behind just from the Cloud.
Yeah, this Lord actually might go over. They're going to try a big pop-up. Lexi gets the Lord another objective for Nightmare Esports. The pride of Lausch giving it to Fireflux right now. You can see that blazing duet going into the back lines. Kami finds a kill onto Alien. Tenzi gets taken down by Jack, and Kami still is not done. He is hungry for blood. Apex goes down. That is 4 members down for Fireflux Esports as Nightmare taking it to the mid tower. Let's take a look at that replay. Look at the big pop-up that's going to happen. Or actually, this is after the Lord fight as they continue in there. That blazing duet shredding them from behind. Kami takes 1 kill, but he's not done. He focuses down Apex as he tries to get to the safety of the tower.
A huge miscommunication happening between Alien and Tennessee in the previous moment in the recent replay. Both of them were affected by CC's ultimate, and both of them didn't move together, so they both went down. And not just that, they lost the Lord, so all the retribution battles have been won by too easy for Lexi. And not just that, they also won the team fight by almost wiping out Fireflux Esports, taking everything that could possibly be taken for them. All the secondary turrets are down, and the mid lane inhibitor turret is also affected and already without its own passive. So far, even though Private, the game is, again, when it comes to kills, it's even. But when it comes to strategy, so far Nightmare Esports is winning. Why do you think they are the one in control? Is it just because of the retributions?
It's not just the retributions. It's the fact that Fireflux Esports, when it comes to a lot of these fights, Nightmare knows exactly what they need to do. They charge in at the right time. You have the Jasmine comes in with that charge as well to pop up right at the moment that you're supposed to be retrying. And then you have Lex coming in with the Abyssal Strike and the retribution to try to double his odds. You have the entire team working in fast with the jungler to make sure that once it gets to the point where you're supposed to be retrying, they're doing everything they can to push away, stun, pop up TNZ to give Lexi the best opportunity he has to be able to get those retributions.
And looking at, ooh, they did?
Yeah, Detna's welcome comes out here. Jasmine in a little bit of trouble, down to about 10%. He's gonna have to use that wild charge to get himself away, and gets away safety.
Whoa, that was so close. I almost thought that he's out of the range of Tennessee, but looking at the itemization from the side of Nightmare Esports, I've just saw that they already have the Sea Helper, also the Necklace of Durance and the Dominance Eyes. They are completely taking down the healing effect from Fireflux Esports, and right now seeing that second Lord spawning in the Land of Dawn, the first enhanced Lord in this game, and the one that can make a huge effect if it have been taken by Nightmare Esports. If they did win this Retribution battle, if even they lost the Lord but got the team fight, they might just end this game while they are hot.
Well, and the thing is here too is on the side of a Nightmare Esports, you have Sisol who can come out with a final slash of their own because they can steal it. Jasmine has the wild charge that he can use too to kind of pop them up. And on the side, I feel like on the side of Fireflux, when it comes to some of these Lord fights, that's one of the things that they didn't factor is being able to protect Tenzi or being able to offset Nightmare Esports when it comes to a lot of these fights. Because I want to say, you can still see Nightmare Esports, they're not really looking for a fight. They're coming in, they're grabbing some of these lords, and they're grabbing some of these objectives, and then they're kind of backing off unless they have a real big advantage. You can see here now them starting to step up. The Lord at about 10% down. We've already started healing Apex right now, or Apex is already starting to heal. We do have Rosa giving vision, letting them know where the rest of them are on the map, and you're going to see as soon as this Lord starts to get low, the rest of the team's going to come in and try to give Lexi an opportunity. From the back, you can see Kami standing up front, and the Lord has already been reset. And now the rest of Nightmare Esports, you can see Kami goes down to the bottom trying to get his stacks, and the rest of the team starting to split up a bit.
Taking some HP back, Kami, after losing a lot of his HP, and giving and providing vision from Jasmine is just remarkable. Team Fireflux Esports cannot go into that Lord fight. They are just not prepared, and what's really just like roaming around my head right now, Susol didn't steal any ultimate from Fireflux Esports. So what are they actually planning on? Maybe they will go on the opposite side of the lane. Claude is the only person, or like the only marksman who's allowed to go and split bush, but here Fireflux goes, and Jasmine giving a lot of vision.
Yeah, Jasmine does land the wild charge there. Pops up too. Blessing of the Moon Goddess is out healing up the rest of the team. Sunshine able to find a kill onto Cecil. This actually might be the advantage that Fireflux needed before this Lord fight. Out comes the vision from Rosa. They're trying to hunt down Lexi. You can see the zigzags out there, and doing a great job of protecting him is Nightmare Esports. So they're able to get back, but this is a Lord fight that might be going to Fireflux.
Leaving the split bushing, or like the opposite laning clearance, causes Nightmare Esports the loss of the first inhibitor turrets due to minions. Minions clearance, ladies and gentlemen, was better from the side of Fireflux Esports, taking that Lord, and for the first time, and also, and this is funny actually to say, Tennessee didn't even have the Retribution this time, so I'm not gonna say Tennessee won a Retribution battle, even Retribution this Lord. He just took the Lord without any kind of contesting from the side of Nightmare Esports. The Lord is marching from the top lane, and I think that it is so dangerous to defend this Lord, especially with having the Estes on the opposite side of the map. Susol must do something. Maybe that thing is to steal the Estes ultimate.
Oh, we can see right here, they are starting to put the pressure onto Nightmare Esports. Tenzi up front, taking all the damage. Not too far off behind him is Apex, trying to give off a lot of that healing. Luminous Lord up at the top. You can see the rest of Nightmare Esports trying to contend with it to burst it down. Now, that last fight, they did something different. Fireflux realized what they don't want is a 50-50 shot here, because they cannot compete. We do have a flicker with the final slash. In comes the blazing duet. Kami gonna put with the finishing touches. Jasmine goes down. Alien is down. That is a 1-for-1 right now as they are continuing. Sunshine finds a kill onto Lexi. Tenzi up in the front, still trying to take the damage. You can see Apex comfortably behind him with those heals. And this might be the end for Nightmare Esports if they can continue on this pressure. More minions charging up at mid. Sunshine comes in, looking for some damage. We're starting to get onto the core. Half health, down to about a third, 10%. This might be it. Nightmare Esports trying to push back. Rosa finds a kill onto the marksman, and this is game. Fireflex Esports come back with a game. This is going to be game 1 for them.
This is a really interesting game of going back and forth between giant teams, and in this final touch, it just needed a perfect finish for Chatsa, for such a fairy tale, using the Wind of Nature, using the Estes ultimate, also synchronizing all the minion waves just to enter in the same second and applying all the pressures from every and each lane upon Nightmare Esports. After seeing that victory upon them, they just saw how does winning looks like, but just in a matter of seconds, Fireflux Esports took the win.
Yeah, and it's exactly what I was talking about. That they saw very quickly. It took a few objectives for them to realize that they're not going to be able to compete with Nightmare if you go 50-50 on the retribution. Nightmare just had too many tools to offset, to push away the jungler, to pop up the jungler, while they were going to be able to use that Abyssal Strike and the retribution to capture a lot of these objectives. So now, when that Lord Dance came, you saw them. They knew that they needed to at least get the numbers in their favor. They needed to get a hit. They needed to be able to get somebody down. They needed to get some kills onto the enemy before they could focus on the Lord. After that, it was basically a wrap because you have an Estes on your team. You don't have the opportunity for the enemy to flank you in any position because now they're facing you at a defense right now. They're all inside of their base. They're not able to come around on the side. They're not able to get to your back line, and that is where they shine. And they were able to push a very amazing push with their first Lord.
They did really indeed shine in this game, and coming back from a mistake in the early game, Fireflux were able to use this utility meta to its finest and show us why it's one of the strongest metas to play up against. But in this game, there is something that you have spoke about, and also I've been mentioning, the Arlot. I didn't sense the danger coming from the final slashes, neither the Arlot himself, because the only thing that the Arlot needed to do is to zone Nightmare Esports out. But during the whole game, there was like a 1 or 2 good final slashes. But when it comes to the XP laner duties by zoning the enemy out, I don't think that the Arlot was good enough in this game.
Well, the problem came from, I want to say there were some remarkable final slashes I saw, especially when it came to some of the turtle fights. Unfortunately for Fireflux, I want to say that Arlot's final slash came out a little early, and then Nightmare was able to use the Valentina, get that ultimate from him, and they used the final slash exactly when they needed to kind of stop the retribution from coming out from Fireflux. And I mean, it wasn't as big as an effect that most people would like when it comes to some of these teams, but useful nonetheless. You can see here in the early game a very dominant performance by Fireflux when it came to the kills. They were actually able to mount up a lot, especially when it came from the healing there. But when it actually came to the objectives, you can see here, able to steal it away despite the healing that was coming out. And then Nightmare did what they were supposed to, backed up. They weren't going to be winning a lot of these team fights, so they wanted to make sure that they got the objective and were able to kind of clear the way. Here's going to be another one where they have the Blessing of the Moon Goddess, and Tenzi still getting thwarted, is not able to get these retributions. But that is all going to change when we go to the Lord fight, which was absolutely amazing. This one actually almost looked like it was the end for Fireflux here. They got a four-man down, but you can see here, this is when it all changed.
Yeah.
You can see that Fireflux, they weren't trying to go for the Lord anymore. They were trying to bait out an engagement. They wanted to get the kills down so that they could get the numbers in their favor, and that is exactly what they did. Actually, a great play by Nightmare over there. You weren't able to see, but they get blocked from some of those kills there. But this was basically the beginning of the end for Nightmare Esports as Fireflux pushing in with the help. You can see Apex very close to the back there of Tenzin, making sure that his team is topped up and very safe, and there is just nothing to stop them from being able to take down the core.
And Sunshine, for me, like, was able to bring out a world-class performance using the Wind of Nature, positioning himself in a really good place in the team fight. But looking here, the MVP of this game is the Thorn Queen himself, Rossa from Fireflux Esports, with a 405 in terms of the KDA, 35% damage dealt. And looking at the items, it seems like he was almost there to finish all of the items that he needed to use all the damage to burst down all the troops or like all the heroes from Nightmare Esports. Maybe he wanted to go for one more item, which was the Holy Crystal, but anyways, he have the Divine Glaive, the Glowing Wand, and everything else that goes with it to apply the damage he needed. And looking at the game, I want to actually see the items of Carry, because I think that Carry didn't play fully defensive, maybe a semi-tank, maybe even a full defensive item. So I'll be waiting to see those items from the previous game.
Yeah, Rosa did an absolutely great job, especially with that elongated last fight. Here we have the items, and you can see Carry there. I mean, a typical Carry build here, full damage for it. You do have the Golden Staff, Demon Hunter Sword, Wind of Nature, and the Malefic Roar. But the amazing thing here is that how well Kami was doing against Sunshine here, despite now, and then Fireflux still able to kind of come back. And that's kind of something that Nightmare might need to work on. They had the advantage, and unfortunately for them, not able to capitalize on it fully there. You can see 35% damage there by Rosa, 27 by Sunshine. So by the end, by that Lord fight, Sunshine, with all of the items, was able to start shining through despite the pressure that they were putting onto that lane. So an amazing job done there by Fireflux.
For me, the most remarkable statistic in the previous graph was the Estes using, or like being inside 100% of the team fights. He was completely there. Apex 47 was able to use the Estes, as I told you, to its full limit. At sometimes to force down a fight, at sometimes to disengage, but Nightmare Esports as well, sometimes we have seen them steal the objectives, mostly not contest the objectives, just steal and disengage, and they were able to do it every single time perfectly, especially in the first 3 turtles and also in the Lord pets in the first Lord. But in the second Lord, they weren't lucky enough, because Apex 47, with his positioning, was able to heal all of his members. And in the last scene from that game, or like in the last minute from that game, it was a perfect executed end game for Fireflux Esports, sinking all the waves, using all their heroes with the itemization, and at some point even Kami, with selling his boots and going for full damage with all the itemization just for damage. He wasn't able to deal any amount of damage, because not just Apex 47 healed up the Carry, but also Carry used the Wind of Nature to sustain herself. For me, that was a perfect game, a close one, not a one-sided game as some people might have expected.
Yeah, a few things for Nightmare to work on, but I mean, very close. It just came down to a point where Nightmare was kind of trying to avoid fights, and if your entire composition is kind of based around trying to avoid fights, there's gonna come the toll comes due at some point, where you're gonna need to fight for an objective, fight for a Lord, and you're gonna need to have something there. And unfortunately for some of those picks, I want to say the Dairoth really shines in those pickoffs, in those laning phase, where you can like an assassin. But once you start getting into those team fight territory, where everybody's away from the Lord, or where everybody's away from their lanes and everybody's kind of grouped up. Dyroth is going to have some issues because he's very squishy, very susceptible to a lot of CC. And especially when it comes to an Estes fight, you're going to need something to be able to take him out. And we started seeing as Estes started getting those items, as those heals started getting a little bit stronger, Nightmare was having a bigger problem being able to push away Fireflux. They're going to be able to switch sides here now. So we're going to see if they each or any of these teams have a different plan in mind for this game 2 to hopefully take this to a game 3.
Even though, speaking of the Estes, even though they bought all the possible anti-heal items in terms of the damage, when we talk about the Nicholas of Durance, also the Sea Hell, but also the Dominance Ice, they weren't able to stop Apex 47 from being one of the most annoying, if not for their team, the most annoying hero and player in their lineup. Well, in the next game, would you think that we might see a ban when it comes to the Estes himself? Because I cannot help but to remember Blacklist International at this moment, because this is their signature hero, which was applied by Fireflux against Blacklist themselves in the previous M5. So here in Games of the Future 2024, and for the 1 million prize pool, would you think that we will continue seeing extraordinary picks? And in the upcoming, I know it's there are two questions, but the extraordinary picks, and would you think that we will see also Estes getting banned?
Well, I feel like Estes was a pick based on the Barat's pickup. He's one of the prime examples of the tanky, sustain heroes that can be in that jungle position. So I'm thinking we might see a Barat's pickup, or because like Estes, I'm not sure that right now is ban worthy. As far as seeing like extraordinary different picks here, I mean, we've just started, so I'm sure we're gonna start seeing some different ones out there. There were some counters that could have been done, maybe to kind of try to match it. I'm not sure how well Boxia matches up against the Barats, but I do know Boxia does very well against healing type characters, so maybe that might have been an option in there as well. But I do notice that a lot of times when we have been prioritizing a lot of XP laners, XP laners usually have the setting potential for our team. That's where it delegates on how well you're going to do during the objectives. However, sometimes you give up setting potential for backline dive, and that's what I've been noticing a lot with some of the compositions here, is that when they'll grab that R-Lot, or they'll grab somebody else who can kind of get in the front, get those little get that tankiness, we give up that pick like a Yuzong or something that can get into the backline that would be able to help you maybe get a snatch away at that Estes or those marksmans or those mages that are squishy enough. But we're gonna go and see what changes we have here for the second draft.
Well, the second draft is quite surprising to me, because right now, yes, the Paquito isn't banned and he is taken at the first phase of drafting. Also, as a first pick for Fireflux Esports, they got the Claude. So if they wanted the Claude that much, why didn't they get it earlier on in the previous game, or even get it at all? They left it open until the first phase have been completely done by Nightmare Esports. But anyway, they want to make a certain strategy here, and now it makes more sense to me. Using that Brody is also questionable, because why would you take the marksman also so early? The enemy's marksman is already open, and you know what you are dealing with. Having the Faramis for extra sustainability and having the Fredgen cannot make me stop wondering, will I see an Estes again?
Well, the thing for me is Fireflux Esports snatches up the Claude early because in the last game, during the drafting phase, Nightmare Esports picked up their marksman early and then banned out a lot of marksmen for Fireflux. So with Fireflux picking up the Claude here, I think Nightmare Esports was afraid of the same thing happening to them, where they're going to get a lot of marksmen banned out from them. And I want to say maybe Cammy is very specific in what he wants to use during this. And then, of course, we just saw the Claude picked up because it's one of the big counters when it comes to a Faram Promise and that Nether Realm. So it's all starting to kind of slowly come together here for them. A big priority for Nightmare Esports being placed onto the Phygytal, banned in the last match, picked up during this one. An amazing amount of damage that he can output in that early game. And I want to say maybe something a little bit lacking in the last composition. While they had the CC, they didn't exactly have a ton of damage in that early game to kind of really offset Fireflux, to really keep them on the back foot. Like I said, they were stealing Lords. They were still losing fights. They were, I want to say it was like 6-2, 6-4. They still had a big lead in the gold, but it was very apparent where a lot of those fights were going. So right here, maybe trying to address that, get that damage out there with the Phygytal and a Lilia pick.
Well, I think that it's enough for Nightmare Esports with the damage. They already have the physical damage and already have the burst damage, the magical one. But when it comes to Team Nightmare, I think that they are lacking a lot of face-checking heroes. They want someone to go inside. Maybe the Phygytal will be used as a jungler, but mostly he's gonna be on the XP lane. So they need someone to take in some damage, and in this composition, it can help two different. Now it makes more sense. I was going to say that both teams work with the Minotaur or even with the Tigreal, but both these picks have been already banned because both of these teams are lacking front laners and area crowd control. So maybe we will see something interesting from both teams. Maybe we'll see a pick-off hero like the Kaja to serve the combination that Team Nightmare Esports are trying to make and pull off. But Fireflux on their side, again, I'm thinking of sustainability. But anyways, let's continue with the draft. Looking here at the second phase of banning with the Tigreal, with the Minotaur taking out like both highly effective tanks that can work in both composition. Bartz also joins from the side of Team Nightmare Esports.
Yeah, and you can see both taking out a lot of those big tanky CC machines. Minotaur taking off there, Tigreal as well. Very interesting that Diggy has not been banned yet, especially since right now, both compositions are leaning more towards a lot of damage and sustain. Something that Diggy really doesn't qualify for. They don't really have a lot of CC, don't really have a lot of I want to say stuns out there. They're just looking to be able to kind of engage, get that damage in, and try to escape. Very smartly, Nightmare Esports does take out the Barats because, I mean, they definitely, like I said, Estes probably not high on the ban list, but Barats still has many options at his disposal to be able to kind of keep up that sustain, keep up that tankiness during those fights. And we saw big examples of how tanky and how well he can do in these fights in that last game.
Well, for me, I think that for Fredrin, he can carry on the early game. The sustain will make them go into the mid game and also will make them be able to defend and either or also force down a fight and the Claude in the late game. So far for Fireflux, I'm completely agreeing with the draft. But on the side of Nightmare Esports, again, I think that yes, he can carry on the early game. Mart's also beside the Lilia, but he cannot take in that much, or like he cannot be the face-checking hero for Nightmare Esports. So right now we will see that they have used the Vixana and switched the Faramis. Okay, they switched the Faramis to the room, and when I looked at the Arlet, I almost took back my words, but the Arlet will be used on the XP lane. So it's pretty confusing because we haven't seen a Faramis room in a really long time.
Yeah, that is interesting too. I did think it was going to be going in the mage position, but that just kind of shows the flexibility of Fireflux's picks here, is that now they're going to have a pretty decent amount of damage for the Vexana, especially when it combined with somebody like Fredrin, who's got the taunt that he can use to kind of keep everybody close. That's going to be prime time for Vexana to be laying down a ton of that damage, that Eternal Guardian as well. What we see on the side of Nightmare Esports is the possibility of trying to get those one and dones. They're going to try to get those little ganks in, pull them back, but the only problem here is that when you have a Franco, you're going to land a hook. It kind of needs to be a Vexana, because if it's not Vexana, you're going to land a hook, bring it back, maybe you go ahead and put the suppression on it, but you're basically making you and your team a target for all of the abilities that Vexana can lay down on you, the pop-ups, the CC, the Eternal Guardians that are going to be swinging on you. So it's going to be very tricky. A lot of boxes for Nightmare Esports from Lao to be able to make this a successful fight against Fireflux.
It is a very tricky pick and also a very smart one, because if you look at the Franco, he's one of the suppression heroes. His ultimate is unescapable, so he can take down the Cloud. But again, he will force the enemies to use Purifies. We will see right now, oh, they don't even have Purifies. So they have chosen to let and to bet on not hitting those Iron Hooks from Jaspin. But on the other side, you don't want to take in a lot of damage from Nightmare Esports. Anyways, we are 1 minute into the game. Fireflux Esports up against Nightmare Esports. Decide who's gonna proceed in this match.
Yeah, you can see a little bit of damage coming out from Jasmine right now, trying to make a little bit of an escape. But like you were talking about, like while that bloody hunt is basically you can't get out of it, no matter, even if you had to purify. Jasmine himself, Franco himself, can be stunned and feared out of it. Oh, speaking of which, we do land a little bit of a hook. Rosa going to expend that flicker to get himself back out of harm's way. Epix takes a little bit of damage from Lexi, who is now in the jungle, and you can see that fear doing its work. Such a huge amount of CC for such a little character, and we're going to start seeing it be come more and more into play as we move into the mid game.
Both mid laners didn't buy the room yet, so there must be something being prepared from Fireflux Esports, because I was looking so closely above their head, their tiny heads. I didn't see any roaming item being used either by Apix 47 or by Rosa, and having the Vixana on Apix 47 means that he will be also again the roamer, so it's a Vixana room.
Yeah, very interesting too. I mean, I believe they didn't buy it early because they just wanted to make sure that they could get the maximum amount of farm to their roam. Hopefully, like right after this first turtle, the roam picks up that level 4, can become an issue. Vexana going to have the Eternal Guardian, as we were talking about that Tenzi here getting locked onto. We were talking about that damage. Out comes the Appraiser's Wrath. Tenzi able to match it up with the Retribution to snatch away this turtle from Nightmare.
That was so clean from the side of Tenzei, using the Retribution and applying it for the first time in 2 games and getting that contest between him and Too Easy for Lexi, even though Too Easy for Lexi have the second skill, also the immunity that comes with it, and the Retribution. Again, Tenzei was the one who settles down the turtle fight. 3 minutes into the game and no casualties for both teams, almost the same farm for both teams, and everything looks so quiet on both sides. Nightmare Esports are still seeking an opportunity, and this opportunity will be served to them just by the Franco, because he's the only one who can make a surprise attack. There's no face checking heroes in this game. There's no one to take in some damage. Nightmare Esports are totally relying on their heavy guns and their damage.
Yeah, you can see already taking down, that big taunt coming out from Tenzi. And chunks down, 2 members of Nightmare, down to about half health. Justin caught rotating here, does land a bunch of damage from Apex, and the Appraiser's Wrath gonna finish the job. That's gonna be a first blood for Fireflux.
On the bot lane though, they want to, oh my god, they are going in.
Yeah, they go in there, and this is what we were talking about. A lot of that damage, a lot of that CC, that comboing that you can get from Apex. All that Tenzi needs to do, go in, get a taunt off, walk out. Meanwhile, you have Apex there, able to throw down some CC. The fear comes out, and then the Eternal Guardian. And Cammy can do nothing but zigzag back and forth, confused, until he is down and sent back to base.
Oh my god, looking at the clock, getting fed up from Fireflux Esports, and this Iron Hook doesn't land upon Sunshine. Sunshine is moving so swiftly, and not seeing a single purify from Fireflux Esports terrifies me, even as a viewer, not just as a caster. So any try or any attempt from Jasmine to hook someone, it will be successful. But are they betting that they will hook, but yet force a team fight?
Yeah, out comes another realm. Tenzi still able to get the Lord, finds a kill onto Jasmine, and Lexi and Jack are trying to get away here. As Fireflux gives chase, we do have a flicker in. Alien able to find a kill onto Lexi, turned that around on him, and now it is 4-0. Nightmare Esports in a bad spot, while the rest of Fireflux starting to claim purple buffs, starting to claim towers, and enforce their will onto Nightmare's side of the jungle.
Well, this is the all I wanna see, and this game, Alien has answered me. Look at the mid lane. This is the turret that you don't expect to see falling down in a matter of 5 minutes. But going back to a point I was just raising, the Franco is a really dangerous pick. He can take one off, and that's why he's called a pick-off hero. But once he hooks someone, maybe it will be lethal for Nightmare Esports to follow up upon this hook, because with a flicker final slash, or even with an ultimate or a first kill or anything that has used with the crowd control, they can cancel out all what Nightmare Esports are planning. So Fireflux Esports, when we go inside the game, when we go and proceed minute by minute, their draft makes more sense to me, and it's easy to execute, having 3k gold lead, and right now 4-0 with cleaning out that mid lane first turret.
Well, that's the problem too with Nightmare Esports. There's a lot of boxes that need to be checked for them to be successful. The stars literally need to align, because Justabin can throw a hook into anywhere, but he has a bigger chance of actually landing that hook onto Tenzi. Oh, Jack down the bottom gets caught. Tenzi finds another kill. That is 5-0. A very dominant game, very different from the last one from Nightmare Esports and Fireflux here. But as I was saying, you have a bigger chance of catching Tenzi with the correct positioning, because he's going to be up in front. If you catch him, hook him, bring him back to your team, you have a bigger chance of getting that taunt onto all of your team. The damage that Tenzi can put out, the tankiness that he has. Yeah, we're gonna see right now. He's trying to get a good position there. Tenzi still able to get the turtle. Lexi gonna try to use that mortal coil to get him and his team out of harm's way. They are gonna back up, but you can see here already the damage is starting to be done. Tower at the mid is opening up the map. They're gonna go ahead and try to get this purple buff, but I wouldn't be surprised if they get invaded.
It doesn't seem too easy for Lexi anymore when it comes to the retribution battles, when it comes to getting inside those turtle bits. He cannot contest against Tenzi when it comes to the retribution this game. Looking here at the turrets, looking here at the itemization, we will notice that Fireflux Esports are so far ahead, even though we are just 8 minutes into the game. And look at the items Claude already have. Oh, an Iron Hook.
Yeah, we do see the Nether Realm come out, and that's the problem. You land the Iron Hook, you're gonna have to deal with the Nether Realm and the rest of the team. Apex able to find a kill on to Jasmine as well. And that is the danger. You land the hook, but now you have to deal with the entire team diving in on you, especially supported by the Nether Realm.
Oh my god, the Iron Hook. It seems like it's working against Nightmare Esports. They did land an Iron Hook with a flicker, a really smooth one, but he's overestimating his HP. Tenzi plays with fire, and Nightmare Esports go back after losing one of their first and initial turrets. And look at Sunshine. He's just taking one more and added up there in the score for his team.
Yeah, this is unfortunate for Nightmare Esports, because, I mean, you're losing that early game advantage. Lexi already not getting damage items. He's already started trying to get defensive items, as we saw there. The Marksman, Sunshine, already sitting at about 2k gold above County right now. So they're having such a dominant performance here that there's not much that you can do, especially when you actually make a play. Hook does go just a little bit wide of Apex, and that's a purple buff that goes over to Fireflux as well.
When he lands an Iron Hook, he doesn't just need that Iron Hook to hit. He wants it to hit, and he wants to drag this player who have just been hooked back behind his own teammates, not just in the middle of them. He wants to drag it just far behind the front laners, that he have, so that Nightmare Esports are able to apply any kind of damage. Sometimes when I see this Iron Hook, I'm actually afraid that Nightmare Esports won't be able to follow up. Each time he brought someone, he just brought a disaster to his team. No matter, even if he got a damage dealer, it's still working the other way, not working for the favor of Nightmare Esports. Anyway, looking here at the minions being synced once again and taking all the secondary turrets, including the bot and the top, and now looking forward to see the mid lane go down for Fireflux Esports. Nightmare Esports need to find a solution, and they need to find it so fast. Whether that solution was a single play or like a one-man miracle that's being pulled off, or even a team effort. The Lord didn't even march in, and the inhibitor turrets are in danger when it comes to Nightmare Esports.
Yeah, and they're just being, this is just a surgical game, basically a class getting given right now on how to sync lanes, how to one by one take down towers, not expending, oh man, Justabin tries to get a hook, still goes wide, and man, and this is unfortunate because there are just very few answers right now. You're basically waiting. Fireflux needs to make a mistake. Nightmare needs to be there to be able to capitalize on it. We do have an Eternal Guardian coming out there. Lexi gets taken down from the side. Alien finds the kill there. Now they are pushing in. Out comes a little bit more damage, and Jack able to take down Apex, and we might be able to turn this one around a little bit, but you can see Sunshine still able to take down that tower. 7-1 lead right now, just under a 10K gold lead.
Oh, a flicker final slash coming from Alien, but doesn't find any targets to be used upon. And look here, Sunshine just focused on pushing those turrets. The ultimate, the rescue didn't come fast enough from Rosa, so goes down Apex 47 for the first time in this game. And again, Mobile Legends is a strategical game. It's not a killing game. 7-1. This is not a massive lead, but when it comes to gold lead, we are almost 1K per minute ahead for Fireflux Esports, using that gold gap to its limit. And look here at the itemization. Claude is just having fun picking whatever he wants from the items, while on the other hand, Brody is trying his best to keep up with the Claude. The damage is just unbearable when it comes to this moment for Nightmare Esports.
Yeah, and you can see there what's from those items that Lexi never even able to take off with damage items. He is a full tank Martis. Oh, we do land a stun here. Suppression lands on it. Are they gonna be able to take down Apex? Here comes the Nether Realm for the save, and they turn it around onto Nightmare, give chase, and find 2 kills instead.
Oh my god. Oh my god, just looks so hard for Nightmare Esports to come back from that. 4 members marching from the mid lane. They will not even go for the next Lord. They might just end it, and they might just end it now.
Yeah, you can see Jasmine in trouble here. Jack and Lexi trying to create an escape here, but now the pressure is on. Minions coming in. Can they defend?
Whoa.
Lexi taking a heap of damage. In comes, oh, that is going to be it for Jack. Minions not at the core just yet. A silent breath from the side of Nightmare Esports, as they're not going to need to defend it, but you have this Luminous Lord coming up as Fireflux, I mean, very quickly turn their sights on the Lord.
When it comes to breathing, I don't think that Nightmare Esports are even able to breathe at this moment. They cannot take a single breath when it comes to this game. Nightmare Esports are far behind, and Fireflux are just increasing the pressure in a suffocating manner. Fireflux Esports will just wait, freezing all the lanes out just to sync again all the minions to go inside the base and finish this once and for all with a 2-0 full sweep. But Nightmare Esports might just be able to pull off a miracle, because this is what they need to get back from such game. They need a miracle, and they need it now.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I'm not sure where that miracle comes from, unless we're talking about a comet coming and landing on Fireflux right now, because all members right now underfed, not enough items. You can see right here the big Eternal Guardian comes in. Netherrealm is out, bursting down the side of Nightmare. And there goes the core. You can see it getting chunked down. That is going to be a clean sweep for Fireflux.
Fireflux Esports taking that second game without breaking a sweat with a really solid draft and a really well done execution, taking 2 games into their favor. Well played for Fireflux Esports and Nightmare Esports. They need to find the solutions in the upcoming games. If they still have upcoming games, we will know after the end of this day who will play against who. But so far we know for sure that Fireflux Esports have proceeded to the next stage.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Nightmare. I mean, that was completely, I want to say, Fireflux just had every single counter ready, and unfortunately for Nightmare, the pick for the Franco, a lot of the picks came down, and it just wasn't enough. Every corner pretty much covered by Fireflux, and until we got to the end there, and it was a very, very dominant game by them. Very deserving. Fireflux moves on. Nightmare, unfortunately, will have to pack their bags. But man, let's talk about the success. What made Fireflux so successful there? Especially a big difference from the first game where they were having trouble staying with the objectives. Not just staying with the objectives, but countering out a lot of those stolen objectives where we would have Nightmare come in, be able to steal it, and then leave again. This time they didn't have any of that. They had a lot of sustain, a lot of early game damage in the name of that Vaxana too as well, and especially comboed with the taunt that comes out from Fredrin. I mean, there really wasn't a lot that Nightmare was going to be able to do.
Yeah, for me, when it comes to the draft itself, I thought that we will see a counter engage hero such as the Atlas, maybe we'll see a Kufra, but the Kufra didn't make a lot of sense since the Lilia is on the opposite side. But again, we have seen the Vixana as a rumor for the first time, and after we finish this highlight, we want to talk about how many heroes have been really out of our minds when it comes to that draft so far in games of the future. But looking here and look, even though he landed an Iron Hook, he brought a disaster to his team, being forced to use a flicker out Kami and also taking that top lane tier. Tennessee have won all the retribution battles, and the damage from the Claude with a Demon Hunter sword, with a golden staff, and with everything was able every and each time to surprise Nightmare Esports, melting down all their tanky heroes. You can imagine what happened to the squishy one. So Jaspin, think that Franco's pick was good, but it wasn't good enough.
Yeah, you can see here, even with an entire suppression that lands on the Apex, Fireflux very quickly able to close the distance, Netherrealm in, and then turn it around onto Nightmare. This being the final push here, Lord at the mid. It was pretty much a done game at that point. You can see here the MVP Tenzi making up for I want to say making up for some of those missed retributions during the first game here. Came back with a vengeance. 506, 32% damage dealt. That's pretty amazing for a Fredrin. That means especially he was able to get off a lot of those appraisers, wraths down. And especially when you're that far ahead, the tankiness, the ability of the team to try to whittle you down, the amount of time you have to be able to get that ultimate off is immense, and he used it basically on cooldown on the enemy, and I mean, you can see it there, 32% damage.
Even though he is a utility jungler, even though he shouldn't be dealing that much damage, and especially because he have 2 mages on his side. Yes, one of them were played as a rumor, but you have 2 mages and a Claude, and you were already in the late game and you dealt 32%. That's remarkable. Tennessee takes his revenge in the second game. And looking here, it wasn't looking promising whatsoever for Nightmare Esports when it came to the turrets, because they haven't touched a single turret this game. So it was a full sweep, a clean game for Fireflux Esports, applying everything that they have been practicing on for the previous period of time since they have left the M5 World Championship. So looking at these games, Private, and speaking of strange and awkward and surprising picks, can we add the Vixana room to the equation?
I'm not sure if Vexana Rome is, because Vexana has become a mainstay, but that by just having her on your roster, no matter what kind of position that you have her in, she's going to have a huge effect. The amount of CC she can put out, not just from the pop-ups from the Eternal Guardian, the frightening, or the fear that she can put onto enemies after she lands her abilities. And then not just that, but the damage that comes out there. It was a really good call, and unfortunately, especially for Franco, it just felt like there was never going to be an opportunity for Franco to win. Not just the Vexana, but also, I want to say, the call to have for Ramus out there as well. There were so many boxes checked for the side of Fireflux that they were going to be able to, that no matter what happened, they were going to be able to keep them topped up. They were going to still be able to do the damage. There was going to be an amount of CC that they're going to be able to lay down as long as they had Fredrin up in front. I mean, it was going to be just one of those matches that was going to be very dominant. I want to say just such a great draft there by Fireflux.
Well, I've just checked the groups, and Group C, it was a survival match for Fireflux Esports, and so they proceed to the next stage, and this was the last game for Nightmare Esports, so better luck in the next time, and Fireflux Esports are proceeding to the next stage to see who will they play against in the upcoming matches. We have a lot of exciting matches today. One of them still includes Blacklist. Also, we have Onyx. We have a lot of great matches to come and a lot of great drafts to, let's say, wait to see. And so far, Fireflux Esports is one of the most, I would say, developing teams I've seen in my life. I know this is a really big statement, but since ever they have showed up in the MLBB scene, and they were just getting better. And when I looked at the Turkish scene, they were the best, and there was no competitor. But this is my personal opinion. You might disagree with me. You might, like a lot of viewers, might disagree with me. But Fireflux are really using their experience every and each time they get it.
Yeah, I think one of the big tests and combats of a team moving up to those higher echelons of pro play here in Mobile Legends is their ability to combat on the back foot. We saw it in the first game where they were losing Lords, losing Retributions, losing a lot of their objectives, but still hung tight to the plan that they had in mind. The Estes, the Ubi strat, the strat of making sure that everybody's topped up. We had to wait for Estes to get some of those items to make sure that his healing was all right. Even taking that huge loss at the last hurdle where they lost 4 of their members, they kind of kept their mind straight, especially when it came into that fight for the first Lord, where they were able to turn it around. They focused down the side of Nightmare Esports, and then from then on, as soon as they had the advantage, they ran with it very quickly. And then we saw again at the last match, like I said, there were some points where you have the Lord, you have the advantage, you get all of the towers down, but it's not it might not be exciting to not fight in the core at that point, but it's the safest thing to do to kind of back up. You have the advantage, and then wait for the next Lord so that you can push in for a decisive victory.
For me personally, I think that there are some teams that are momentum based. Like if they lost their momentum, if they lost their base, they will not be able to compete. And there are some teams who are really good and specialists when it comes to defending and coming back with the game. For Fireflux Esports, I think that they have a mix of both. At sometimes they were tested, and at sometimes they were in the lead. Yes, they didn't take the full advantage of it, but again, they kept competing. They kept their mind straight, as you said, or as you mentioned. and they were able to come back with the game, even though their jungler lost all the retribution battles, even though they have lost every objective that they wanted to take and obtain in the first game. In the second game, they made it up. They made up for it, and Nightmare Esports just weren't lucky enough with the draft or maybe even with the execution.
Yeah, and yeah, exactly. I agree. It's a great match here. It's unfortunate that one of them needed to go home. Fireflux going to continue on, still life left in them, and still fighting despite taking that a pretty hefty loss, a sweep yesterday that cost them to kind of have to be here at this point where they're going to have to where they had to fight for their chance to kind of stay in for the playoffs. But showing signs of life here, especially because a very important event for all regions here at the Games of the Future here. The big prize pool, $1 million. Everybody pulling out all the stops and showing those one-hitter quitters and those little things that they need to do to kind of stay in it for the rest of the group stage.
Well, it is a huge prize pool. I know that I laughed or like I smiled a little bit because this prize pool is actually so huge. So Mobile Legends scene is developing in a really quick manner, and right now seeing that this tournament, Games of the Future in Kazan, it's not an online tournament, by the way. Maybe the viewers are not seeing that the players are actually there, but the players are actually in Kazan playing against each other from all around the world, gathered just to make this possible and just for this tournament to happen. As Wheezy was mentioning before, Steph Wheezy was mentioning before, also the talents are from all around the globe. I am from MENA, he is from NA, so we are just like, what's the word for it? Like, we are on the opposite side of the world. He's up there, I'm here.
It's amazing too. It's funny too, especially for a lot of these teams who are used to the more, let's say, tropical climates where it's very warm. A lot of them getting adjusted to the very cold Russian climate now. So there's a lot of adjustment that's being made by a lot of these players from the Southeast Asia, from Turkey, from a lot of these climates that are used to the warm and sandy climates. So it's been an adjustment. It's been very fun though, and I'm sure everybody's glad to have this meeting of the world in a sense, where all these different regions sending their top casters, sending their top teams, and all these teams pulling out all the stops for this event.
Yes, for sure, and also working on making this tournament successful has been really good so far. So Games of the Future giving us one of its finest versions, I would say, bringing all these teams from all around the globe, from different regions, different nationalities. And look here, we have a new graph. We have the graph that contains the group stage, while it's right now almost settled out, with Group A having RQ Hoshi without losing any game whatsoever. And looking here at Primus Ghouls, they have won one game against Lil Gun, and also Deus Volt winning against them. So looking at the quarterfinals, the quarterfinals is determined from the side of Group A and B only, with Twisted Mind, Primus Ghouls, and Deus Volt Homeboys.
Yeah, very interesting here. You can see from Group D, some of the fights have already happened there. KBG lost 0-2 to Team Flash. Team Flash lost 0-2 to Onyx. Burnex Flash very victorious against KBG. And then Onyx. Right now, standing, Onyx has one win over Burnex Flash. In our group stage here, Group C, you can see the results right there. Fireflux took 2 losses against Blacklist. Nightmare just now Wow took 2 losses to Fireflux, so Fireflux is going to be moving on, and then RCC over Nightmare. But, ladies and gentlemen, I know a lot of you watching right now, this is the match that you have been waiting for. The former M3 champions, a Blacklist, going to be going up against, I want to say, the hometown here, Royal Cybersport Club here, the team here from Russia. So maybe a little bit of a home court advantage as they have the country at their whim. You know what I mean? They got the pride on the line.
Yeah, they do have the advantage of playing on their own ground, but do not forget they have a match up against Blacklist International with tons of experience, presence, and here comes the question. Will the Blacklist International, the M3 champions, and also a lot of tournament champions be able to force their own atmosphere, I would say, even though they are playing where RCC are home?
Well, if I was ever going to face a team like Blacklist, I would love to have home court advantage, where I had the cheers of my crowd at my back. But that also does add a lot of anxiety. There's a lot of pride in it that's going to be in it for Royal Cybersport Club. But, I mean, we're going to find out as we take a look at the roster here for RCC. Koopy, Wiser, Troublemaker, Castle, and One Shot. Successful in their last matches yesterday, which brings them here against the Giants. I mean, these guys have been very well. Wiser, especially on the Ixia we saw yesterday, able to get the MVP. Troublemaker on the Novara as well. We're going to see if they're going to be bringing those back out here. We do know that Castle does like and favor that Phygytal, used it twice yesterday in both of their victories. So, I mean, a very solid roster here from these guys, but like we said, they're going up against the Titans of Mobile Legends.
You know what I really recalled right now? I think that Troublemaker was the Gushin player back in the M5. So it seems like this game also might witness some of the debatable picks. And also when I looked at the roster, I think that one of the players I really follow personally is Wiser. So I'm really looking forward to this game. Most picks, most picked heroes by Blacklist International, with the Nana being picked 2 times. But the Nana actually is a really interesting pick, because sometimes we have seen her open during the whole draft and she wasn't picked. The priority was shifted either to Faramis, maybe the Vixana, or the Novaria. But even though the Nana is one of the most, if not the most annoying hero right now, and it's not being used that much in the tournament.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that's going to be a change for RCC when it comes up here. But here we can take a look at the roster here for Blacklist. Haji, Oheb, Edward, Sensu, and Yue. As most people already know, Edward and Oheb, the winners from M3 as well. A ton of experience from them, rather veterans of Mobile Legends. Here you can see there the most picks there. Yue yesterday on that Nana was an absolute menace. And then I want to say Oheb shining very brightly with both MVPs for his Claude and his Bruno yesterday in that marksman position. So there is always like a great and very solid plan by Blacklist when it comes to making sure that the marksman gets fed, so that when it comes to that point when they have their items, they're going to be able to have a huge and a lasting impact on the matches. And honestly, it's going to be something that needs to be addressed by RCC if they want to be successful.
Well, RCC need to pull off a lot of work, and they must be prepared today, because the opponent team is one of the most furious teams when it comes to winning. Blacklist International with the Filipino sniper said that he had 2 MVPs yesterday, right? Oheb?
Oheb, yep. 2 MVPs yesterday.
Wow. So they are playing up against the Filipino sniper, Agent Zero. And what actually interests me in this upcoming duel is Haji. Haji is one of the players who are that their nickname is the KDA machine or the MVP machine. He was before one of the really good mid laners that Blacklist International and also the Mobile Legends scene have witnessed. But today he's playing in the room. So I'm actually so curious. Will he bring his own mage heroes as we have seen from Fireflux, or will he use like solid tanks?
Well, what we've seen yesterday was that he's actually pretty versatile in that roam position, using everything from tanks, the tanks of Tigreal, all the way to supports like Raphael as well.
Oh.
So he's still versatile in the roam position, and we usually sometimes see that if somebody's coming from another role, they kind of favor a certain path, whether it comes those tanky behemoths with CC or the supports like a Matilda, Raphael, Estes, the healers and stuff like that. So I mean, I think he has taken on the role. He owns it right now. So I mean, he's got a pretty big hero pool for it as well. It's gonna come down. I mean, RCC. I mean, no slouches, I want to say, especially because they know what they like. They know how to execute it as well. We were talking about Castle. He's very big on the Phygital picks, the amount of damage you can put out with it, how quickly he's able to help you in that early game as well. One shots, I believe he picked up a Kai and Guinevere, two very different, I want to say, roles in there as well. So it's going to be very interesting to see how these two teams clash with each other.
Well, while studying RCC, I gotta admit they trust Castle and they trust his engage. But when you just mentioned that also Blacklist International with Haji are playing with the supports, or like sometimes with the supports, for me it sounds like Blacklist International are specialists when it comes to support heroes in the room, because they had Oh My Venus and then Renegade and now Haji, and all of them were really great using the supporting heroes. But it seems like we will go to a short break with the video coming to you from Games of the Future in a matter of few seconds.
Yeah, we'll see you guys right after that.
Чё, ребят, привет, как дела?
По кайфу, здорово. Все отлично.
Ну, может быть, немножко побаиваетесь кого-то?
Нет.
Чуть-чуть там.
Маму боюсь.
Мама с папой тоже играет? Мама залетела и такая, ну-ка домой бегу.
Onyx.
Are they strong?
Yes.
Who is the favorite, who is the most powerful team?
Of course, us.
Yeah, well done! Half of your team gonna be on the first place and the half of team on the second place.
Because we just choose first or second like that.
Oh, yeah, I got it. You are so powerful. You're gonna get all the 3 places, right? Hello, Turkey.
Hello.
Is it first time when you come to Russia?
No, second.
Second time. How do you feel it?
Good actually, yeah, but a little bit freezing. But it's kind of similar with Turkey when it's like snowing.
Mm-hmm. What you can tell about Kazan? Is it a nice city?
A lot of snow. It's good for us.
That's nice. And how long do you play this game, the MLBB?
Maybe for me it's around 2 years.
16-й год. Это 8.
Я хочу просто вас проверить. Знаете вот эту игру «Крокодил»?
Да. Крокодил. Нет, это игра. Извините. И не принимать визор.
Мы просто поиграем там «Крокодил», и кто-то из вас будет показывать этого персонажа, а кто-то будет отгадывать. Да.
А ты знаешь персонажей?
Я? Ну, каких персонажей?
Ну, вот которых ты загадывать будешь. Нет, которых ты загадывать будешь. Которые в стрингах загадай. Ой, вот это хорошо. Целлофановый. Так. Ты снег скребешь в Казани? Смотри. Одета? Боец, который кружит.
Это подожди.
И вот так. Иксборг!
Да!
It's easy.
Easy. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Maybe this one. Go on, open it.
Oh. It's hard.
Let's go. Let's do it.
Франко.
Really handsome. Straight in. Yes, well done. Good job.
Anh thế này, anh ta.
There's no sound in this video.
Only signs.
Only sign, bro.
Only moves.
Okay, go.
Argus? Argus?
Yeah. Right. How did you do it?
You know? Yes, easy. So easy.
Second skill.
Mage.
That's ulti.
Okay guys, thank you very much for this game. Thank you very much. Please don't forget my face because I'm gonna be really annoying for next 8 days. I'm gonna ask all of the questions about games, about your life, okay? So please. And please return to me your microphones. They are very expensive.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you guys are strapped in because this rocket ship is about to continue with what a lot of people have been anticipating. It's going to be RCC taking on M3 champions Blacklist.
Blacklist International are up against a new challenge, a new trophy for them. They did get an M Series title. They were seeking an MSC. I don't know if they did get an MSC or not, but they were seeking an MSC the last time I heard. And right now, it's their first time competing here. Maybe they will take this international trophy home. Getting back to the game, getting back to the draft that already started between both these teams, RCC with having the Novaria. So we will not see a Gushin from Troublemaker this game, but banning the Claude, the Nolan also. The Nolan didn't get banned, by the way, in the previous series. And here having the Arlott. On the other hand, the Ruby, the one that got banned a lot in this tournament, is getting picked beside the carry.
Yeah, big thing here. We're going to see Akai and CC, and I'm actually wondering, are we going to see the Nana? Because as we saw, as I was talking about before, Yui used him twice last time, and Nana has actually been had a pretty big impact on a lot of the matches they've been in, especially once you get to the mid and late game where she's able to just dish out so much damage and CC that once you're caught, it's over. You just make your plan back at the base because you're not going to be getting out of that Molina, you're not going to be getting out of that stun, you're not going to be getting out of that damage. Moving on to that last pick that we have for the side of Blacklist International, as we take a look at some of these picks, big thing for one shot, especially on the CC, she's been pretty strong in that XP lane. A lot of damage that can come out there, especially when it comes to that 1v1 sense there. We do see sometimes as it moves on to the mid and late game, as we transition into those team fights, CC can kind of fall off a little bit and get caught up. She doesn't have that AoE damage. She doesn't have, she does have a little bit of escapability, but like, I mean, it just depends on how she's used. RCC very confident in their ability in that. And then last pick up for Blacklist before we move into the second banning phase is going to be that Barats.
Also, if you looked at the Novaria, I think that RCC are trying their best to make her freely move inside the map, because the only thing that I can think of while seeing that Claude getting banned and not getting the carry is that they are afraid of Troublemaker getting caught off or like getting caught off guard. Well, having here the Barats from Blacklist International is not so debatable for me, because I know that Sinsui is really good with the tanky heroes or like the utility junglers, but maybe, just maybe, an assassin could have worked better against a formation that have a Novaria so far. Anyways, we might even see changes. Who said that the Barats will be in the jungle? Maybe he will be flicked somewhere else. But RCC and Blacklist anyways go to the second phase of drafting, and as you said, it is correct, Nana's getting banned and Yui gets prevented from using it. It seems like today you are killing it when it comes to predictions.
It's just a little bit of research on some of these. They've only had a very few matches, and Nana, I'm a very personal bias hater of Nana's. I
Oh.
don't trust
But
her
she
cute
sounds-
little
she looks
eyes.
cute.
Behind all the ooh-woos and ahas of that cuteness lies a bloodthirsty monster that Mobile Legends isn't prepared to see. But yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see where we go from here. I want to say a big comfort pick for Troublemaker, especially because he's already gotten an MVP on the Navaria in their first match yesterday. So very comfortable on the Navaria and wanting to kind of use that as a tool here, especially against a team like Blacklist. We do see the Ixia taken off the board by them and the Minotaur, a lot of those big CC and setting potential. And that's kind of what we're lacking a little bit on RCC side right now. We do have the tankiness up front. We've got a pretty decent amount of damage and range and poking ability. What we are lacking right now, I want to say, is just a little bit of an early game and setting potential. So we'll see if they're going to make that up with their draft.
Having that Valentina actually makes a lot of sense, since already the Faramis is getting banned, the Nana is out of there, and also the Joy and the Novaria. So seeing the Valentina makes a lot of sense, especially because of the heavy spin and the Astral Ultimate from Troublemaker and the Novaria. So far I think that Team Blacklist or like Blacklist International are making a decent job when it comes to drafting, and this is what we are used to from Coach Master the Basics. And here I was actually going to say, why don't we see someone like the Lilia? I know that was like before the Valentina appears, but I thought that Lilia might be used from Blacklist International. Anyway, RCC summons the Terizla for their side, and they will have extra crowd control. We might actually see a Diggy, you know? Maybe.
Yeah, this is what we were talking about, a little bit of that setting potential in the name of the the ultimate from Terizla. So the penalty zone going to be a good early game setup for RCC when it comes to a lot of these fights. The only thing for me is that I think it almost kind of works against what Castle can bring on the Akai. You're going to have to be very surgical with the Akai and those heavy spins to make sure that once Terizla is setting up the penalty zone, you're not just heavy spinning everybody away from the engagement. So it's going to be very interesting for them. Blacklist going to go ahead. Ooh, and this is what we were seeing before. Baratz paired with a support, paired with a healer, especially something that Blacklist really kind of shines with. You were talking about it before. When it comes to the Ube strat, when it comes to the healers and the supports, that's where Blacklist really shines. And especially for a hero like Baratz, so tanky, that's all he really needs is that healer next to him to be able to kind of make him the monster he needs to be successful.
They introduced the utility junglers meta to us, and with time they were the ones who sharpened it. So having that Rafaela here with the Barretts makes more sense to me, because they did need some sustainability, and they needed someone to engage and disengage from team fights, and just bending on the Ruby to make the plays. Also the Barretts, they did need someone. I did expect to see a farm, an Estes, maybe a Diggy, but Rafaela wasn't on the top of my head, because Rafaela haven't been used in a while. But anyways, take us into the game, Private.
Yeah, we're going to see, guys, this is game one, hometown advantage for RCC. Going to be taking on the Philippines' own Blacklist International, former M3 champions here, top of the mountain. It's a big hill that RCC needs to climb.
Wait, isn't that a Terizla room? How did I miss that?
Well, I mean, we've seen all sorts of different things here from a lot of these rosters here. We've seen everything from a Paquito mid. We've seen the Barats can go into the XP lane. We've seen an Odette out there. So Terizla roam, not exactly super shocking for me, but it's definitely something different for when it comes to some of these compositions.
Yeah, that's true. But look here at the gold lane, using the strategy that I personally call protect the king, and the king here is the gold laner, the Filipino sniper, using the carry, one of the most annoying gold laners right now. But seems like there is a meal for Sinsui.
Yeah, Coupe in a little bit of trouble trying to get himself away. Is going to use that flicker to get himself away. I mean, that's going to be one that's out. But Weiser actually in trouble here. Doesn't notice that there's 3 members, and they're going to go ahead and flank him. He's going to use that flicker and that dash to try to get away. Oheb putting the finishing touches onto him, and is a... Good job by Blacklist. It looked like Oheb was actually in the sights of a troublemaker, but the rest of Blacklist able to kind of go ahead and stand in front to make sure that he doesn't get taken out. Yui actually taking a heap of damage here, does dodge the Astral Orb from Troublemaker.
Oheb is in the zone. Oheb with the help of Haji up there in the top lane, up there in the gold lane, taking everything that's being offered in the map by RCC. But again, here we see a little bit of equalizing this equation, having the turtle but on the other side, Sensui went to take a purple buff. What a masterclass game. Really quick, really swift, really smooth between both of these teams. Agent Zero is down there in the bot lane playing against a CC, a castle. And as I told you, that didn't land softly nor smoothly. The penalty zone have been missed by Coupe.
It's just the Blacklist right now just operating so smoothly. You can see even with these astral spheres, Troublemaker having a very hard time even landing them. You can see how well Blacklist is adjusted to it back and forth and having a very dominant game here, especially when it comes to having a plan after a plan after a plan. They had a plan to try to get a good gank onto RCC on the top lane, missed it, but then also able to find the gank onto Weiser. So it just... the dimensions of which they can come to you are almost immeasurable, and right now we're seeing it 0-2 in favor of Blacklist.
The thing I love about Blacklist International is that they are always able to find each other, even if the spaces or like even if their positions were a little bit off or a little bit away from each other. Looking here, Blacklist have been fully visioned out. Team RCC can see them bright as daylight, but Blacklist International can actually continue on shifting this movement of I know it will sound a little bit like football, but 3-1-1 to like 3-1-1. I'm now speaking about the jungler ganking the gold lane, also the roamer with him and the gold laner himself, to also having 1-3-1. So there's always a group of 3 from Blacklist International moving together to keep this formation on and to keep this OP strat working on.
Yeah, you can see right now, a heap of damage just went to Sensui as Heavy Spin is out, and this is before the Lord fight even starts. So that's going to be an ultimate that you don't have. Blacklist going to be pulling here, looking to put some damage on. Lord has been reset as we has the Astral Echo from Troublemaker go out. You have the vision, but there's not much that they're able to capitalize on right now. And especially, I do like the counter here right now. Coupe, oh man, a little back and forth between Weiser and Oheb. Weiser actually was taking the, I want to say, the brunt of that, but Oheb decided to back off. Big Heavy Spin does land onto One Shot. Is that going to be enough? Turtle down to about 10%, looking for the kill. One Shot finds a kill onto Yui and the Turtle. Are they going to be able to transition this Blacklist? In trouble. Sensui's going to go down, but not before taking down One Shot. Oh, actually, he doesn't go down. Topped up by, I believe that was, he was topped up by Rafaela there. So they only lose one in the name of Yui. I spoke too soon. I didn't have faith, unfortunately, in that. You can see the replay up here. Look how low Sensui gets as he's taking damage here. He's down to like that mid-colored health bar, but still gets topped up by the Rafaela. Haji doing such a great job in the support role for his team.
Haji, and also taking that Akai, hitting 3 members of RCC was just a work of art coming from Sensui, escaping, and look at here the penalty zone, and the team fight seems to continue. Haji again with the survivability and also with the sustainability. He manages to engage and also to disengage, and in this case he disengaged twice and saved 2 of his team members.
Yeah, big heavy spin comes out from one shot, trying to push them into his tower. Yui gets taken down, but the rest of Blacklist is here. We do have a Deton as welcome, pushing him back into there. Weiser finds a kill, or a kill. He takes down the tower there as one shot, and the rest of RCC trying to press it on. Weiser gets taken down, and that's going to be Koopy getting pushed back into Blacklist, who find another kill, 2-7. Castle is going to be able to get away. Yo-Yos be darned, he is able to find an escape.
That's what I do expect from seeing one of the best and finest XP laners of all time. Looking here at Edward with the War Axe, doing making a double kill possible on the top lane and being annoying, so annoying for RCC. And right now, after taking and winning his lane in a 1v1 phasing, or in a 1v1 battle in the bot lane, now he shifts not towards the top lane and switch between him and the gold laner, but to just help out, and he looks almost like a roamer in my eyes right now. He's now not just 3 members together, there's 4 members moving as a group, as a whole, for Blacklist International.
Yeah, big heavy spin is out early. Kubi comes in with the penalty zone, focusing down onto Haji. He might be trying to focus down the healer before we can get in here. Haji still finds a kill onto Kupi. That is going to be 2 down for RCC. Blacklist International forcing forward onto this mid lane.
Oh my god, the flask of the ways that I'm offended.
Yeah, and you can see here right now, they are able to get the clear out there, but Blacklist International being so dominant right now, 3K lead on their opponents here. You can see the Astral Echo goes out. We do have, Weiser actually caught, might be in a little bit of trouble. He's gonna have to use that dash to get himself to safety, but a good job zoning out RCC so Blacklist can get that tower.
I just need a moment to admire how Blacklist International are moving. They are moving as groups, and this is not something that you quite see a lot in any scene, neither local nor international scene. Blacklist International are always around each other. Look at here, there's always a group of 3, 4, or even 5 to take down one objective, even 2 objectives. And look at Haji just waiting with Oheba in the bot lane. There might be a kill though.
Oh yeah, they do finally take down Edward, who's been having a phenomenal game right now. 4, 1, and 2. They do find him at bottom, but you can see with that, they take 1 tower, but the advantage for Blacklist is how far they're pushing in. High ground towers already at the top lane.
That's true, that's true. 2 turrets have been taken down from RCC, and even though they don't look so bad at this moment, yet the situation is so hard to recover from. It's not impossible, but it is also not near the word possible. Here we can see 3K gold lead for Blacklist International, 4 turrets to 2, which is something really good for Royal Cyber Sport Club. But again, they need to shift out, or to use and maximize their picks, especially the penalty zone that doesn't rhyme well with the heavy spin coming from the Akai. So they need a really good and a solid composition to take down, and I strongly suggest that they take Haji out, because when this guy is around, everything looks and seems to be a struggle.
I mean, you had Koopy diving for Haji in the last fight. Dove so deep, but then Haji able to turn around and get the kill onto Koopy. So it's like, what's left if you can't even land it onto him? Sensui, you can see up there, they go ahead, claim the first Lord of the game. And this game has been a steamroll so far for Blacklist here. We're still waiting. Right now, it's all been in Edward's hands, who've been waiting very patiently for Oheb to get farmed up. Once he starts getting those items, you can already see right there, starting to shred down those towers as they're keeping up this this pressure onto RCC. Lord up at the top. It's not even a Luminous Lord. You can see how much pressure they're starting to put on.
Yeah, and again, I'm going back to the point where I said they move as a group in a really you cannot break them apart. I cannot find the exact word for it, but you cannot take them apart from each other. Looking at Blacklist International moving like that, it's so fascinating for the eyes. Yes, it's so hard to deal with, but it's so fascinating for anyone who's watching this game. RCC, on the other hand, need to do something about it. Yes, there is now some vision, but they do need to clear, and they do need to clear it fast.
own castle got knocked and bopped around and then deleted by Blacklist there. Oheb shreds down another tower at top. You can see Blacklist going to go ahead and change their focus now, looking to possibly go for the next tower. Looks like they're just going to go with the safe route, go ahead and start clearing out the jungle.
I think that they will synchronize all the waves. Look at the bot lane and the mid lane and the top lane at this moment, but there's a heavy spin and Sinso is in trouble.
Yeah, the I'm Offended does grab out to one shot. Who gets taken out by Oheb? There's another player down, and that's going to be the shredding of the next high ground. They are almost down to no high grounds. The base is bare, alone in this Russian winter right now as Blacklist is pushing in on them right now. 3 down. This might be it. A double kill right there for and Troublemaker is able to find a kill onto Sensui. Is that going to stop this attack on the base? Haji Oheb said no. They are still trying to get a little bit of BMs there for them. That's going to be the first victory for Blacklist in this series.
Cleaning things out and making a clean game. Blacklist International strikes the hometown team RCC with a full sweep at the end of the game, and also with a really solid movements, grouping, and also using and utilizing all their skills at the right moment and in the right place. Blacklist International with a world-class performance have been able to take game number 1, but still there is an opportunity for Team RCC to come back in the game, and we have seen and witnessed here in Games of the Future a lot of reverse sweeps.
I mean, we saw it in our last series, Fireflux using the Barats with an Estus, shades of the Oheb, I want to say the Ube strategy that became popular, but we just saw the creators of it, the ones who refined it, who sharpened their swords on it in Blacklist, and they were able to use a Raphael to keep a Barats and the rest of the team up. And not just that, but they had a team that basically was able to stay together, group up, and for a lot of these just massive pushes. So it's probably a very eye-opening experience for RCC. We talked about it in the last series. I think you're either going to need to be able to take Barat, or you're going to have to take him off the table. Either he's on your team or he's going to need to be taken off the table, because there's too many tools out there, especially against a team like Blacklist, who is very well into that support mindset, who knows how to use those Raphaelas, those Estises, those other healers that Mobile Legends has to keep him topped up and make him the menace that really has these big effects on the game.
At some point, it seems like all the rumors from Blacklist International all over the seasons and the international stages inherit this supporting meta. They go back generation by generation, rumor by rumor, using the supports and utilizing them into their own arsenal with their own way of playing, or like in their own style of playing and strategy, starting with Oh My Venus, with a lot of support heroes, to Renegade, also who was shining so bright in the M5 World Championship, and right now the one who's shining with the supporting heroes is Haji from Blacklist International. Looking here and getting back inside the game to look at the highlights, Oheb was furious to get this double kill, and what he got was those 2 kills, one as a kill, one as an assist. And here Yue took so much time to zone out the Akai. One shot though was able, and this is the escape time that you were talking about, and that you casted and said that maybe Sue will, Sensui will not be able to go back, but you took back your words at the same exact moment as Haji used his second skill and healing praise for you. And look at here, this is what I'm talking about. I want you to focus on that with me, Private. Look how many times Team Blacklist group up and reverse everything around.
Yeah, it was such a great job, and especially you could see with that ball of like madness that is Black just grouping together, able to kind of force back RCC. And then here's another one. One shot goes in, and he's gonna get deleted. Kupi tries. Look at how bad he wanted Haji, chasing him into the back line, and then gets stunned and taken out by Haji, the support. Meanwhile, Edward doing Edward things out there, manning up and making sure that he can kind of support the team before Oheb is able to take on, as we can start seeing in some of these next highlights. This is about the time when Oheb starts going off. Still about 105, but his job wasn't just for the kills. His job was about taking down a lot of these towers. You see there, he's able to blow up one shot before we are at about the end of the game. No more high grounds for RCC and just a bare base for Blacklist to keep on doing Blacklist things here. You saw them flickering in the more aggressive side from them as well. I mean, just a very dominating performance there, and you can see here, MVP Sensui, 2, 1, and 11. The damage taken, 36%. Of course, with the help of Haji there. It's very remarkable, and it's something you need to be prepared for when you go up against a team like Blacklist. Any type of healer strategy that they can pull out, they will be very refined at executing.
Seems like one of the picks that we will see using intensively in the upcoming games will be the Barretts. He have proven efficiency in almost all the roles that he filled. I'm not speaking about the mid lane, but I'm speaking about the XP lane and also in the jungle, and in the jungle especially, using this OVA strat, using this healing strategy to not just help out the junglers, the utility junglers, or even the heavy junglers in general, but we saw a different side from Blacklist International, serving that carry pick up there in the top lane and using the carry pick as a lethal weapon for I'm not gonna say the entire game, but in the early game and in the early stage, Weiser have suffered a lot and enough from both Haji and also Oheb. Looking here at the stats from Team RCC, we cannot actually say that they applied any kind of pressure upon Blacklist International. They were always the ones who respond. But to fix that and into the next game, just a piece of advice, maybe I'm mistaken, but just a piece of advice from my side, try to be the one who starts the fights, try to be the one who engages, not always be on the defensive side. A defensive side against a team with such experience is gonna be so hard.
It's very interesting. While looking at those stats, I kind of noticed some of the damage, a lot of the damage from both teams was kind of identical. There was even some parts that I want to say that RCC was out damaging Blacklist. You could see in those stats. However, the change, the difference was that healer that was able to keep them topped up. So it might be a little bit interesting if we can take that off the table for them. Maybe there might be a difference that they can play into a lot of these, especially because, like I said, the damage was actually in their favor. It's just the execution and the composition wise. Blacklist was able to recover from it because of that support, because of the Rafaela, and a great job by Haji for being able to do that. We're going to be moving into game 2 to see if RCC can take this to a game 3. I mean, it can be a little overwhelming facing a team like Blacklist when they have such a ferocious, I want to say, offense against you. You saw that right from the opening seconds. As soon as we went into the match, they were already diving into lanes, looking for a gank, and that's something you need to be prepared for. The aggressiveness from some of these teams that you're going to see here. Like we said, it's pretty much a lot of the regions have sent their best, their very best here to games of the future, and what we're seeing right here is just a little bit of a taste of what some of those teams can output.
Well, if you took the defensive approach against a team with an experience like Blacklist International or like an S-tier team, as I like to call them, you will be punished heavily because at the late game, yes, you do have a decent amount of damage, and as you said in the statistics, yes, the Novaria dealt a really good amount of damage, but what will you do with this damage if the opponent team is just receiving that damage while you are not even attacking, or you're using your damage, you are hitting back, you're not hitting forward, you are not forcing anything, you are just receiving. So Team RCC in the upcoming game, in game number 2, I'm not gonna give them advices anymore, but do not go with this is, again, I think this is an advice. Do not go with the defensive approach against a team that knows how to deal with the early game. Try to make them lose their momentum, make Blacklist lose their momentum. I think this is the key, at least from my side. I think that when you force Blacklist to go back in the early game or force them into their own jungle, maybe it will be unexpected. Who can expect if an S tier team is being invaded, for example, I don't think that we might see this happening. But also, I don't think that Blacklist expect that to also happen. So RCC need to change something, because the last game didn't show that they can pull up a decent fight against Team Blacklist International. That's my personal opinion.
I mean, not that I have any advice, but from these games, the only thing I can see is that Baratz, there needs to be an answer. If he is on the enemy team, that is just a brick house coming for you, especially if they have a support, if they have a healer in the name of a Matilda, a Rafaela, a Estes. And that's the point, is that there's so many supports that he can do well with, that he can meld well with, that it's better probably to take him off the table if you're not guaranteed to be able to pick him up. And even then, if you do have an answer, from what I've been seeing, it's just there is an insurmountable amount of pressure and boxes you need to check to be able to take him down, to be able to be successful against him, that it's just easier to make it a non-factor. But when you do stuff like that, when you put him onto the ban list, there's other things that you're letting through. We saw that Nana was banned out there. We saw possibly Nolan could get picked up. There's Matilda that could get picked up. It's just it's a fine game of like of all these different tacticians that you could put together for things that it's that we've yet to be able to see a good plan for right now from RCC. We see that now we're going to be switching sides. Blacklist going to have the first ban and the first pickup. I want to see if maybe there's a change up that RCC might be putting into there.
Well, you raised a really decent point that I want to proceed with. The current meta, and maybe I will like accelerate on it. In the current meta, it's not only depending on like 3 heroes that if you banned out, everything will be good. You have to also admit that this meta have a lot of heroes, and this is what I like about the current meta. No matter how many heroes you ban, if you banned all the 5 since the start, still you will have heroes that you will not be able to deal with. So you need to focus more on the strategy, and this is what we are seeing in this tournament so far. The Brights, yes, there must be a solution, but the utility junglers is also an alternative for for Blacklist International. And Sensui is really good, as you said on the Nolan. Nolan was banned, so if you took the Nolan out and you gave it to Blacklist International, it will also be lethal. From anywhere I put it, Team Black or like Blacklist International team for me looks scary.
Yeah, I mean, we can see here the bans already kind of coming out there. 2 apiece. We do have the Framus being taken off, and the Arlot, who's become I want to say probably one of the most picked EXP laners right now in this competition. Blacklist wisely taking that off the board. Wondering if we're going to be seeing CC, especially because we saw it last game, but didn't really have such a great effect. On the side of RCC, we do see those mole assassins being taken off there, Nolan and Joy. So I'm wondering where we're going to go from here.
Well, banning two assassins from RCC means that they will continue, or like they will keep on pressuring Sensui. But again, there's a lot of heroes open, and one of them for sure is Matilda. If you didn't ban the Matilda out against the team that invented the utility junglers meta, or like the Obe, yeah, of course, the Matilda is banned from RCC, leaving a lot of picks though open, private. There's a lot of picks for Blacklist to choose from, but the good part here, like if you looked at the full half of the cup, RCC get to pick 2 of these OP picks that are still there laying on the table.
Yeah, and it depends on where they're going to want to go with here. They only get 1 pick here, so I'm wondering where. I mean, we still have the Barats open, and then of course there's the Gwen. We were talking a little bit before about some of the top picks not having the highest win rates for a lot of these heroes. Carrie being one of those. I think she said about 21. I think maybe about 22% now with Oheb's game there. But it really kind of tells you that it might be some of the players. It really takes some of those skilled players to be able to play some of these, especially especially Ruby, who wasn't having, I want to say, a 33% win rate right now, despite being one of the highest pickups in the games of the future. So, and that tells you, I mean, Edward, I mean, nobody's really going to be able to contest his ability in the XP lane. So, I mean, we know he's able to use it. We saw how successful he was in the early game. We just saw there. I think at one point he was about had 4 kills and 0 deaths. So, I mean, it does have a huge factor, but maybe some of that micro ability, the mechanics that are needed aren't there with some of the players that it needs a special touch to be successful.
Well, looking at the Lilia, I can't help but to remember that team, or like the Fireflux Esport, were able to beat Blacklist International with it, especially with Rosa on it. But here, it seems like both these XP laners have switched things up. We will say that the Sicilia, or like Cici, in Arabic it's called Sicilia. Cici is being used by Blacklist International, and this is a switch up. Do you think that, or like, I think that Edward wants to win the lane again with the opposite here, which sounds like I'm not gonna say a statement, but proving himself, and he doesn't actually need to prove anything to us. Haji with the Rafaela once again for Blacklist International. RCC, would you think that we will see a Barrett's?
I doubt it. I would be highly surprised if at this point RCC doesn't go with their third pick and then ban the Barats, because that with how dominant it was in the last game. But you do, I want to say, you do have CC and Guinevere out there, so you've basically laid the claim of what your potential jungler and your potential XP laner are going to be. Do you need to ban Barats if you've already got out there? I mean, I don't even know where else he would go. You've got the marksman and the mage open. I mean, we saw Phygtal mid lane earlier, so nothing is off the table. But I don't really know that Blacklist might be going with that same route for this. The big thing for me is, are we going to see Yui on that Nana, or is that going to get? Nope, they're going to go ban it. As I said, that Nana's banned out. So I guess not. But one shots, like we were talking before, Castle, very big on that Paquito use, very successful in his games yesterday on it, so gonna go with that comfort pick. However, we saw it just a match ago. Navaria picked up by Troublemaker, not as successful, even though it was a comfort pick for him. So they're probably leaning on Castle right now to see if he can maybe change things out here with this Paquito.
Blacklist International, RCC, in a game that can be the last game between both of them, and making it or like announce Blacklist International to proceed to the next stage as sweeping out their own group with 2-0 and 2-0. But RCC still have the chance to reply. They still have the chance to come back with this game, and their draft so far looks so decent to me. Having that chain of crowd control, having that slowdown effect from the Lilia, also making that team fight lasts long with having the Ruby, which I think she will be played as the rumor, not in the XP lane. So we will see who will claim the XP lane throne. But looking here, we didn't see a gold laner being picked from both these teams, and banning the carry makes Claude a lot tempting for RCC to take it out. But again, at some point, I don't believe anymore in the picks that looks too good to be true.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. Claude could come in there. I mean, especially it's very interesting here too, because Claude picked up by the side of Blacklist International could definitely shred down a lot of the back end here, because on the side of RCC, they're actually very squishy. They do take out the carry because they want to be able to support that front line with the Ruby without worrying about it getting shredded down. we're gonna see how well that pays off when it comes to a lot of these fights. Ruby does take a little bit to get off, a little bit of time to get adjusted because she does need some items. Unless apparently your name is Edward, and then that means you just use it from the beginning with great success. The beginning of the game. I do believe this might be our first Clint of the games of the future. I don't believe we've seen him. Oh no, this is our second time seeing him. He does have a 100% win rate currently. We're gonna see if that changes here with the pickup by RCC.
Well, RCC taking the Clint, and too good to be true to use that Claude, but as you said, Blacklist International with this composition, having the Claude will serve their combination, like their formation really well, having the crowd control from the Guinevere, also from CC. So yeah, I think that the Claude makes a lot of sense here, but maybe we will see something else, especially because he's called the list. I was about to say the Filipino sniper, we might see Beatrix. So yeah, he did pull off that Beatrix, and one of the most annoying hero besides, yeah, I would put her beside Nana. We can see here that they have picked up the Aurora. Oh, they are adding more crowd control. RCC are playing on the CC.
Yeah, an amazing amount of crowd control, especially with the newest revamps on Aurora. We've seen her all over this competition. That Frigid Glacier that she's able to put out for an ultimate, able to trap out. Like, it depends on the positioning, but you're able, especially when it comes to a lot of those team fights, you're able to get a lot of stuns in there. And then, of course, her Frostly Breeze, a brand new ability from her second ability, which is able to freeze people immediately. She's basically a CC machine. A pretty big pickup for the side of Blacklist. We're gonna see how well it pays off too, because I know one of the most frustrating things about Aurora is that passive she has now. The I believe it's the Pride. Is it the Pride of the Ice? Passive. It's basically like a stock winter truncheon. So I mean, when you think you got her, when you think you're gonna be able to chase her down, get that kill, she's able to go ahead and freeze herself up and get health back. But ladies and gentlemen, this is gonna be game 2 of Blacklist International from the Philippines, taking on Royal Cyber Sport Club from Russia. We're gonna see if they are gonna be able to take this to a game 3.
Not jumping to any conclusions. All the teams start with 300 gold each, and also with 1 level up. So right now it's the best opportunity for Team Royal Cyber Sport Club to come back and to reverse this series and take a victory to their favor in the bot lane. Oh, look here, Kube is taking a lot of damage in the mid lane from Yue, also from Haji, who's able to slow down the master of slowdown effect, which is the Lily, of course, and also Cupid. Both of them go back to the base just to recall, get some HP, get your mana back, and in the bot lane we might see a kill either from Sensui or even from One Shot.
Yeah, you see Edward doing a good job of kind of backing up One Shot, which allows Sensui to go in there, get that gold crab, and get the remnants there that fell down too. Wiser actually taking a heap of damage. Are they going to be able to dive in? Oh, a nice little, I want to say backdash there by Wiser. Traps Oheb in range of the tower, but just not enough to find the kill.
If he landed that second skill on the Beatrix while he's taking damage, we might have had a different story, but Haji was able to take the turret hits just to save his marksman, just to save his gold laner Oheb in the previous moment. Sensui now and everyone is being summoned to the turtle duties, and using the black shoes so quickly by Troublemaker will give it, or like will put RCC in a disadvantage in the upcoming turtle fight.
It's just such a good job by Blacklist to take out some of these ultimates right before the turtle. One Shot uses his heavy spin, and then you see the black shoes out there. Now we're going to go ahead and engage on them. You can see One Shot taking some damage. Meanwhile, here, Sensui doing a good job. 10%, that's going to be it for the turtle. Great job by Blacklist to go ahead and force back RCC.
Yue in this match is, I would say it safely, the most annoying hero in the arsenal of Blacklist International. He's able to freeze out and to put down all the attempts from the side of RCC when it comes to team fights. He can literally disable any rotation that comes from the mid lane, especially from Troublemaker, who's not able so far in a matter of 3 minutes into the game to move from the mid lane. But look here at Castle and Edward in the EXP duel that's been waited from a lot of the fans, and so far Edward is the one who is winning, and it seems like boxing is not the solution for RCC.
And it does look like Edward's going to try to drag some of these minions back so that he has, he's going to be able to zone out the rest Castle there. But we do have a big heavy spin that does land. Wiser able to find a kill onto Haji. And a big pop-up spatial migration lands on the Wiser. The rest of the team, RCC there to try to help out. Troublemaker finds a kill onto Sensui. Oheb finds the kill onto Koopy. And so they do have an answer back. Oh, actually, One Shot going to continue on this fight, but Yui is there to provide the support for his teammate, and that is going to even out the score.
That was the first time that we see the mage defending his own roamer, and it didn't turn out so successful yet. The evened equation by joining, or like by Oheb joining the team fight and taking and using that rocket launcher to take the kill by the help of Sensui. Sensui goes down for the first time in this game, and RCC are looking good and actually so much better than the previous game. They are playing a little bit more aggressive, maybe even so much more aggressive. Haji on the gold lane once again helping his own gold laner, and Cupid is doing the same. He's mirroring the moves that Haji is actually applying when it comes to helping that gold lane to come through. Heavy spin might be activated by One Shot to go in and contest for this turtle, but it seems like he's so far, and it's gonna be a really easy turtle for Sensui and Blacklist International.
Yeah, they scooped it up pretty, they didn't even have contention there from RCC, who's busy trying to take their buffs right now. You can see here now there's a little bit of a focus up at the top. Haji trying to get good positioning, trying to zone them out.
Look at Yui
hiding in the bush. He might be looking for some freeze. Oh, he shows himself, but not able to find the freeze. Meanwhile, at the bottom, Castle doing some great things with that Phygito, able to get the first tower of the game.
Maybe I take it back. Maybe boxing was the solution. He gets the turret from Edward for the first time in those 2 games. He wins the laning phase, moving freely. Yes, he did move freely, Edward, but the person who was able to add 1 assist and also a turret was Castle.
Oh, you see there, Yue is going to be able to get out of that Sensui backing off as well there. So I want to say a little bit better grouping here by RCC, especially to be able to fend off a lot of these. It's only 2-2 right now, so it's not as dominant for the side. Ooh, actually tried to go in there for a spatial migration, but Koopy actually able to fend it off. So they're doing all right now. The big question, though, is as we start moving into the mid game, as those heals and that speed up from Haji become a little bit more, will RRC be able to keep up with it?
There's a lot of R's. You have casted RQ and RCC, so it's totally understandable. RCC right now are trying to groove, and you were totally correct when you said, oh, look at here, this is also totally correct.
Spatial migration lands. Oheb putting the finishing touches. That is 1 Koopy down for the top lane. You can see Wiser trying to fend it off. One Shot there, providing the support, just not even doing much, but just showing them that he is there. Yue in a little bit of trouble, does throw down an ability. Castle's gonna have to back up.
Yue, again and again, is the one to apply a tremendous amount of crowd control here, using his yo-yo as oh, look at this damage. It's nasty from Edward to take half HP of the jungler himself. So, oh my god.
Big heavy spin lands on the Edward, but the spatial migration comes in. Troublemaker's gonna have to use those black shoes to get out. Big stun coming out. Is that gonna be enough? We do have 10%. Is this Lord gonna be taken? Sensui finds the Lord. Be trying to run away, gonna go ahead and slow them down. Is not gonna be enough. Spatial migration into the Violet Requiem. Oheb puts the finishing touches, and that is a man down for our RCC. 4-2 in favor of Blacklist International.
Edward, did you see those hits? Did you see? Look at Wiser. He knew that there's trouble coming his way. He recalled instantly. 4 men in the bush for Blacklist International, applying a lot of pressure. But in this game, the ones who are applying so much pressure are RCC. RCC so far are able to make that Clint go through the game with a 1-0-1. In terms of the KDA, right now there's a camp in the bush, and Blacklist International might just want Wiser.
Yeah, we're going to see here as they go ahead and continue. Wiser takes a heap of the damage. Koopy might be down as well. Great zoning out there. And we were just talking about that. The Frigid Glacier coming out from the Aurora. More than enough to back up RCC and give the space they needed to be able to take down that top tower for Blacklist.
I think I cursed Wiser once I spoke about him, and look at this damage with a 1 and a second bunch and a right hook with the damage from Castle is really good on Haji, but again with the Flask of the Oasis he's able to restore most of his HP, if not all of his HP. 30 seconds are what it is the time that we will be waiting for to see the upcoming Lord in the mid lane trying to clear things out, and it seems like the Filipino sniper has summoned his own sniper, and we might see some shots from now and on. But Wiser, on the other hand, is getting a lot of great farm, and look at here, each time disabling and neglecting the danger that Blacklist International force when it comes to their movement. And here, this is the first time that we will see RCC are actually camping and waiting for Blacklist International to fall into their hands.
Ooh, we do see an I'm offended up at the top. The rest of the Blacklist International can go ahead and close in. Heavy spin from the side, but not able to get anything from it. Oh, big Violent Requiem lands onto Castle, who gets taken down by Oheb. As we were seeing there, I mean, we were just taking a look at some of the items there. A BOD and Malefic Roar all ready for Oheb. And his matching Wiser only has the Endless Battle right now. That's just such a lead for Blacklist, especially when it comes to the marksmen who have such a pivotal role when it comes to this mid and late game damage.
When it comes to this solo attempt from the Akai, he just decides to withdraw and go back and farm his own jungle. The first Lord of this game, it's not an enhanced Lord, neither an evolved one, but indeed it's gonna be a dangerous one since Blacklist International want to start pushing, and right now is the perfect moment for them to do so. Look at here in the bot lane, oh my god, but look at the mid lane as well.
Yeah, one shot with the heavy spin does land on, but none of the rest of his team is in a position to be able to capitalize on it. And that is unfortunate. That's things you need to consider. Ooh, Sensui, actually. A little bit of hellos coming out from both of them there. And you can see them trying to deal with this Lord up at top. Meanwhile, Oheb on the other side of the map is able to find and bring down a tower. Right now, this game has been all Oheb. 5-0-1. There needs to be an answer. Spatial migration lands. Koopy in trouble, trying to dash himself away. There comes the Frigid Glacier, able to freeze them down. Oheb finds a kill, or is able to take down the tower while the rest of his team is zoning them out. Edward finds a kill. The one down for the side of RCC, while the rest of Blacklist gonna go ahead, back up, and set their sights possibly on this mid tower.
Even though Kube have used his I am offended in a perfect way, he brought a disaster between his team using the vengeance from Edward and also spreading those yo-yos and getting a lot and a decent amount of damage, was able to take him down, also taking the second turret down, and now looking to take the game layer by layer. Blacklist International are back into their having their momentum with their own base, forcing it, but RCC can break that chain at any moment since they are not far in the game.
Oh, big spatial migration and the Violent Requiem. Oheb again finds the kill. While the background, you can see that UE puts the final touches onto that tower. Blacklist International just having a way with this dominance. They're not even that far ahead. I want to say about 5k gold ahead at the 12-minute mark, but they are taking it for all it's worth with this such a dominating push into the side of RCC.
Looking at the items, I can just see just one anti-heal item, which is the dominance eyes from the Bakiro. So far there's no one to actually stop the healing, almost no one to stop the healing effect coming from Haji. So he is just having fun with all of his healing prayers. But look at Sensui with a 100% participation when it comes to team fights, with a 7k or a 4 or a 6k for a gold day. The conceal is being used right now, and it's used right here in the top lane, but then comes a withdraw from RCC. Troublemaker looks like he is the one in trouble.
Yeah, they actually might. Kupi actually might be in a little bit of trouble. Heavy spin comes out to try to separate them. Sensui finds the kill. There comes Frigid Glacier again. Edward finds a kill. Wiser able to set up a little bit of defense. They do lose one. Blacklist International takes that death and does decide to step back just a little bit. You can see here from the replay, Kupi in a little bit of trouble here. Gets split up from his teammate, slowed down. You're gonna see the Frigid Glacier comes out as the team tries to support him.
Even though,
Yeah, you see Edward in a little bit of trouble, does activate that vengeance. From the side, you can see Yue doing a great job setting down suppressive fire to back up the rest of RCC. Lord,
What is the damage?
Eb, what? Finds the kill and puts to rest Castle at the bottom lane in that bush right away. And this might be the set that they were looking for Blacklist to be able to take this Lord.
what was that damage? Oheb just with 2 shots was able to take Castle down, and now they are forcing their way into the Lord pit.
Yeah, they actually do find a kill onto Edward. You can see they're frozen. Wiser gets taken down as well, and the one-shot Troublemaker, and it does look like Kupi are gonna have to disengage. This is gonna be a next Lord for the side of Blacklist.
Even though Sensui was dead, even though Sensui had like almost 30 seconds for him to come back into the land of Dawn, and with the power of having the most numbers when it comes to team fight, RCC didn't force in a team fight. And I think that this is, and the reason behind this is that they don't believe that they have the amount of damage enough. Anyways, Troublemaker back there in the top lane when he was trying to escape, and he did manage to escape, and for me, it was so unreasonable because Troublemaker so far didn't die for even one time. So focusing Kube looks like it was the priority for Blacklist International. But anyways, it seems like they want him to be even weaker when it comes to the defending phase, and the Troublemaker is not causing them enough trouble. The Lord is marching from the top lane, and Sissy is trying to take all the waves on the opposite side of the map, synchronizing all the waves, making a perfect synchronized ending phase. They might just finish this game with the second Lord and the first of its type, the Enhanced Lord.
Yeah, right now, I mean, Oheb is about 4K above the highest member of RCC.
Wow.
And that's just telling something. We do have the Luminous Lord coming in, crashing up at the top. A desperate sense falling over RCC, who does need to defend this push. You see Lord already at the core right now, as they are starting to get their, I want to say their objectives a little bit spread thin here. Blacklist focusing down on the bottom and mid. Only 2 high grounds left for RCC. Castle goes in, puts some damage on, but it's not going to be enough as Sensui right there to come in with the spatial migration, back him off, and we are going to be at a little bit of a standstill here. Kupi does find a little bit on the Edward, does activate that vengeance. He might be in a little bit in trouble. There comes Aji. Big spatial migration lands. Oheb again finds the kill onto Castle. Yui finds the kill of his own. They are chasing them down. Oheb in a little bit of trouble right in the front. He's no fear from him as he is standing in front lines, taking down RCC member after RCC member. You can see Edward standing in the front with Sui. They are trying to end this now at the 17-minute mark. Edward at the bottom, taking off the minions from the bottom tower. Are they gonna be able to close this? You can see Kupi at the front line here trying to fend off Assault. Minions coming from the top. Big spatial migration into a Violent Requiem lands. That might be it. Immortality has been activated for Sensui, and it looks like Blacklist gonna go ahead, use that, and back up.
RCC, after seeing a fearless engage from Blacklist International, gets another opportunity to breathe and to continue witnessing this game in the land of Dawn. RCC in a really bad position right now with only one inhibitor to it. Look at Oheb. He knows that he can trust Haji to bring him back and to bring him home, and also to protect him every and each time using 2 flickers forward from Blacklist International in the previous team fight without any fear whatsoever, depending on your teammates and knowing that they will do their best to make you go back or even to make your play perfect. Blacklist International right now looking for this Lord. It's an enhanced Lord, even though it's an 18 minutes, they will reset it. Now it's an evolved Lord and they will try to proceed with it. But do you think that they want the Lord or the team fight private?
If you're Blacklist International, you obviously want the team fight. You can see them baiting out the Lord, pushing it out, trying to reset it. RCC is in an unfortunate spot here right now where they cannot let the Lord go free. They also just don't have, they're 10K behind. They do not have team fight either. They are relying on luck. They're relying on Blacklist to make a mistake. But you're talking about a team that is a former world champion, so they know what it takes. They know what is at stake, and they know where to fight and where they have the advantage. Oh, you can see another spatial migration lands with the Violet Requiem out. Heavy Spin is out as well, trying to protect the team. Actually doing very well. RCC does not take any deaths just yet.
We are almost in the late game where everyone will have their own items. So right now it mostly depends on the strategy, and I think that RCC are trying to attempt to take that Lord. They are trying to even go for the team fight. They might actually respond to what Blacklist International want them to do, and Troublemaker will go back to the defense, or like, here he goes. Castle goes back to the defense duties, and now Blacklist International knows that they are either 5v4 or 5v3, so they might go for the Lord, but they must be careful because RCC are looking at them. RCC are there in the bushes. They do have the damage. They do have the engage, but do they have the perfect execution?
Well, they do know that Keto is down at the bottom, so they're going to go ahead and be a little bit more aggressive than they were before. You can see a big pop-up lands from the Lord. Edward actually gets taken down very low. Does have that immortality in stock. Oh, actually, they're able to push back. Blacklist, is that going to be enough? Sensu misses the spatial migration. Lord is at down to about 1/3 health. One shot, doing what he can. To Heavy Spin is out. Oheb able to find a kill. That Lord goes over to Sensui. Blacklist still able to find the retribution and another kill onto Oheb.
Ladies and gentlemen, a world-class team fight. Look at Yue trying to finish things off, and the first and the second game goes to Team Blacklist International.
Yeah, just the finishing touches there. A very dominating game. And I want to put a shout out to Sensui. It almost seems like Oheb took it personally that Sensui got the MVP in the last match and wants to make sure that this time he makes sure that he secures that MVP slot. But I want to say what really happened there is that Blacklist did a great job, especially Sensui landing those spatial migrations. And it was all just to make sure that every single time he landed it, every single time he got the Violet Requiem, Oheb was right there to secure the kill. And they just fed him until he was the monster that we saw at the end of that game.
Well, looking at how perfect both these teams, especially at the last team fight, know their position, know their limits and the range, and also use it to its full potential. That was just world-class team fight. So in this team fight, Team Blacklist International were actually have been able to recover from a very aggressive gameplay, especially upon Edward behind the Lord, and he was almost down, but just with second skill, healing up with the blessing, healing up with the second skill, and also with the flask of the oasis, was able to come back and force back the team fight. Yue with a perfect execution. That was just so perfect. Even the RCC, it actually, you know, I think that at this point, everything was so perfect. The only thing that actually affected so much was the picks themselves to who's gonna win the team fight.
Well, I want to say too, this was another example of that healing strategy that Blacklist is known for. We're going to be taken here right back to some of the highlights here. You can see just a lot of the pressure already from the opening minutes. And then the CC that comes out. We're going to see the spatial migrations that come out as we start moving on later and later. Here comes the Violet Requiem, and then allowing OHEB to get those early kills. Every single time you saw a spatial migration come out, there was another OHEB kill. As you can see here, misses that one because of the CC. OHEB finds another kill. It's just, there was all these opportunities, and I want to say that is just the restraint and what you get from a team like Blacklist there to allow your marksman to get fed like that. There was a plan in mind, and it does matter who gets the kills when it comes to such a dominating performance by Blacklist.
When it comes to the objective, sometimes things looked a little bit messy. This is the time I told you they left and they forgave Troublemaker and they let him slide and go back. But looking, going through the game and during the game itself, we have seen a lot, much more aggressive gameplay coming from the side of RCC.
Yeah, I mean, they put up a heck of a struggle in the early moments of, or the early minutes of the game, able to hold it down in the early game. But I mean, eventually, just the preciseness of the attack from Blacklist, the ability for them to be able to kind of come in, allow those kills to get stacked on to OHEB, it just really started to pay dividends. And unfortunately, there wasn't much that RCC was going to be able to do.
Yep, that's true. They weren't able to do a lot at a certain point, but there is something that I want to discuss with you private. Do you, and this is something I see from my own perspective. I know that I said a lot from my own perspective today, but when you looked at it, when we saw, not just you, when we saw the late game and Blacklist International looking a little bit weaker than they are used to look like, I think that against top tier teams, the only thing that you can force them to do, or like the only thing that you can apply upon them to hit them while they are weak or like in their vulnerable spots, is that you make the game long enough that one mistake from this S tier team or like from this big team appears, and once that mistake appears in the late game, it's your time to shine, and also it was OHEB's time to shine, as you said.
Yeah, you see there the MVP 11-0-5. Not just OHEB, but a team effort. You could even see that there were some points that Sensui, during those highlights, he would get the Violet Requiem, he would get, and then he would back up. He would back up with the enemy having just a little bit of health because he knew OHEB needed to come in there, clean up, and you could see here 26% of the damage going out there. And this is the remarkable thing. An amazing amount of damage, not just from him, but from Edward. 24% and 28% onto UA as well, but still not stealing or snaking any kills from OHEB. And it just kind of showed like this is just one of those like just very textbook type of strategies, like kind of shades of like M3 where it was 1-3-1, where you were just giving all the kills and XP and gold to one person. But here you could see Blacklist doing a great job making sure to keep those reins in on OHEB to set off. And man, what a dominating performance. Unfortunately, at the expense of RCC, who had, like I said, a decent game in the early bit. You can see 42%.
Yeah, for sure.
Troublemaker had this is what we were seeing before. Not a bad job. The players were doing great, had an immense amount of damage. But when you match up that damage against the fact that Haji here on a healer, able to sustain Blacklist, to keep them in these fights, that's basically it's what had the biggest impact for a lot of these matches.
At a certain point, I think that the amount of damage that RCC were able to do in the first and the second game is that Blacklist, I'm not going to say recklessly, but Blacklist knew that they can take and embrace a lot of that damage. If you looked at it and you compared between both these teams' damage, you will know that the main and also the gold laner, the marksman, were higher when it comes to damage than anyone from Blacklist International. So yes, Team RCC dealt a lot and a tremendous amount of damage, but having that Ube strategy, having the Haji on the Rafaela once and again in the second game was just able to fix all that out. Well, after this game have finished, I don't know what to say, but that RCC do have a second chance. We will see together the groups and also what will come in the upcoming days. But I think that RCC still have a shot to come back and also to compete in the tournament. Blacklist International are now the top of their group with a full and a clean 2 sweeps.
Yeah, I mean, a decent, a great match for Blacklist. Basically, showing why they are still considered the top of the MLBB ladder.
MLBB.
Many teams have come and gone, and it's even been a year or so since they won M3, but still one of the strongest teams, and just showcasing exactly why. Whether it's the healing when it comes to the compositions and the drafts, whether or it's like those little nuances of making sure that all the little details align to make sure that your marksman is getting fed, that nobody else is taking kills from him. Before that, with the healing going on to a Barat, making sure that you had this tight little ball of madness traveling towards the enemy. They couldn't stop. Very decisive victories here. And as we move on into the next few days, I think we're going to start seeing a few more of those coming out from a lot of these teams.
Yep, that's true. And also seeking revenge. And if my calculations aren't wrong, I think that Fireflux will be playing against Burn X Flash, and the first and the top of the group is Blacklist International will be waiting for the winning team. So Fireflux Esport might have a chance to get the revenge for what happened in the Group C and in the group stage in general. And now also RCC will be facing Team Flash, and the winner will be facing Onyx team. Well, the upcoming games here in the games of the future are so intense actually. And speaking of intensity, it is a huge prize pool, and it does deserve such amount of excitement. It's a $1 million prize pool here in games of the future in Kazan. I didn't expect less than what I've seen in those 2 days. I will not be casting with you guys, which is unfortunate for me in the upcoming days. But I really did enjoy every single match I've casted during this whole tournament.
Yeah, it's been an amazing experience, and it always is when it comes to a lot of these international events. This one being, like I want to say, the record-breaking for right now, highest prize pool yet in Mobile Legends, which has the entire world abuzz, which is what we have seen from all of these regions, tossing their best teams into the pool with hopes of gaining that recognition, gaining that prize pool, gaining that pride for their region here. We can see here we have the brackets up here. It does look like all of them have been filled. So you can see as well that in the 1-8 final there, it's going to be Twisted Minds, Burmese Ghouls, Deuce Vault, Homeboys, RCC, Team Flash, Burn X Flash, Fireflux. Right now, it does look like, for the most part, if you can't translate this, the teams that have moved forward to the quarterfinals, there is round 1, and then there are the quarterfinals. That's where all the teams that haven't, that have been dominant, the ones that have beat and are at the top of their groups. The teams that have moved on to the quarterfinals are RRQ, AP Bren, Blacklist, and Onyx. Behind them in round 1, who will be competing to face those teams, will be Twisted Minds, Burmese Ghouls, Deuce Vault, Homeboys, Burn X Flash, Fireflux, Team Flash, and RCC, sorry. You can see here today, the 27th, we just completed the group stage. Tomorrow begins. This is where it matters, because once you get eliminated here, it will be over for your chance in the playoffs. So we begin those 1-8 finals on the 28th of February. After that, the 29th, we're going to be moving on to the quarter finals of this on the 29th. And then at the end of the week, we're going to be moving on to those exciting semifinals and the pinnacle, the top of the mountain, the Coupe de Grace. It's going to be March 2nd, the grand finals and third place match is going to be coming out there. And then, of course, the awarding of that $1 million prize pool. But more than that, the pride for the region, especially the world over.
And speaking of pride, tomorrow, this is the last chance for the teams in front of you, ladies and gentlemen, on the screen. Twisted Minds up against Previous Goals as the first game of tomorrow games, and also Deus Volt against Homeboys, the Malaysian favorites. Burn X Flash will be up to the test against Fireflux Esports RCC with a second shot at the check and a second chance with Team Flash. Well, today, unfortunately, we had to say goodbye to four really epic teams: Team Lil Gun, S2G Esports, Nightmare Esports, and also Key Best Gaming.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, that is going to wrap up today's very exciting matches. It has been an absolute honor to cast for it all the way from North America, guys. This will be Private Dancer signing off, but fear not, there will be some exciting matches coming for the rest of the week as well.
Games of the future. Games of the future.